I've been bout my papyrus since I've been in it. Put me in the debate, you know I'm gon' win it. If I scream black power, don't get timid. If I say black city, I'm talking about Kemet. If I say black city, I'm talking about Kemet. Primary researching, we done pushed it to the limits. All you dudes finished. The king counting cattle up with brother Reggie. When I'm in Oakland, smoking, bro, they love the Chevy. Back in the day, it was the spokes on the chariot. Long procession when the king got carried out to every spot. Woman looking nice as ISIS. I read ancient texts, so my advice is priceless. Nubian gold, your ice don't entice us. Beating me harder than counting grains in your spices. Your heart was beating, but your brain dead. You're lifeless. Yo, they ain't nothing like us, yo. Don't try to make me mad. Make me smile and say you love me, man. That's real right there. Yeah, come on. You should listen to your main man's advice. Do a YouTube, apologize like Dice. Or the back fade coming like the Antichrist. Egyptologists sent me reading and said that I'm nice. I got a Stella with your name on it. I'm like Sargon. You the type of dude wake up in your car gone. Told, cause of the money you owe. Before you stream, you should clean up that humble abode. Like Akhenaten City for my woman in gold. I keep the pseudos running, people coming in droves. You catch me on a live stream with Pan-African James. When we building, call us by our African names. I'm for the children. And ain't nothing happen to change. We on that black hype, so we still packing them things for protection. Got connections. My complexion, pure black, that's the S. Make me smile. You love me? Show me some love. All right.
What up? Boom, boo doo, boop, boop, boom. Yep, the hottest show right now. You're live. Thanks for tapping in. Man, I can't wait till this weather kick in. I'm about to get to talking so much. They gonna be like, why he streams so much? He ain't got nothing to do. They crazy, bro. Ah, man. I like my beats to start right on the one like James Brown. What happened to that? They crazy, bro. It's gone. Let's see if I got another verse. Dang, that's gone. I gotta refine that track. Maybe this the one. Nope. Forget it.
Black people, I love you, and I love you enough to tell you, you ain't ready to revolt shit. You don't feed yourself, you don't hunt your own animals and slaughter them, you don't prepare your own meat, you don't own your own land, you don't have a seed growing in your window. So you think about revolutionaryism, and you think about fighting and dying in the street, you ain't shit.
Killer Mike said black people ain't ready to revolt. It's a disparaging marriage and he ready to elope. Maritime coastline, deep V hull boat. Crack a nose turned up, machete to your throat. The divine snatched the arm back, she fine, she in Zinga. Moroccan mercenary got a line on Moringa. Ask Chief X to swing it. Go fund me to rock a new car or build a school like I'm Dr. Umar. Nah, go fund some more guns, banana clips and cannabis, and bury it, the jackal, Anubis. I'm cool, keep them heaters, and I'm in tie in an abyss. He ain't rapping due to libations, he just channeling this.
Hands down, you ain't ready to oppose nothing. You are as a part of this system as any white person gentrified.
I'm on life. Hovercraft propellers over swamp water. We make the thoughtful think they should have thought harder. Be aware of this. Don't blink, there's only one blunt between the careful and careless. It's hard to face it when you need a shrink or a therapist. Mental disorder ordered them to label you a terrorist. I breathe elements and I found the secret. We could all walk on water if it's ground beneath it. I carry my weapon and keep my trees and still be Hotep and ask to rig Nasheed. 6 in the morning, I greet my seed, then do everything I think I need.
I have to say this because I know our spirit and our emotions get stirred. I'm not against.
Why they ain't said nothing about that book?
I'm with everybody on that. I'm not down.
That's that work.
I agree with everything my brother said about revolutionaryism.
They ain't refuting nothing, bro.
We're in the South. We're the heart of the South right now. Fishing. Who knows how to fish? Hands down. Who knows how to hunt? Let's hands down.
You know what? Arguments and debates do not serve to convince the debater of the opposite's point of view, of his opposition's point of view. And I repeat, arguments do not solve problems. You never came out of an argument and it was right. I mean, y'all might have came to some conclusion, but y'all stopped arguing at that point. You notice that? Y'all ain't never been, all right, I agree. It don't go like that. Somebody come to their senses and they wind down the argument, and then it ain't an argument no more. It's the truth. In a debate, you trying to convince the audience. You ain't trying to convince the people you debating against. If they are wise, they can see that if they do have less facts and less truth, they can realize that. But it's not the nature of a man to fight and argue about something, then to concede just so abruptly. That ain't what men do. So then if you understand the nature of man, you should be able to use that to your advantage. You know people gonna carry on after they've totally lost. Because that's the nature of man. You can even see boxers who completely got their ass whooped be at the end of the fight like, man, I won that fight. Everybody know I won that fight. And you be looking like, man, this is crazy. Some would say that a lot of our research is insignificant. Some people castigate, they relegate, they act like things is beneath them. But if you think about what's going on in the world right now, to this day, people still fighting over fairy tales. Biblical stuff. Right? This is our land. It says so in the Bible. So, understanding history is definitely significant. Hey, but look, I just be tripping off why people be able to get away with just bumping their gums and maintaining their stance without refuting shit. That mean I be working too hard and trying, this is just me. I just do how I do. But I'm saying, cats be able to just get on YouTube and not show nothing. I wrote this book to give people shit to refute. They was all talking about bitumen and everything else. Put it all in the book. Everybody got it. Niggas just shut up. That's what they did. Am I lying? They ain't pointed out the lies. Right? And you know they ain't did that. Because they just like, that shit tight. Hopefully someone can get the link to the book up. I will indeed, but I just got this on the screen right now. But before the show is over, definitely. Remember when they was attacking Sheik Antijoke? They ain't proved shit. Y'all remember that? We proved that he was correct. They didn't even present nothing. They'll just go look at what we looking at and try to convince somebody that people don't know how to read. And it's funny that niggas who really don't know how to read, like they publicly read at a below an 8th grade level, be convincing people that others don't know how to read. That'd be crazy. They swept Diop was right so under the rug. Golly. Remember Cass was trying to say? We had all kind of songs about that. Hold on. Where they at? I don't know what's up with my files today. Let me see. Oh, everything that disappeared. Oh, you know what I must have? I disconnected a hard drive. That's what I did by accident. Let me reconnect this hard drive. Hold on real quick. I knew something was up. Man, all right, let me see. What is hard drive? Hold on, let me do this. I hope I don't tear up the whole show. I can't even see. Get it, man. Hold on. Give me a second. I'm trying to hook up. I hate it. Oh, it's back. All right, I knew I did something wrong. Thanks for bearing with me. Oh, that still didn't fix it? They tripping. What was this at? What's this right here? All right, let me see something. Yep. That ain't it though.
The Smash Rockwell show teaches me all I need to know. Whether it's coming or getting it dough, this is the place to go. The Smash Rockwell show, giving you way more.
That's right. I lost the album.
The Smash Rockwell show.
I took it back on the air. Hold on. What is they doing, bro? They all in the middle of my shit. Wait, that was hella fun. That's the wrong song, though. I was looking for the other one.
Smash Rockwell show teaches me all I need to know. Whether it's Kemet or getting that dough, this is the place to go. The Smash Rockwell show, giving you way more. The Smash Rockwell show, and the archers on the go. My giants, my giants, my giants, my giants, my giants, my giants. We be killing pseudos and spreading facts. All the disrespectful haters don't know how to act. Black African power, right and exact. Egypt was black, we spread in the dough.
Magi was right, Dia was right, and they swept it under the rug. I heard Chef talking about it wasn't no black people from the sub-Saharan Africa who started Egypt. Golly, these cats be crazy. Oh, that sentence is hella crazy. Sub-Saharan Africa. Golly. Yeah, but D.I. was right and they didn't do nothing about it. But lie. Right? Y'all don't remember none of this? All of this, everybody was just silent on this. From Ujahu down to the pseudo killers. Silent nights. Right? Osiris being the great black one. Oh, but what does that mean? What do black mean? Well, it don't mean what y'all saying it means. But we went further to length. Right? Aset. ISIS was black. And then they be like, hey, y'all act like they saying black. Like, shut up. I don't want to hear none of that. We mean something different when we say black. Shut up. If I say, yo, black ass, you gonna know what I'm talking about. All that other shit get through out the window when I say, you black as hell. But look, this just says woman black. You could read it as that is about Aset, so the Sati represents Aset. If you want to say that this Kemet means Egypt, then you got to face the fact that we got a Kemet with the hieroglyph. Even though they told you we wouldn't find Kemet with the hieroglyph, why they didn't say nothing? Asar, Imhotep. Y'all be letting them off the hook. Kemet with the hieroglyph. Oh, well, that means black. Exactly. That's what we was trying to say. But look, because we don't want to force our interpretation of the ancient text on people, we will refer to secondary sources. And what did they say in Plutarch's Isis? Oh, this is Isis and Osiris. Page 451 cites Daumas, reading the Dendera text that reads, Aset was born a black and ruddy woman. So what they say about this? Did they say anything? They said nothing. Stop tripping. Know when some shit is really uncontested and unfuckwittable. Don't let the clowns who act like they want to fuck with it convince you they can. You see what you seeing? This shit say that. Aset was born a black and Rudy woman, so everything that they got to say about what the blackness mean is checkmate by this one quote right here on the screen. Oh, black mean that she was denied. No, she was born a black and Rudy woman endowed with life's sweet of love. They ain't say shit about that, huh? I guess about Rudy, they will be talking about red, whatever. Because, you know, see, let me take you back, good brother, the sheriff. If you go read this source right here in the word of Vush, I forgot. No, they said the Vertibush. If you go read this in the Vertibush, I can't remember how dude in Germany told me how to say it now. But it was, I'm going to go watch my video because back then I remember. If you go read it under this passage, it has another passage that actually says Aset, Kemet, Jesheret. And that would be a translation literally to black and red, which this person interpreted as black and Rudy. All right. Yeah, it was like vertibus. Yeah, thank you. I remember though. But now, so that black and Rudy woman was Aset. She was born that way. They didn't say nothing about this. So we got the whole family. Because here go Horus being black. We went and dug that up ourselves out of a magical papyrus. Wait a minute. Maybe Netaneb dug this up, but that's still ourselves. Like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So a black like Heru or red like Sutek. Right? Because Horus was black and Set was red. Now we can start to engage the symbolism behind that when we start to talk about the black land and the red land. Because this is a new kingdom Scorpion magic tale. But in another tale from around this time period, I don't want to say from around this time period, but in another tale, the contenders of Horus and Set, the black was awarded Heru, and the red was awarded Sutek. And when I say the black and the red, I'm talking about the black land was awarded to Heru, and the red land was awarded to Sutek. Because the word Nehesi means southerner, we get confused when trying to understand what Nehesi meant to the ancient Egyptian. Think about this. When you say a southerner and you live in the United States, are you ever talking about the people of Mexico? Nope. When you say a southerner, now, unless of course they live inside the United States, you could be talking about a person from Mexico if he lives in the south of the United States. If you live in the United States and you say a southerner, your concept of the South stops at the border. Let's be clear. Can we agree on that? Huh? Are you trying to say when you say I'm going down south, you be talking about you going to Puerto Vallarta? No. The same would apply in ancient Egypt, but there was really no word for the south beyond the south of the borders. There was a word for it, but it was not necessarily encompassed in the same ways. Let me break that down. It was Takenet. Takenet would, in the ways that we know the South to be stopped at, our southern border, but there's still a South beyond that. We call it Mexico. But imagine if that was undiscovered and we didn't know what was down there. In ancient Egypt, they called it Takenet, or the frontier land, or actually the border area being Takenet, and beyond that being like, the frontier or whatever we would call that. So in the census, when you hear the word Nehesi and you look at the text, there's a few things that we need to assess when we looking at it correctly. We need to know what time period they're saying the word Nehesi. And this is why. Because we have no indication that before the 12th dynasty, before the 11th dynasty, that ancient Egyptians knew anything about the people in their Mexico, so to speak, in their super south, right? We don't got no indication that they knew about the people way down in Kerma, is what I mean, before the 12th dynasty. You got to remember, it's not just one thing called Nubians. It's all kind of different tribes south of what we know as Egypt, right? So their southernmost, not the southernmost, their southern neighbors within the quote-unquote borders of Egypt in anthropology will be called Nilotic Negroes. This is Nubian, this is where they get Negro, that's how they doing it like that. But it's actually just not correct to say that Nehesi means Negro. But see, because when you start going south more, you get closer, obviously we know this, to the equator. But under the Nilotic people, and you can even look at this and see it in linguistics and everything, under the Nilotic people are Cushitic people, culturally and linguistically, meaning they speak Cushitic languages, and they were really called Cushites. Yeah, I don't know if I said something that contradict what you're saying right now, Yurik, but I agree with what you're saying on the screen. So you gotta remind me of no, when I said no, Yam ain't Black Hammer, nah. So let me straighten that out. If you go pull up a map of everywhere, everything that you're talking about is encompassed in what we would call Lower Nubia. But what isn't in Lower Nubia is Kush. That's just a fact. Kush is Upper Nubia, right? So every place that they knew of, I was talking about the super south, like south more than that. Let's just talk about cataracts, maybe beyond the 5th and 6th cataract, right? Harkuf didn't go past the second, I would say Harkuf probably didn't go past the 2nd or 3rd cataract. So let's look at it real quick on the known map. Let me see. Because if we look at a map to see where they say Yam and them places is now, it ain't as far down as we would think. So Harku did all his stuff, and Winnie, they did all their campaigning. See, they go Wawat right here. So he went down to Wawat, he went to Yam. All of these places is basically in Lower Nubia. So now, when I'm to make an assessment of what I'm talking about, if we go look at an anthropological map, so to speak, the people in this area, the old terminology would be Nilotic Negroes along the Nile, right? That's just what they ain't, but that's not a good description. But then when we come down here around this bend, when we're in Upper Nubia, this is what I claim that they had not came down this far yet. And so I see what you're saying. It's true that they had left their borders and went into Lower Nubia, but they did not. So basically, now, yeah, it was just I think I cleared up what I was saying right there. Let me see. And yeah, I think that is stated correctly. So I was on this page. Yeah, you could go look at the map of where Yam, Wawa, and all those places was, and they ain't as far down as, well, at least today they don't think that was as far down as Kerma. So did anybody refute that Aset was born a black and Rudy woman? So what's the contention about? Oh, okay. Let's look up this. I don't know if Yam is in Chad, but let's just look that up. I just put Yam Egypt, right? Just to get, closer to the point. Now, let's see. This person is questioning if Yam is in Upper Nubia. Right? I'm just looking at various maps. I'm not even tripping. This is the Tabula Geographique, whatever that is. So let's see how far down they say it was. But instead of, all right, so they're questioning whether Yam is close to Chad, like Hamji just said. So I was just gonna reword what I'm saying, and so that it is broken down more obviously. Now I'm noticing something on this map too. Now I don't know if I really want to trip off it, because they got Nehesiu way down here, and then Magi right here, which is kind of like not good source material for my argument, because this is contradictory to some of the teachings that you will get in academia. Academia tell you Mijah was more in the eastern desert, right? And Nehesu would start from under Nikin. Now, I was listening to this podcast, and I'm about to pull it up because, man, dude dropped the lap. Everything that I was saying about Aunt Teffy and all of them is said in this podcast. Let me see. But when I put it on my other Audible, I couldn't find it. And I don't want to lose track. So let me reword my initial claim. I should say that the Nubians did not know of, or there was no statement that they knew of. I could even say no, because what's his name Harku dealt with the people of Mijah. So I would say that the polity Kush, basically. All right. The polity Kush by that name. We have no indications that they knew of Kush. I'm rewording my statements for there not to be no confusion. Because that's probably what I would have said it better if I would have said Kush. Because we don't find Kush popping up until the 12th dynasty, 12th dynasty. Let me see if I can find this podcast I was listening to. What's it called? Hold on, let me see if I can find this whole thing.
The interior. The guests
Hold
were.
on. I need to see this whole thing. Who is this by? This dude was busting. But I don't know who it's by, and I gotta be able to see. I'm gonna play some of it. Oh, nah, so y'all getting twisted. I mean, I can see how y'all can take my statements to say that I'm not saying they didn't. Man, a kingdom came to be known as Kush in the far, far south after people had been left there and went north. Kush wasn't, or you can say yes it was. Manu Ampin might say yes it was. But I'm trying to say we don't have no archaeological written evidence that to let us know that the ancient Egyptians knew of Kush by that name during their founding periods. Why am I arguing that? Is because Kush was in Upper Nubia, hella far down. And they didn't whip that out until the 12th dynasty. But that don't mean, I would love to hear somebody else's take on that. I'm not even tripping. I'm looking through my phone trying to find this podcast. And I see the podcast, but I'm looking for what he was talking about on Teffy. All right. I was like, damn, I never heard nobody in their life go in on Teffy the way we be going in. But he went in harder. Because he was breaking down, I learned a lot. A lot of the stuff that I presumed, he was letting me know was true. And they did surround Thebes, and Ankh Teffy did run up on Intef the first. And Egypt wasn't like what we thought, but they just keep telling us shit about first intermediate periods and stuff. So this says Ankh Teffy's Autobiography, History of Egypt podcast. Let me see if I can find it. Hold up. Then they're gonna try to get on me for the rights and shit, but I ain't tripping. Just can't monetize. There you go. This podcast right here got some bars on it. Now it say resume, so maybe I could go back to what I was listening to. Yeah, this ain't the one I want to hear. Nope. Ankh Teffy's Autobiography. But now we should really listen to, but this is 1 hour and 7 minutes. We should really listen to Self-Made Kings of the first intermediate period and everything that we was talking about how the Magi and them people got brought into Egypt at about those times, because obviously whoever the founding kings was, they did know of some warriors that they could go summon, or they heard about them or somehow. So I don't want that to contradict what I was saying earlier, because I said before the 11th dynasty, we did not have indication that they knew of the warriors of Upper Egypt, but then I corrected it just to say Kush, because Yam could have been in Upper Egypt, right? But it wasn't. I got proof from the same text that we cite. When Harkhuf did go to Yam, it was beside the land of Tamay. Or we could interpret that it was possibly close to the land of Temeh because of the way that he laid it out. Now, I'm just saying, I think we should listen to this. I know it's an hour long. I want these people to get all that credit. So it's called The History of Egypt Podcast by Dominic Perry. But really, when he talking about Antefi, he dropping all the bombs. But you got to hear Self-Made Kings first. So let's just listen to a little bit of it. And then I'll chime in on certain part. What's up with you, K? Hey, long time. We about to listen to this podcast. So let me tell y'all, we listening to this because it's right what we was talking about when they met the people from the Super South, when the Magi came in to settle everything. But I guarantee you probably haven't heard a very good detailed breakdown of the first intermediate period the way that he about to break it down for us. I try to do my best, but this guy knows a lot more than me. So let's listen to this and then give our input.
Before I go, let me give a shout out to the priests, my top tier supporters on patreon.com. These fine folks enable me to put food on my table, for which I am eternally grateful. My thanks must go to Andy and Chelsea, Kyla, Terry, Eric, Yola, Mycost, Linda, TJ, Ashley, Nadine, Veronica, James, and Arthur. Folks, you are all too generous. May your communities continue to thrive and grow. May you build walls of the strongest mud brick that overcome all obstacles
I'm gonna try to hook up
and
with
endure
him.
for millennia.
I'm definitely gonna hook up with him because he's a human in the world, but let me get past this part.
May your households never suffer shortage.
Hi everyone, this is Scott. If you want to learn about the world's oldest civilizations,
All right, hold on, man. They
find
tripping.
out
See, I
how they
needed a way
were
I could fast
discovered,
forward.
follow the story of Mark Antony
Come
and
on, man.
Cleopatra's descendants over 10
30
generations.
seconds. No, what's that? 30. Oh, I skipped
With
it.
Labor Day savings.
Oh, they got me messed up. I just gotta listen to it.
Or take
So
a
I'ma
deep
mute.
dive
I'ma
into
mute
the
that
Iron
stuff.
Age or the Hellenistic era.
We'll get back to it when it come back on in my head, in my earphones. Oh no, that's their promotion, so I'm gonna let y'all hear it.
That's the Ancient World podcast.
That's right.
At the Home Depot, you can get up to
hell no.
$1,500
Hold
off
on.
select appliances from.
I ain't never tried to do this. They got the Home Depot all in my ears. How long before I could hear it, man? I don't believe this. Let's see how long they got me listening to these ads before I can. If I can't play it, then I suggest you just go listen to it. All right, here we go. Thank you. Found it.
Epilogue to the most recent episode. This is a part of the climate history of the late Old Kingdom that doesn't necessarily directly connect to the fall of the royal household, but it's an interesting feature of the archaeological evidence that is coming out in recent decades. It concerns rain, a period of frequent torrential downpours that afflicted the Nile Valley during the 4th, 5th, and 6th dynasties. There is a widespread public interest and a lot of misunderstanding about just how wet Old Kingdom Egypt actually was. So I've put together this short...
Hey, tripping. God, here we go.
With Labor Day savings at the Home Depot, you can get up to $1,500 off.
All right, this is the time when everybody can support the show. If you ain't got the book, go and grab the book. Since they doing their commercials, I need to do my own commercials. You know what I mean? And this September, we coming back with a whole new live course for y'all. Make sure y'all join that Magi back chat. Holla at Sadiq. Getting that back chat where we be learning that. All right, now let's listen to this. Let's see if they play it.
To begin, a quick disclaimer. The events of this episode take place somewhere in the middle of the 21st century BCE, but the exact dates are totally uncertain. Like most of the first intermediate period, we have tiny pieces of the jigsaw puzzle, but different scholars will reconstruct that puzzle in different ways. What follows is my interpretation based on wider scholarship and my reading of the sources, but by no means is it the only possible version. Just bear that in mind as our story unfolds. Thank you. 4,000 years ago, approximately, a group of Egyptian soldiers marched along a desert road. They were armed with shields, spears, perhaps daggers and bows. They were a skilled group of warriors, known as Mesha Hui, or assault troops. They were marching through a series of hills, rocky outcroppings that dominated desert valleys and provided impassable barriers to passage. Between these hills, narrow areas allowed pathways or tracks that crisscrossed the desert and connected different parts of the Nile Valley with the oases far to the west. The cliffs of these outcroppings are decorated with inscriptions, pieces of art and writings from countless travelers across history. From the prehistoric period around 3200 BCE all the way up to the Roman Empire, travelers have crossed these paths and left their mark on the walls. One day, around 4,000 years ago, this group of soldiers, the Mesha Hui, or assault troops, stopped briefly in the shadow of a cliff. One of them, perhaps their leader, took out a chisel or a piece of sharp rock to leave his own inscription on the sandstone desert walls. The text was simple, a quick reference to the body of troops, the Mesha Hui, and a symbol below it referencing their commander or their overlord. Notably, this commander was a king. His name was recorded in a cartouche, and it bore the unmistakable symbol, the Sa-Ra, or the Son of Ra. The troops were coming from the south at a community called Waset, or Thebes.
Thanks for the contribution.
Apparently, their leader had declared himself a king.
Now listen to what he just said, and shout out to Eddie K, who argued this. He said this troop was coming from Waset, and their leader had declared himself the king, right? So really, at that point, what they try to call the first intermediate period to keep the history of this location uniform as what we know as Egypt, it really wasn't like that. So then while Eddie K was saying, well, we should call them Wasetians, because in the context of this story, that is absolutely true. Because the people they fighting is just the city above them, right? So we could say, okay, it broke into a civil war and we should still see it as one thing, but they gave no indication that at that time they seen it like that. They more or less felt like they was expanding their own empires. But let's see if what I'm saying rings true with what the scholars actually saying. Hold on real quick. Let me pause. I think
Tifi died somewhere around 2000.
Somebody said they ordered the book from you before you wanted on your trip and haven't received it yet. I sent you $30 on Cash App, Sylvester Jones. Let me look at that right now, because that's hella easy to see on Cash App. Cash App. I don't know how that happened. So let me go see. Search Sylvester Jones. Let me see. What else? Sylvester Jones. Request. Let's see. $30 total received. Yeah, you sure did. Now let me see. County Road. Let me see. Yeah, I don't know. May 17th, you might be right, because that might have been the day that I flew. I think that's the day I flew out on tour. So I'm just about to, you want me to send you the book? Do you need the 30? I'll send you the 30 right now. Or I'll send you the book. Just let me know. Yeah, May 17th is the day I flew out on tour, so that's probably exactly what happened. You're right. I was like, how could that have happened? Shit. But I appreciate the support, and you could get the work. Everybody get that work. Wow. So let me know what you want to do. I appreciate you. Now let's continue the
55
story.
BCE. We don't know the exact date. That's just a ballpark. His reign, or at least part of it, might be contemporary with some of the activities and people I'm about to describe in this episode. Unfortunately, his biography and his tomb does not reference those individuals explicitly. He does not name many of his contemporaries, so historians can only provide a rough chronology for his life and how it matches up with other events in southern Egypt. One thing we can say is that sometime after his death, possibly quite quickly, his kingdom, quote-unquote, came under foreign control. Unktifi had sons, heirs, who have tombs right next to his in the necropolis of Hefat, or Mawala. Those sons have titles similar to their fathers, but noticeably, they seem to have a lower rank than he did. For example, Unktifi's sons have titles like the foremost of the district of Nekin, that is, the leading...
My bad, Chosen Knowledge. I had already refunded you before you said just the information. There's a link up there where you could get the book, and it's a better link because it got better tracking than Cash App. It is Casual Bandcamp up there. I appreciate you. I already refunded you. Thanks for the support.
Citizen of the district. But this is a lower rank than Unktifi's title of Great Overlord of Nekin. That is a specific administrative rank, one that gave him authority over the whole district.
So let me show you.
The fact that Unktifi's sons, his heirs, do not carry on his Great Overlord title.
So where's Nekin? Nekin right here. NH, y'all see that NHN? Heracropolis. So Antefi had declared himself the great overlord of Nekin. Remember how we talked about the surrounding Thebes? So let's see what happened.
Suggests that that power and that position passed to someone else after Unktifi's death. Who was it exactly? Well, we can't say for sure because the title Great Overlord of Nekin actually disappears from the record. Unktifi is the last known ruler of this district to bear that specific title. That could mean a couple of things. Firstly, perhaps the person who inherited Unktifi's title, his status as Great Overlord, is simply undiscovered. We haven't found their tomb or a monument belonging to them. Alternatively, we might interpret it as Unktifi's kingdom, or his districts, coming under the rule of another. There might be circumstantial evidence for this. Unktifi's tomb at Mawala is large and elaborate, but it's not perfect and it's not intact. The tomb is severely damaged, partly due to natural collapse from earthquakes or subsidence, but it also has signs of intentional damage, scratches and erasures in certain parts of the scenes. It's possible that following his death, somebody violated Unktifi's tomb. This might have been grave robbers hoping to plunder the treasures that lay with the Great Overlord. Or it might have been something more political, somebody trying to erase Unktifi's memory and deny him posthumous power. Who could have done that? The answer to that might lie in the story that is about to unfold, as one of the groups or states near to Unktifi's territory suddenly begins to expand. We'll explore that in this episode. Before he left, Unktifi did make provisions for his tomb. He arranged furnishings and goods for his burial, and he made plans for the security of his eternal rest. Unktifi's tomb is one of those rare Egyptian monuments that does include something like a curse. He says the following, quote, "As for any great overlord, that is, ruler of the district, who will govern in Hefat, and who would commit a bad or malevolent act towards this burial or towards any part of this tomb, that violator His arm will be cut off for the god Hemen. His arm will be cut for Hemen at his procession on the east and west bank of the river. And the god Hemen will not accept this violator's offering. Hemen will accept none of his meals, and the violator's son or heir will not inherit from him." End quote. In popular conception, ancient Egyptian tombs and curses go hand in hand. But historically, they're actually incredibly rare. Curses do show up here and there. They are usually connected with offerings or the provisions of a tomb and its burial. Because the ancient Egyptians needed food, drink, and all good things in the afterlife, they tried to warn anyone who would interfere with those supplies and gifts. But when it comes to the tomb itself, it's actually quite rare to have a surviving example of a curse.
Now, he's going in, but I just want us to remember something, that he's the overlord of Nikin, because we're going to continue this talk into a later time period, and we're going to see how exactly this is what they considered the South that they said their rulers would come from. And this is Egyptian Nubia.
Ankh-Tifi is one of the best examples. He warns any of his successors, anyone who takes over the title of Great Overlord, that if they violate his tomb, if they damage it in any way, then they will be physically mutilated. Their arms will be cut in the name of the god Hemen, and that god will not accept any offerings or any prayers, and their political power will evaporate with their death. It's an elaborate and extremely specific warning against any who would damage the tomb. It also has a notable feature. Ankh-Tifi is specifically warning any great overlord, that is, anyone who has the same title he bore in life. But you would think Ankh-Tifi would have planned to pass his title on to his son or heirs. The fact that he acknowledged there might be somebody else holding that position suggests that by the time he died, things were becoming a little bit unstable. Perhaps Ankh-Tifi was not confident that his rule, his lineage, would continue with his heirs. Perhaps he realized that having expanded his own power in life and taken over various districts, somebody else could very well do that in the years to come. And so he includes this warning that is both incredibly specific in the punishments, but also suitably vague in exactly who it targets. Reading between the lines, we get the idea that by the time of his death, Ankh-Tifi's kingdom was far from secure. In hindsight, Ankh-Tifi's anxieties seem to be more than justified, as following events will attest.
So, by the use of the ancient Egyptian language, Ankh-Tifi lived in Taseti, so to speak, the greater areas of Taseti. Ankh-Tifi would be Nehesi, or a southerner, right? And here we see how he declared himself king and had to deal with other southerners.
So we bid farewell to Ankh-Tifi, a man who, for better or worse, exemplifies the difficulties of the early First Intermediate period. His death marks the end of that early phase. Now we move into the Middle Years, a time when things will become even more convoluted politically and also far more violent.
I'm just letting him play, man. Don't trip.
The next part of the story requires a little bit of geographic table setting. We are focusing on a very specific part of the Nile Valley, an area that today is known as the Kenna Bend.
All right, let's stop.
The Kenna Bend
right here
is an area where the Nile Valley bends. As it makes its way north towards the Mediterranean Sea, it suddenly veers eastward in a large loop, kind of like a letter C, but back to front. The river starts its bend just north of Hefat or Mawala, where Ankh-Tifi set up his tomb.
All right. So it started as being, we can see where it started as being. He said that's right about where Ankh-Tifi set up his tomb. But he called it the Kenna Bend. I never heard that term. So we probably want to store that term so when we're talking about this bend of the Nile.
It moves northeastward, passing major towns like Armant, Luxor or Thebes, Gebtu or Koptos, and Dendera, and then it starts to make its way westward once more, before it resumes its northward journey around the area of Abydos. The Kenna Bend is significant for a couple of reasons. Firstly, it dramatically extends the length of the Nile Valley in this particular area. When the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, this eastward bend massively expands the amount of farmland in the southern regions, and also brings the Nile Valley further out into the eastern hills. That is important. The eastern tip of the Kenna Bend happens at a place called Koptos, ancient Gebtu, and it is here, at Koptos, that the ancient Egyptians used to start their journeys when they headed to the Red Sea. There are several paths that make their way through the eastern hills, but the path starting at Koptos is the shortest one. It is known today as the Wadi Hammamat, and it is a famous site in Egyptology. The Wadi Hammamat connects the Kenna Bend of the Nile Valley to the coast of the Red Sea, and it is dotted with various mines for copper and gemstones in the eastern hills. The Egyptians used these paths frequently at all eras of their history, and the Wadi Hammamat is one of the most significant roads through that eastern desert. That makes the Kenna Bend and the city of Koptos on its eastern edge extremely important from a strategic and economic perspective. Here, access to the Wadi Hammamat and the Red Sea coast was easier than any other point on the Nile Valley. And for the people living in southern Egypt, that made Koptos, or Gebtu, one of the most prominent centers. On the other side of the Nile Valley, to the west, the Kenna Bend presents the opposite problem. If you are looking at the Nile Valley, the desert seems to bulge eastward at this exact point. So anyone living along the river here, say at Waset or Luxor, Gebtu or Koptos, or Iyunet or Dendera, if they need to access the western desert to travel to the oases or the trading routes that go into Africa, this particular point is not an ideal starting place. Traveling westward from the Kenna Bend takes days longer than it would at other locations. But they still want to access those regions, which means that the desert hills in this massive bulge are also incredibly strategic. This is important to understand.
We got a peep game on what he just taught us right there, because there's so much lugs in what he just said, for reasons that he ain't talking about. For one, particularly inside of the Kenna Bend, we have Nakata, right? So from the geography we just learned, if Nakata is along the Nile and is within the Kenna Bend, no one's going to start a trek into into the Western Desert, the African trade routes in the Western Desert from Nakata. It's just gonna be geographically dumb to do. But so that'll be significant later as well.
Stand with the story that is about to unfold, because much of the conflict that begins in this region around 2055 BCE focuses on those desert paths, the routes leading away from the Nile River out towards the east and west. We'll explore this more as the story unfolds, but to set the scene.
Now, that busted every Mediterraneanite head in the world. Because when they was fighting over trade routes, y'all thought they was fighting over trade routes to get some Mediterranean shit. God, he just wounded a lot of people with. No. They fighting over the routes to get into Central Africa and the routes to get out to the Red Sea. Let's repeat that. This is the North, just like I was saying before. At this time period, above this Man, they wasn't even tripping. They got all the people down here unified and smashed up and smashed out the Northern King, who was some noodle that they wasn't dealing with. But dude will tell you. So as far as these people was concerned, Nakata in these areas was like the north of this intermediate battle. And he'll tell you in those exact words.
The Kenna Bend, starting just north of Hefat or Moala and stretching east as it carries on its journey, is a strategic part of the Nile Valley. And soon it would become a battlefield. For this episode, the most significant towns on the Kenna Bend are the cities of Waset, Thebes or Luxor, and the city of Gebtu, also known as Koptos. The two towns are located on the eastern edge of the bend. Waset is in the southern portion, and Gebtu is in the northern. Both locations are strategically significant, and the area between these two towns, along the Nile River and in the desert hills to the west, were going to be the flashpoint in the first phase of conflict. Now, to understand that conflict, let's meet the rulers of these particular towns, starting with Waset. Today, the modern visitor to Luxor, Thebes, or Waset mainly sees monuments of the New Kingdom and the Greek and Roman periods. The Temple of Karnak, for instance, is almost entirely a product of those eras. Same with the Temple of Luxor and the memorial structures on the West Bank. To imagine Waset or Luxor around the First Intermediate Period, you basically have to delete all of the famous monuments from your mind's eye. Instead, we need to imagine an agricultural zone, dotted with smaller villages and maybe one large settlement around the area of modern Karnak. We could imagine the West Bank having a few tombs and maybe some tiny shrines or temples dedicated to famous locals. Archaeologists working in Luxor have found traces of these early periods, small corners of the villages or settlements, a few tombs and cemeteries dating to the earliest phases, and tiny traces of the rulers whom we are about to meet. To find those meager traces, archaeologists often have to dig below later monuments. So a lot of what we know about early Waset comes from tiny sections discovered between much greater monuments. And yet, those tiny fragments have been remarkably informative, and we know a lot more than you'd expect about the early rulers of Thebes. Let's introduce some of them. Around 2055 BCE, give or take, the ruler of Waset, or Thebes, was a man named Ini-Itef, or Iniotef. This translates as, he brings his father, possibly referring to a deity who can be the metaphorical father of the individual. In modern English, we tend to read this name as Intef.
The map I'm looking at now is on Wikipedia. You type Nome map Egypt and then reference the photograph that's inside of that article.
You're going to hear that name a lot in the coming episodes. Intef, also known as Intef I, was the great overlord of Waset.
Now listen, we got to remember these titles. Great overlord would probably be Hori-Tep Ah. I'm pretty sure he's about to say that, and because I heard him say it before, and I know the title. Hori-Tep Ah. Now, when we talk about ancient Egyptian titles, we need to understand that a Hori-Tep Ah ain't even as big as a Hakan, maybe, right? But he is an overlord and a leader of his area, the great foremost of his area.
The Hori-Tep Ah in Waset. He is the first major figure in what would become a new political dynasty. The family seems to come from a sort of rural aristocracy. They show up in the historical records around 2100 BCE or so, as the Old Kingdom slowly faded into irrelevance. We don't know if this family, the Intefs, held any political power during the Old Kingdom. But at the very least, we can say that as royal power started to decline, the Intef family started to consolidate power. And before too long, they would make their own bid for authority. Around 2055 BCE, give or take.
So what did we just learn? That the Intefs was from Thebes. Wasetians. From Waset.
The great overlord of Waset, Ini-Yitef, or Intef I, made his bid for independent authority. He did this by adopting a title. Monuments and artifacts referencing Intef give him the title Cheritep-A in Shemau. This translates as the great overlord of southern Egypt.
Now, he changed that title. He's about to talk about it, but notice he has Shemau on the end of his title. So as Antefi was claiming to be the overlord of just the kin, the dude above him said, no, I'm the overlord of Shemau, the whole Upper Egypt. See Tashemau right here? So he like, I'm the overlord of all this. Now that's going to start some beef.
The title Great Overlord of the South is kind of a combination of two pre-existing titles. The first is Cheritep-Aya, or Great Overlord, which applies to a specific district or region of the Nile Valley. Ankh-Tifi, for example, was a Great Overlord in his district. But Intef I takes that title and combines it with another one, the title of Overseer of the South. The Southern Overseer, or Imira Shemau, is actually a royal title, one belonging to a servant of the crown. We met one of these Overseers of the South in the previous episode, when Ankh-Tifi had to deal with an inspection by one of those overseers. The
We were supposed to, man, they cut that episode off. We were supposed to listen to Ankh-Tifi whole episode, but they didn't play that part.
Historical records relating to the Overseers of the South are surprisingly detailed and extensive. We know several of them from the Old Kingdom and First Intermediate period. But Intef I takes that title, Overseer of the South, and combines it with his existing title of Great Overlord. Effectively, he is declaring himself the ruler of the entire southern part of the country.
Now notice he didn't even claim that he was the ruler of what we consider Egypt today. So then there is a north and a south inside of Tashemau, is what I'm trying to get people to understand. What he claimed excluded all of Tamehu, which would be up here. He just said, look, I'm the ruler of Tashemau. The significant portions to them at that time. Well, let's continue.
This is an incredibly significant move. In our previous chapters, we saw how Ankh-Tifi was able to expand his political authority and his rule over several neighboring districts. But no matter how powerful he became, Ankh-Tifi always worked within the existing royal system.
So, remember, I was probably the only person that ever made Ankh-Tifi become so significant because we trying to understand these magi and how they came in and all of that and they placement. But he also has certain significance on Ankh-Tifi's role.
He never tried to claim titles higher or more grandiose than he was legitimately entitled to. He never visibly overstepped what was acceptable. But Intef I goes further than Ankh-Tifi ever did. Instead of simply expanding his authority over neighboring regions, his claim to be a great overlord, not just of a district, but of all the southern lands, was basically a challenge to the royal authority. In a sense, Intef had declared himself an independent ruler.
Alright, that's cool. And y'all can go, I'm gonna let it keep playing, but...
Shortly after his self-promotion, we begin to find records of Intef as the great overlord of the south. The most significant one is a stela, a stone slab decorated with images and hieroglyphs belonging to one of Intef's servants. This servant was also named Intef. You can also read this name as Antef, so I'm going to call this man Antef to distinguish him from the ruler. Antef was a general, an overseer of troops, or Emira Mesha. Basically, he was in charge of the great overlord's private army, the troops of Waset that would enforce their political will. Antef, the general, is significant because his stela tells an interesting tale of political events during this time. He says the following,
listen to
quote,
this.
I, the general Antef, traveled downriver and upriver on a mission for the hereditary prince and great overlord of the south, Iniyitef, or Intef I. I went to the place where the rulers of northern and southern Egypt were going. Every chief had gathered there, and they rejoiced upon meeting me, because I was excellent of speech.
Let's stop. He went to the place where now we need to find this inscription, Intef I, because he went to the place where the rulers of Upper and Lower Egypt. We need to see all of that terminology. It ain't this Intef, because he said it was two Intefs. It was this Intef's bodyguard. So these are so identify with the proper. So we want to make sure we don't get them confused. And I want to see if they show something about what he's talking about. Because he said he went to the place where all the rulers of what? Do it say Kemet there? Do it say Tashama'u? Do it say, he just said Egypt. Let's see if we can find them talking about this other intel. Maybe I can write general intel. Intel general. Okay, this might be him. Yep. See? Antef. Yep. This is him. So we about to see if we can find that. Is Intef a word connection? A word connected to the Magi? I wouldn't say so. From just my limited knowledge, I wouldn't know how it would be connected to the Magi. His main title was overseer of the troops. Okay, he's in Tomb 386. Let's see if they talk about his. They show the siege of a Palestinian fortress. Oh, but they don't got his inscription nowhere. How can I find it? All right, I have to go to this tomb. TT, I can find that. Just put it on that. Debian tomb. Here we go. Tomb of Intef. So now we want to see if we can find an inscription in here to see if we can see the metal netcher. And we can see the metal netcher. Now, so that just says Majau, but I mean, Jau, all right, Jau-E. In Rapa. Oh, I don't know. All right, in Rapa. All right. Horitep So this is what they're saying. He's the Horitep right here. And I get this is Nakin. So he's the wait. That is Nakin, right? Look at this one. What's this now? So you see the double pillars on top of this. Now let me go back to the map. Come over here. And watch to see the double pillars on number 3. Wow, got it, boy. You know I know what I'm talking about. Check this out. See them double pillars? Right here. Nakin. See? So now when I come back to the text, you're going to say how you know it was that. Because you got to know it was that, bro. Hold on. Look. Right here. Double pillars on top of a standard. So now we know he is the Horitep M Nakin. That's a pot. But then when we got under here, it looked like a sonnet board. Men, so that is men Meretz. Men Meretz. Men means to establish, to bring together. Meret is like love, but since he establishes something and bringing together, I think this Meret is like some troops or something. Or some, it can mean weavers or common people. But it says Meret, Met, Sheer. Oh yeah, okay, I gotta peek this out. I don't know. What was I trying to read this to see if it said something about what? I forgot. I just was trying to look at that. How did we get here so fast? Let me see. Oh, this is the tomb of. That's right. I'm just going backtracking my steps. Nakin to see what we was trying to see. Oh, tomb of Intef. We trying to see his text to see when he said he went to all these places that dude was talking about. Is there any other part that we could read? Because he ain't talking about no locations on that point. Anyway, this is how I get lost. Trying to find the text. See what it reflects. That reminds me of a lyric that I said that was hot. A song called Sunday's Best. There goes some text, but we can't really read it or make it. There goes some text. Suppose they will have the whole inscription there, right? Damn, they had somebody sitting like that. Well, we just looked at the tomb, but I don't think they have any scholarship level photos of the text where we can actually read it. Bit of it. That's cool.
I am one who is outspoken, the commanding of voice on the day of gathering. I am the revered one, Antef. End quote. This little passage may not sound like much, but it seems to record something interesting. The General Antef tells of a gathering, a meeting, between the rulers, or Hekau, of northern and southern Egypt. That is, he seems to be describing a convocation, a great meeting of political leaders at a specific location and time. The purpose of this great council is not recorded, and Antef does not tell us who exactly was gathering in this place. But if we read between the lines, there are a couple of interesting things going on here. Presumably, this council was called by the king living in the north, because logically, they would be the only one with the authority to summon everybody to a single place. But significantly, the General Antef does not reference that particular king. He doesn't give their name, and he doesn't even say that it was the king himself who organized this meeting. That tells us something about the political attitude going on here. Even if the General Antef is traveling to the Great Council, he is not willing to publicly acknowledge the authority or even the identity of that northern king. So clearly the General Antef and his master, the great overlord of the south, Intef I, considered themselves to be politically independent. They did not have to answer to the king or acknowledge his identity and rule in any specific way. They might go to the meeting, but they would do so on their own terms. Equally significant, Intef I, the great overlord of Waset and the south, did not travel to this meeting in person. He sent his representative, Antef the general, to go on his behalf. Now, Antef claims to have been a great speaker and one whom everybody was glad to see. Because of his excellent skill and his wonderful speech, when he showed up, everybody was happy. The party don't start till he walks in. We can also make a few guesses about the political situation. On the one hand, Intef I, the overlord of Waset and supposed great overlord of the south, feels secure enough to not attend a meeting between all the rulers or hekau of the land. He feels so politically important and influential that he can send a representative on his behalf. As if this meeting is beneath his notice, he does not have time to exchange pleasantries. Alternatively, you could read this situation as Intef I testing the waters of his newly claimed position. The fact that Intef sends his general rather than attending the meeting itself.
Man, that's a whole good one. I know I don't want to just stop it in the middle, but I don't want to play the whole thing. It's an hour long, and I played a lot because I wanted to. I don't know why he talked about that in Tefi, but when I listened to Tefi, they didn't say nothing about it.
Your teen requested a ride, but this time not from you.
Peace to Brother Reggie. What's up? I see you. Shamsu Patah. Black Alchemy. What's up? I'm listening to these commercials in my headphones so I can get back to the text. Oh boy. Let's see.
The autobiography of Ankh Tifi from his tomb at El Mawala, published by Jacques Van Dier in 1950 and translated to English by the authors of Osiris Net. Minor changes and recording by Dominic Perry. Quote, "The hereditary prince, the count, the seal-bearer of the king of northern Egypt, the sole companion, the lector priest, the overseer of the troops, the overseer of the foreign-speaking troops, the leader of the mountainous regions, the great overlord of the districts of the throne of Horus and of Nekhen." Ankh Tifi says the following, quote, "Horus brought me into the district of the throne of Horus, or Edfu, for life, prosperity, and health, and to re-establish order, or Ma'at, there. I acted on it. I was delighted that Horus wanted to re-establish order there, and I said, may he send me there to restore order. I found the domain of Kui inundated like a marsh, disregarded by the one who had the effective responsibility for it, and ruined under the direction of a wretch. I made a man embrace the slayer of his father, or the one that had killed his brother, in order to re-establish the order in the district of the throne of Horus. How happy was the day on which I found prosperity in this district. I will not permit that the emotion of discord prevails again, now that all forms of evil, which people hate, have been suppressed. I am the vanguard of people and the rear guard of people. I was a man who found the solution when it was lacking in the country, thanks to my effective plans. I was a man of skillful word who knew how to gather his courage on the day when it was necessary to unite the three districts. I am a champion without peer.
Stop.
I was a man who spoke out freely when the people were
on the
silent.
day, on the day when it was time to unite the three districts, they wasn't even tripping off everything. He trying to unite Waset, or Komombo, Taseti, Edfu, and the Kin, which we know as Egyptian Nubia. And it should be pointed out that everything we talking about that South, that's what they referencing.
Day when it was necessary to sow fear, when southern Egypt was in silence. As for everyone to whom I extended my hand, no misfortune was ever caused by them, because my heart is sealed and my intentions are excellent. But all ignorant ones, all wretches who stand against me, they have received according to what they gave. Oh, misfortune will be said about the one who is accused by me, because I have made that his hull will take water like that of a boat, because I am a champion who does not have an equal. I am the vanguard of the people and the rear guard of the people, because a man such as I did not exist and will never exist, because a man such as I has not been placed in the world and never will be brought into the world again. I have done more than what my ancestors did, and my successors will never equal me during this 1,000,000 years in all that I have done. Indeed, if I am satisfied with this troop of Hefat or Moala, this land is also satisfied. But if one steps on my tail as upon that of a crocodile, the south and the north, this entire country is in terror. If I seize the oars, I find the city gates shut, the doorbolts pushed and
Let's
locked.
stop. Hold on.
As for the one who makes a sailing toward...
So we got too many attestations of city walls and city gates and mud brick walls when we read the primary text. Edfu was surrounded by mud brick walls. We found the gates, the double gates of Kemet, and they're not talking about metaphorical walls of a city, because he's going to say when he ran up on Thebes, they wouldn't come outside the gates.
Abju, or Abydos, in order to betray his duty, the lookout who is upon the walls sees him. And if I provoke a quarrel, the wretched one exclaims, "It is a..."
The lookout who was on the walls of Edfu. So we need to know these places were circled with walls.
Misfortune. This is because I am a brave man who does not have an equal. I brought the advice of the overseer of the south, who resides in the district of Chenni, or Thinis, to come to investigate the actions of the count, the overseer of priests, and the great chief of the district of the rural area named Hotep. This is certainly not a thing that I have found to have been done by the other overlords which existed in this district. I have done this thanks to my excellent plans, thanks to my far-sighted words, thanks to the care that I took in the daytime and the night-time. It is because I am a brave one who does not have an equal. The overseer of troops of Iyunumontu, Armant, said to me, "Come, O honest man, sail with the river current down to the fortress of Armant." Then I went down to the country west of Armant, and I found that the forces of Waset, Thebes, and Gebtu, Coptos, in their entirety, had attacked the fortress of Armant.
So hold on. This is what we said. When we was just going off our own intuition and putting together the facts, we knew Antefi, who was the boss of Nakian and the boss of Nubia, got called up past Thebes to Armat. Now, Armat ain't on this map. Wait. Let's make sure. Nah, yeah, Armat ain't on this map, right? But we could pull up and call the location. But he talking about in this area. And he's seen that Thebes, which is Intef and them, or the people before Intef and them, had already beat down Armat. This Antefi, so peep his game.
Which is located in the region named the Hill of Semek Sen. It was because of this that they had come to me. Then my arms were strong there, against them like a harpoon in the nostrils of a hippopotamus in flight. Then I went upstream to demolish their fortresses with the valiant troop of Hefat.
Let's stop. We got a big game.
It is because I am a brave man who does not have an
Where did he
equal.
go after that? He went upstream. So they passed up. Look, he from here. He got called up here by some people who seen that these people from Thebes had smashed up and Coptos had smashed up. I'm just making an area because Armat is somewhere in this area. Smashed up the people on here. So he said he went upstream, not downstream. So he got up to about Thinis and was like, what? We about to go back and smash Thebes. And came to Thebes. And let's see what happened.
Count, the overseer of the troops of the rural area, Unktifi the Brave, says, "Having gone downstream with my faithful and brave recruits, I landed on the western bank of the district of Waset, or Thebes. The front of my fleet
Hold
was
on, because you got to. So if he went upstream, I mean down. First he went down here to get with the people. Then he said he went upstream. Now he going back downstream. So he must have passed up Thebes, went to Nicaea, and came back with his troop. But you have to listen, though. Listen, I'm rewinded.
It is because I am a brave man who does not have an equal. The Count, the overseer of the troops of the rural area, Tifi the Brave, says, "Having gone downstream with my faithful and brave recruits, I landed on the western bank of the district of Waset, or Thebes. The front of my fleet was at the hill of Semexen, and the rear of my fleet was at the domain of Chemmi. My faithful recruits looked for fighting in the region situated to the west of Waset, or Thebes, but no one dared to come out for fear of them. Then, having gone downstream..."
So he looked for some fighting west of Thebes, but nobody came out for fear of Tefi's troops.
I approached the eastern
We gotta
bank
go back.
recruits. Tifi the Brave says, "Having gone downstream with my faithful and brave recruits, I landed on the western bank of the district of Waset, or Thebes. The front of my fleet was at the hill of Semexen, and the rear of my fleet was at the domain of Chemmi.
Damn.
My faithful recruits looked for fighting in the region situated to the west of Waset, or Thebes, but no one dared to come out for fear of them. Then, having gone downstream, I approached the eastern bank of Waset, or Thebes, the rear of my fleet being at the tomb of Imbi, and the front of the fleet being at the meadow of Sagar. We besieged the walls of Sagar after it, the city, had closed its doors in front of us through fear."
Hold on. After the city had closed its doors in fear. Can we not at least appropriate the fact that, I mean, I know it's a side note, but that these cities seem to be encircled in walls?
Them. Then, having gone downstream, I approached the eastern bank of Waset, or Thebes, the rear of my fleet being at the tomb of Imbi, and the front of the fleet being at the meadow of Sagar. We besieged the walls of Sagar after it, the city, had closed its doors in front of us through fear. Then my faithful recruits were transformed into scouts throughout the regions to the west and east of Waset, in their desire to look for the fight, but no one dared to come out for fear of them. It is because I am a brave man who does not have his equal. As for any overlord of a district who will govern in Hefat, and who would commit a bad and malevolent act towards this sarcophagus, or towards any part of this tomb, his arm will be cut for the god Hemen at his procession of the district. His arm will be cut for Hemen at his procession on the east bank. His arm will be cut for Hemen at his procession on the west, at his procession of the great shade, and Hemen will not accept that one's offering of meat on the day of his majesty, and Hemen will accept none of his meals, and his son will not inherit from him. I acquired for myself this sarcophagus and all elements of their tomb, because there is not in this tomb a door that is due to a foreigner's work, no pillar that is due to a foreigner, because I showed in southern Egypt how it was necessary to fight, and in this country how necessary it was to seal one's heart, and I made it so that one praised my strong doors and my sarcophagi, because I made this sarcophagus with wooden boards that come from the trees of Gebtu or Koptos. May no one ever say the equivalent. It is because I am a brave man who does not have an equal.
These fools
I gave
bragging.
bread to the one who was hungry, and clothing to the one who was naked. I purified the one who was not purified. I gave sandals to the one with bare feet. I gave a wife to him who had no wife. I took care of the towns of Hefat and of Hormer at the moment when the sky was clouded and the earth was parched in the wind, when every man would die of hunger on the sandbank of Apophis. The south came with its people, the north came with its children. I reported this, and I gave my southern grain, and I arranged that the southern grain make haste. Towards the south it reached the land of Wawat, and in the north it reached the district of Chenni, or thinness. The whole of southern Egypt.
So Ankh Tefi from the kin, right, said that he fed people all the way down to Wawat. This is more evidence that they wasn't really talking about places below Wawat, even in his time period. And all the way up to thinness. And let's peep game.
Egypt was dying of hunger, to the point that every man was forced to eat his own children. But I caused that nobody died of hunger in this district. I gave grain to southern Egypt, which was received as a ration. This is certainly not a thing that I have found to have been done by any of the overlords that existed before me. Indeed, never did an overseer of the troops of this district do anything similar. I cared for the house of Abu, Elephantine, and for the town of Iyat Negen, the Mound of the Bulls, during those difficult years, after the towns of Hefat and Hormer had been satisfied. It is certainly not a thing that I have found to be done by my fathers before me. I was like a mountain for Hefat, and like a cool shade for Hormer. The whole country had become like starving locusts going upstream or downstream in search of food. But I never allowed anybody in need to sail from one district to another. It is because I am a brave man who does not have an equal. I made a door up to the height of the sky. Its summit is covered with stars. That which is on the lintel, they are Uraeus serpents, and its framework is the god Neheb-Kau. The uprights of the frame and the top of the frame.
Well, he's just about to talk a lot about his premises, but about his accomplishments and his feats and his willingness to go up and fight against the people of Thebes who were. He cited the north to be as far as thinnest, but then said they sell. As far as his fight of this second intermediate period was concerned, but you got to remember it was people after him from Thebes who eventually unified the south and then went further on to smash out the people who were claiming kingship in the north. Let me see if somebody want to hit a link. Let me see. But they ain't refuting nothing. Back to the original meaning of this video. I like to go off track to give me something to talk about. Oh, there I go, but I'm all, my camera just
recording in progress.
That camera because it's way too low. Let me see, recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Recording stopped.
I just got to show y'all something because I know talent, right? So when my daughter was playing basketball, that's why I moved to the city I moved to, because she was hooping with this girl who was off the hook. Let me show y'all something. Man, I was telling y'all you could go look at my YouTube. Go look at my Instagram. And like 5-6 years ago, I was like, man, this girl Jordan Lee from Stockton is about to be the truth. So I was doing hella traveling from where I lived to get to Stockton to get my daughter to the school. They had not drafted her, but brought her in to play with Jordan because she was playing with Jordan already. Now let me show you this. Team USA 18U basketball. Not only was I right, but I told you this is one of the best girls in the world. I was watching her forever. I was saying it.
Jordan Lee.
Look. She got drafted to Texas, so y'all about to see her at Texas. But you know, a player could do what they want to do, but she got the potential. So she just was on the Team USA, just won a gold medal. Come on, man. I told you, I'll be talking about. I was like, man, she's
Jordan's gold medal
raw.
with USA Basketball U18 team.
The United States earned the
Yes.
2024 U18 Women's.
Now these the best girls in the world at 18 right now. Remember? Jordan Lee right there from Stockton. What I told y'all.
AmeriCup gold medal.
She used to be giving girls the business. I don't even see her how long. What they might have. They'll use the wrong picture.
Asterisk.
Because number 8 is this is from the year before that. They hella stupid. There she go right there. But anyway, I got threw off track, but I was telling y'all, man.
Jordan Lee, the pride of Stockton, California.
Oh, she be balling.
Joining me here on Zoom. She is a gold medalist now. Recently over the weekend, U18, Team USA taking down Canada in the 2024
there they go right there.
U18 Women's American.
So now when I was sitting in them gyms and I was tweeting out them, remember y'all used to be at the hoop game and I'd be tweeting from the hoop game. I told y'all, I was like, man, they in there balling. All right, now that's just another confirmation of seeing that talent. But anyway, did I open up the Zoom? Did I share the link? Let me share the link. Not the screen, the link. Now, you know, if you make Team USA, you do got to be one of the best in the world. Oh, here go the chat. Feel free to hit that link. Y'all got something to say. There you go right there. I just pinned that message. Let's get back to some of the stuff they just didn't refute. Right? I mean, did anybody even go look in this book to see if it really said that? People just don't. Of course it say that. Then you're going to be perplexed and trying to figure out why was they saying Aset was born a black and ruddy woman. Because she was. Now, we went to the Oxford Encyclopedia of Ancient Egypt. Shout out to Kimsey for bringing this out on them. Where it read, thus by modern American standards, it is reasonable to characterize the Egyptians as black, while acknowledging the scientific evidence for the physical diversity of Africans. Did anybody refute that? They just played with it. You got cats still saying that the modern Egyptians was the ancient Egyptians. Can you categorize the modern Egyptians as black? I don't think so. Not all of them. Everybody argued for years and decades over the blackness of Mentuhotep's statue. Then when we whip this out, what they say? They really couldn't say nothing because this is a source. A statue of the Middle Kingdom founder it should say Neb-Khepper, what do they say? Neb-Khepet-Ra Mentuhotep with black skin may point to Nubian ancestry, although the use of black may simply reflect the statue's Osirian symbolism. Artistic and physical evidence suggests that his wives, Ashait, Henenet, Kimsit, and Sadeh, were probably Nubian. Uncontested, unrefuted. Well, I don't be having no time to waste. See, don't nobody got no... They gonna just tell you, why was she black? Why would they not gonna put no sources on the screen that's more up to date than these that contest against this. The scholars are coming to conclusions that maybe we tripping. Maybe this did have something to do with their southern ancestry. But I'm not saying it The Oxford Handbook of Ancient Nubia is saying it. That's the part. That's why they don't be one. That's why they can't do nothing. Because it ain't really Smash saying it. He reading what the book say. So now we got to go discredit the book. Let's just discredit all the sources. Let's just discredit all the sources. There go Brother Reggie in the building. Good to have Brother Reggie in the building. I'm going to share my screen. Once Reggie mic pop on, we live. So what did they do? They just really had nothing to say about this. Another example sometimes cited is the appearance of Amenhotep I's queen mother, Amos Nefertari, who is consistently shown with a black complexion, contrary to the norms of representing Egyptian women. While various explanations have been advanced for this other than her actual appearance, there is one case where she is shown directly opposite Amenhotep in a manner which leaves no doubt that this was actually her appearance. That's what the Oxford Handbook of Ancient Nubia concludes. So with Brother Reggie.
Hey, good to hear you. I've been doing something for the last a week and a half on uncovering the first Black Egyptologist, working with two PhDs, and we'll see. It's early, so we're going to see where it goes. But we have a Black American before Mark Delaney, who is the first Egyptologist who initially was working with Champollion's, I think, nephew and stuff. And so Black Americans have had a, how can I say, a major contribution. This particular person was interdisciplinary 100 years before Dr. Sheikh Anta Diop. And he was really substantial in formulating a methodology before Sheikh Anta Diop. He actually they contracted him or contacted him to deal with the Atlantis fable, and he was very snappy about the Egyptologist methodology, and so been working on that. I think that you are absolutely right. You're in a very important period where the Africans weren't depending on the North. There is the Inin Nasud, the king of the Inin Nasud. He's in this fight between Antefi the Intef. He's in that fight, but in this particular period, the Africans are relying on themselves.
But basically, they don't narrate it right, because the real fight for Egypt took place in what they call Egyptian Nubia, so to speak. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and then the Kata region on that whole area right there. And then there's also this is there too. This is important. Yeah, no, this.
I know, but what they call it, like Chinis or something. Yeah. I feel you. It had the TCH. Yeah.
And it seemed to have disappeared. It disappeared in conflict. That was the time period. It was very important, but it disappeared. And the also thing is that it's a cattle culture, and there's a drought. So there's a major drought going on with the Nile, and his food supplies are problematic. And Tefi, he becomes so important because he's able to feed his people. So this whole, there's all of these different actors. One group of actors is saying that they weren't Black, or they didn't consider themselves Black, but they had a Black reality because they were still had sacred things that were Black.
Well,
right?
to this day, everything we're talking about is in the areas of where they say the Black people of Egypt are to this day, like Nakin, and this is Luxor, and they say if you see the people of Luxor, they talk about all this stuff, and so it's hard to get around it.
And they depict themselves darker. See, that's the funny thing is, so when you go and you look at Tefi, if you pull up on Tefi's, these people from the South, they depict themselves darker.
Exactly.
And so then, rather than the lighter type images that they like to show in museum, they don't show the very the darker period. And so you are in a very, very nice area right now because nobody is talking about what's happening in the north, right? And then shortly after, you're going to have Mentuhotep, right? He's going to emerge, but not yet. Right now, you're dealing with the Intebs. And that is a important period. And they got it all wrong. I was on a chef show, right? First of all, they were using words like watch war, right? And then even before the Mediterranean, they was using words like Aegean, right? So where does this Mediterranean bullshit come from, right? So that goes into the garbage. And then the other group of people, again, with this Black reality, they had a Black reality because these are the only groups of people that are making things Black sacred. Kim is related to sacred things, not just the color, right? And so it's like this. It's like at some point, they're not relevant. They're only relevant on YouTube, right? They're never going to write a paper, right? They're going to have little comments to so-called to experts, right, to PhDs, but they're not going to ask the right questions, and it becomes now it's aggravating and really irrelevant what they say because guess what? Smash, you can write a third book, right? I just got so much things on my back that I can't finish what I'm writing. But they're never going to write anything that's accepted. And watch this. In next year sometime, a group of Egyptologists have come together and they're writing a book called Decolonizing Ancient Egypt. So they're going to decolonize it, right? And these are Egyptologists, a new young Egyptologist. When I mean young, I'm talking about those are about 55 years old and younger, right? Who are going to take the stab at decolonizing it from the old breasted and those groups of people. And the Egyptologist that was working on it contacted me and says, you know what, Reggie? I'm gonna cite your work, right? I'm gonna cite your work, right? And I'm like, okay, wow, can't wait till that comes out because then it doesn't matter. My book, my work is already cited by other scholars, but it would be great to see it cited in this decolonizing of ancient Egypt. And so I just say, Smash, we just continue to do these exercises to help the people who really want to learn. But we're the people who take people into museums, right? We're the people who read the text, right? They just hang on terms. They're not going to present at any conferences. They're not going to present at any conferences. My brother Flag there from ASCAC, right? Big brother Flag, OG, right? they're not known in any by any of the scholars, white or black, except for asking them to do a little interview. So it's kind of dried out. You know, it's really their terms, if they don't read the Meta people, if they can't get through some of the Meta, they're not relevant. You can't get around that. Don't approach this subject, right? Ha ha ha, kikiing, and you can't read nothing, right? And you don't have any sources. You just have sound bites. I'll stop because I see Brother Flag is.
Peace, Brother Flag.
You're muted.
Hotel family.
Hotel.
Reggie.
Ciao.
First of all, I just want to say welcome back to one of my favorite internet sabers, Brother Smash. I'm glad you made it over the water and back home safely. Missed your show. I did follow a little bit of what you did over there, and I hope you have continued success in that arena, which I'm sure you will.
Thank you.
I want to also thank Brother Smash and Brother Reggie because I followed up on a little thing you did when you introduced me, Reggie, as the Shammai, and I went on to have that transferred to be the coat of arms for the House of Flag from this day forward. Thank you, Reggie. I'm taking that forward. And I don't know if you received your letter, Smash, from the Western region. We're in the early stages of preparing for our conference in December. And I believe the dates was the first weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And I hope you'll be able to present. You specifically came to my mind for a couple of reasons. First of all, something you said on one of your shows about why you do your shows in the first place. You want to make this information available to the younger generations. And I agree with you, Reggie, when you say the 55 and under is what we would call the younger generations. And I think what you're doing is very important, Smash, and I do everything I can to publicize it and spread the word that you have your show out here. Our conference title this year is going to be African World History Project, the preliminary challenge has set us with the responsibility to connect with our future generations with wisdom and deep thought. That's a working title at this point. So I put your name on the list of people that we would like to have present. It's going to be Zoom. And I thought in terms of you telling your story, because it interconnects with our need and our theme of reaching out to the younger generation, and how you picked up as you started studying and how you got to where you are now. I think it'll be a wonderful opportunity for you to also publicize your book, which I have a copy of, and I greatly encourage people to get as well. So if you haven't got your letter, you will be receiving it pretty soon.
That's your home turf, Smash. You're on the West Coast.
Yeah, I haven't got the letter, but I'll be looking forward to it.
That's
outstanding. So I hope you won't be on tour in the first week of December. You think you might be
I
able
got
to
some
do?
shows at around that time, but we got to see how it lines up.
Okay. So that's what I had. Oh, and one other question for Reggie. You know, I was remembering that in the David Walker's appeal, I remember that he made reference to the glories of Kemet. So can you help me with where he might have got his information from?
Well, you know, Delaney, there was after Champollion, and then there's the person that I'm working on, I'm not mentioning him, and then later then there's there's David Walker and there's Delaney, and they're getting it right from the horse's mouth. They're getting it from France, and then there's Antonin Furman. So from David Walker's appeal, there's a fervor because Antonin Furman, who was the ambassador to the Free Republic of Haiti at this time, he goes to Egypt and he blows the whistle, right? Mm-hmm. So then there is this understanding that these people were Black because you have notable figures going to the. So I will look at David Walker's appeal. Give me some time and see if there is a source in the footnotes, because that's where the treasure is. It's always in the footnotes. Like, was there a conference? Who did he talk to? Right? Once you get an idea of who he talked to, right? And I think Dr. Mario Obenga did a great piece on Antonin Furman, and Mario Beatty did a great piece on Martin Delaney, right? But there's another person that's their daddy, right? That's in this region right now from the Americas, and he is listed as an Egyptologist, right? And he's Black like us, coming from the South, and he's listed as an Egyptologist.
When you gonna do that presentation?
I'm not, because only because it's a big interest of Dr. Ricchetti and
that's who's gonna present it, Dr. Ricchetti.
Dr. Ricchetti and Dr. Vanessa Davies.
Oh, okay.
They're working together, and I am just just one of the researchers. But everybody knows I've done some very huge lifting on finding this stuff out. But just to know that African Americans in slavery, right? Few of them were able to leave America and then go to Europe, and they were more accepted because France is the home of liberty. They have these liberty ideas, and they were accepted, and they did the work. So we have one who is just like Diop, but let's say Diop's uncle or even grandfather that was putting it together. So when Diop came, it was Price Mars. Price Mars is another one. Before Diop, right? When they came, it was a lot of the not a heavy lifting, but let's say the field was detreed, right? For them to have a place to begin to do their work. And so when people find out who this person is that I'm talking about, and what they did and how they're listed, right? That's for another generation. But take advantage of presenting at ASCAC. It'll be fun, right? The Western Region of the Association for the Study of Classical African Civilization. It would be fun for you. And guess what, Smash? I'm talking about, when I mean fun for you, I mean people. There's a lot of people that do this work, but a lot of people don't do the work like you, right? Like they might do some text, but they haven't been in a fight. They haven't been in a fight. They're preparing for the fight. You've actually fought Black people and white people in this fight. And that's a rarity because a lot of people are just shooting at the range. Not you. You've actually fought tooth and nail with Black people, our own people. And Flag knows about that. we've had to fight our own people throughout these years, right? Our own people. And that's where the fight is really, really bitter. So if you have the time, take advantage of that. And we're just trying to get the rest of the people ready. But these
It's going to be the first week in December. The first weekend is going to be a Friday, Saturday, and a Sunday. And we're going to make sure that we will slot you where it's most convenient for you. We're going to do everything we can to make sure that the presenters are give you as much comfort as we can afford you, so that it make it more likely for you to participate.
Yeah, all you got to do is just get into the text, and start talking about this Black reality, and show the corresponding text.
It's even more open than that, Reggie. One of the things that fascinates me so much about Smash is how he came into the knowledge in the first place. You know, the story that he told about, he first got his first contract and got a little money off his art, and he told his group, and correct me if I'm telling the story wrong, Smash, please. And you said that, hey, we the Hyros, and we off the hieroglyphics, and none of us read the hieroglyphics. The least we could do is learn that. And you said that was back in the 90s, correct?
The story is all correct, but I got into the glyphs a little bit after the 90s. I didn't have I didn't want to study until about 2005. You feel me? But yeah, you're right, 100%.
Yeah, and I mean, just that story about, I mean, the glyphs ain't no play thing. I mean, everybody can't do it. Everybody should give it a try. But and it's a lifelong task, as both you and Reggie know. I mean, to get to the level that you guys are, I mean, it's not something you just pick up and run through in a couple of semesters and come back and want to stand in front of people and act as if you're authority on the subject. No. And so that's one of the things that I think that would shine for us, Smash, and as well as your music. I love the how you put the lyrics of your studies into some of the things. And so we're very much concerned about refreshing, the membership with the younger people. That's one of the things. And we have the love for them, we have the desire to bring them in, but we don't have necessarily what's appetizing to them. We don't know what beats you guys are on these days. I mean, the majority of us don't, but they're talking about it every meeting.
Yeah, well, Brother Smash, people like myself who was young in the days of the 80s. So I was young. We make ourselves known. I had to beat back on my path. I had to beat back people who were how can I say, people like walking around with the Book of the Dead and stuff like that. I had to make myself known, and then I had to be useful, right? But Smash has got music related to this in a very high level. He just don't have, he has history in his music, right? Yeah. So you're right.
But also you put in the time. I mean, you put in decades, Reggie, and a lot of people that start off when you started off and when we started off, they fell to the wayside, or they went other places, or they just couldn't endure. Yeah, they couldn't endure. I mean, it's not easy.
They couldn't keep up, and so that's that. And so Smash is a keeper upper. He's in the fight, because I'm telling you, working with Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark and Dr. Jeffries, and we had to fight Black folks in our own ranks. The ASCAC stories, right? And the turf wars between the West Coast, right, and East Coast, and the turf wars. And I was a soldier back then, right? with Professor Small, right? You know, and then, you know, I unlike others, I actually like Malana Karenga, right? But, you know, I was there during the whole breakup between, you know, ASCAC and Malana Karenga, and I don't know why that really happened, right? Because there's redemption, and his work on the Nile Valley was actually exceptional, right? But yeah.
Before you go too much further with that, Reggie, please. You know.
Okay, so which side are you?
Wait, hold on. So talking about what you're talking about, that's historic. That's a Black thing. That's throughout our history as a people. We're gonna have that. Now, the way you characterize it, I want to soften that up a little bit, because you can, and my sources for it, which everybody can go to, is Larry Crow's History Makers, and on History Maker interview, Maulana Karenga himself will tell you why he walked away from ASCAP. Okay, so you hear from you can hear it out of his mouth why he said he did. Now, that's that. So what you know, that's a tradition that we carry on here, is that we minimize the conflicts to the point that we don't speak on them if it's not necessary, right? And we definitely don't speak up on them in a public forum where people are going to pick sides and without having information or experience or having any point to it. So that's all I was saying about that, man.
I hear you. I hear you, Uncle. I hear you. I hear you, Uncle.
I got the David Walker's appeal, and I have my copy. The introduction is done by James Turner, and so I was looking in the back for any references to where David Walker got his information about Kemet. But I just remember so vividly, and I think I was still in high school when I first read David Walker's appeal, and I was just so taken aback by the fact that they knew so much about the Nile Valley culture, about him, you know, because I still had that stereotype in my, you know, head that, you know, we were either down south picking cotton or we was up north doing something else. And so, but that was in the early days.
Well, Reggie, is Brother Flag spoiling the surprise?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought that's the person that you had in the cut. Yeah.
No,
thank you, man.
No. So here's the thing: is sometimes the young people, right? We have more research tools than our teachers and our mentors, right?
Absolutely, you do.
And so where he's looking, like, how can I say? We're able to get citations and go into different databases and go into different libraries, right? So no, he's not disturbing anything. He's just keeping me back from talking about our mistakes in
political intrigue. We'll leave the political intrigue to the
cut me up again.
Political intrigue to the side.
Yeah, but when you come in, this stuff can be, there are these sides, just like we have sides in our community. But Smash, in the West Coast, you will do well. You'll open up with a tune, right? And you bust that Black reality down, right? To the white.
Crazy, bro. They crazy, bro.
Hey, when is the next Leo Hansberry? We need to get in there.
Absolutely, we do. You're right.
You know what's up with that, Reggie?
Which one?
The next Leo Hansberry event.
Society. Yeah.
Oh, they'll let me know. I give you enough notice when they put it down. They'll let me know.
We need to call something together ourselves and invite all of them sisters.
Well, see, they're in their own, how can I say, for what they're doing, is incredible, right? And it's so we can assist. So I will ask when they do it again if there's room for us to assist on more questions and answers, right? Because one of the heads is it's not all sisters. It's Dr. Yosef Ben Levi, which Brother Flag knows, and it's
Salam Faraji.
yeah, Dr. Salim Faraji, right? So yeah, and we treated our community treated Salim Faraji so bad, he's not messing with us directly.
He ain't messing with them. He ain't messing with them. This is a different channel.
No, but what happens is that they attack him to hurt us, right? That's all what it was always about, right? And so he says, you know what, man, I'm in Cal State or wherever I am, and man, y'all people are not going to be messing with my life. I don't, you know, I talked to a few of you, but I'm not going to argue with you. I ain't going to argue with you. But when they do something, they always let me know. That's how we got involved in the first time. They always let me know. And I let who I want to know. That's how it goes. And now my group is smaller people that I want to talk with. I'm just I try my best, but you know, when I get clowned, that's a whole nother story now, you know. Yeah, you get no access. You get nothing, right? So there
That's
you go.
all some people can do is clown, though. They ain't got no facts and no sources.
Yeah. So yeah, take brother Elder Flag up on the offer, and I think there's Camdy verses out on the West Coast. So did Camdy verse? I'm trying to figure. I know Jedam Ankh went at least did a presentation in the Midwest, and so if you how can you contact Smash and so that maybe Camdyverse can put in the abstract?
You're talking to me?
Yes.
Yeah, I contacted them through, well, the person that's responsible. I sent it to the casual. I got it off of here, off the channel.
Okay, casual hieroglyphics.
Yeah, I believe that's the one.
Oh, maybe I need to check that. Maybe I did. Maybe I missed it or something. So I'll check it out.
Okay, and it's possible she hadn't set it off. We've been missing each other for the last couple of days because I was calling her to check and see who all the letters went out to so far.
What's her name? What's the president's name?
Makeda Kumasi. You know Makeda.
Makeda. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, she's nice.
Yeah, she's excellent, man. You talk about she's doing. Yeah, she's filling the footsteps of the shoes of Queen Nzinga quite nicely. I mean, it was ordained by the ancestors, as far as I'm concerned.
I've been in the fights. I've been in the fights, Flag.
Have you been streaming, Reggie?
No, I've just been doing politics shows. You
Talking about what?
Oh man, these people talking about Kamala's not black, right?
What's that all about? Why they doing that?
Because that's Egypt ain't black, Kamala not black, and so they didn't have
Kamala. All you gotta do is remember to stress the ka.
There you go. Stress.
I ain't doing that. I'm just saying that
That's her name, though.
Yeah.
You won't hear nobody saying Raji Marbury.
No, it's my accent. It's Kamala.
Yeah, there you go. You
so
was doing the Trump Kamala like a wrestler, like. Remember the wrestler? Wasn't his name Kamala or something?
Yeah.
Anyway,
Vice President Kamala Harris, what
Kamala
they're doing.
Harris, all right, keep going.
They're trying to say they started with Mighty Hebrew. Mighty Hebrew is one of them, and I don't want to get myself in trouble, but they did this whole show. I think Inky was involved in it, right? And they basically saying she's not black. And
So is Trump black?
huh?
Is Trump black?
What? No. Why would you?
What point would they be making then?
Yeah, their point is, black people shouldn't vote for us. Like she's not like us.
Also, they should vote for Trump because he more black than her. Then I guess.
Well, that's what they're doing. Is this guy Elder Yara? He seems to be a Trump person. He can't say nothing good about this woman. But you know what? He don't matter.
But they can't. I mean, that's their whole orientation. Their ideology is opposed to female leadership, period.
Well, I wouldn't vote for her because she was black anyway. That's how you dupe yourself. We got played by Obama because he didn't do nothing for no black people.
Oh boy.
Flag.
He probably did, but he did.
He gave us affordable health care. So he gave us.
Yeah, that's good. I ain't
gave
anti-Obama, but when it came to saying this is for black people, he didn't want to say that about nothing. Like Jews would say this is for Jewish people.
Wait a minute. Guys, come on now. We revolution. Is there any revolutionaries here?
What are you talking about, Flag?
You're talking about a political thing. So all we want to know is who's going to do the least amount of harm to the black community. And so that's the end of the conversation right there. I mean, neither one of them are representative or there to promote the interests of African American and African-centered people. We understand that. But if Cheeto Head gets in there, he's going to unleash and he's going to support and encourage the race soldiers that who's going to be coming to those who are least prepared to deal with them in our community. That's all I'm saying. I mean, no, I'm not political in that way at all. For me, the whole thing can burn down. We can start all over. Okay. But if you saying we got a choice between one guy over here that's promoting the Christian nationalists over there who really want to take us out, and this woman over here I don't know, y'all in the 21st century, but at least she's not an open enemy.
Well, I don't disagree with nothing you said.
I beg pardon?
I don't disagree with nothing you said.
Thank you.
Well, I disagree partly. Right, it's always the conditions that will unite us, right? So sometimes when we have a president, right, that is kind of softer, right, we have our own bourgeois elite, right, who goes against the masses of black people, right? Yes. But when the bourgeois elite feels the pain themselves, then there's more unity between us. So I would agree, it don't make no difference to us who wins. What makes difference to us is what we do with what our strategies change, right? To deal with this particular type of person. Because on the federal side, we're never going to get anything, but we have a growing bourgeoisie class that is against the masses. Disagree with me.
I wouldn't. Oh, Reggie.
All right. So I don't want. I'm just interjecting because Kofi said, "But the president's job is not to single out a race for favors." We're going to talk about that sentence, and then he said, secondly, I don't understand why we have to say what did Obama do for black people. I disagree with those statements because all you got to do is be in another race and then see exactly what they do for people. Let's just talk about Chinese people or the Japanese people. You just last year or two, they just passed some Stop Asian Hate bill. How was that good for you? How did that help you? That was strictly to one race of people, a bill written, right? Now, I don't think the president was responsible for that because presidents don't necessarily write the bills, but certain people in legislature write bills to affect certain races. They got all kind of stuff for anti-Semitism. That don't got nothing to do with nobody but Jewish people.
Actually, I have to disagree with you there, Smash. I'll give you an example. And I did want to get back to that guy's question. You said the first person in the chat. But as far as how the anti-Asian race thing, how does that help us? The same way all the work we did to dismantle the prejudice against Black people, the Latinos and others came and stood on the work that we did and advanced their group. Would you agree with that?
I don't disagree.
They did what they're supposed to do.
Yeah, I don't. But I want to see. I want to hear your point.
I don't understand.
Let's let
They
him
didn't
finish
have any
his
help
point.
to do
Let's
it.
let him finish his point.
So by the same token that those other groups stood on the work that we did, or the blood, sweat, and tears that we did to knock some of those barriers down, and they stood on our back and went on and took advantage of it, we can do the same thing. If they got an anti-Chinese bill, we can utilize whatever.
How do we use that if we ain't Chinese?
I don't know how to do it, but it's an anti-racism bill, but it's directed towards the Chinese. The same way as the Civil Rights Bill was directed for the descendants of the formerly enslaved until they changed that wording. That was specifically for Black people, right? But when they changed that wording and they changed it to minorities, the number one minority in the country is the white female by numbers. And they utilized that to start all these organizations and went on and took advantage of those rules or regulations that were enacted and now have been taken away, such as affirmative action to get more women in women's studies, gay studies, Latino studies. Those came because of us fighting to get Black studies, African studies. You see what I'm saying? So I don't want to get on a sidetrack and talk about other people's issues. I want to stay on African-centered issues. I want to stay straight on that. So that question you said somebody wrote in the chat, what did they say? The first question they said.
I will try to recant. Let me go back. See if I can see it up there still. I don't know if I passed it or.
Because a lot of times when we get in these conversations, we cannot get a lot of nourishment out of the dialogues because we go in so many different directions at one time. If we practice staying on that one point that we initially started on and mine that for all it's worth, I think we could grow better together.
All right, now he said, let's see. He said, but a president's job is not to single out a race for favors.
Exactly.
All right, go ahead.
That's the point I wanted to get to. In this race, one of the presidential candidates will definitely section out certain things for the advantage of a race.
Exactly.
So that's the person we don't want. So whoever's left gets our vote. That's my logic. That's my reason right there.
All right. My retort is that we have done more with less throughout the period of after slavery. More with less. Now we have more and we do less. We have a bourgeois Black elite group, right, who likes the status quo, likes their favoritism. They're always up front. We have people like Maxine Waters, right, who is in California, right, who is in charge of loans, housing, the finances. And none of that stuff trickles down. We have Black congressmen. We have plenty of Black congressmen. It's them that's supposed to work night and day for our issues because we elected them, right?
So what's the argument being, like, what are we talking about exactly? I'm just getting lost. I'm lost, not you.
Yeah, well, thank you. So the issue is my brother Flag is trying to say the person that we want in office is the one who's going to be softer, right? who is going to, how can I say, not have their foot on our neck, right? And I just disagreeing with him because that encourages this unity of our people, right? Because conditions are the things that unite us, has always united us. But when people have get out different lifestyles and pursue their forgot that there's a struggle going on, and feel that they're just Americans, and they're not Black, right? They are whoever they are, right? This division that we have right now is because of the bourgeois elite that we have, and that the masses of Black people, we haven't figured out, or we are rejecting things to keep them and make them accountable. So, I mean, this is the same thing that happened during the time of Intefi and the Intevs and the other groups, right? Trying to it's conditions that united these people ultimately. The need for food, shelter, right? Those things united the people.
All right, let's hear from George. Peace, George.
Peace, Smash. Peace, Brother Reg. Peace, the other brother on the panel. No, man, y'all just was hearing some of the things y'all was saying when I clicked on the live. It was kind of interesting, especially when y'all started talking about Barack and Callum. You know what I mean? But I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm not a Callum hater. I'm really not on either side. But when I do my little due diligence and I look into the, politics, to the extent that I do in my free time or whatever I come across, hearing some videos or whatnot. But Callum is just like, even from when she was Joe Biden's running mate, I didn't really agree. I didn't really agree with a lot of Joe Biden things or whatever. And it's not like I studied it to an extent to where I can really dive deep into it, but just on a surface level, it's just a lot of appropriation, I feel like. Like they appropriating Black people, like when Joe Biden did the "you ain't Black if you don't vote for me," and Kamala Harris trying to talk country when she around country people, trying to talk about cooking greens and all of this, but in your family telling everybody that you super Indian, you super into the Indian culture, the Indian food. So I don't know, and then it's just so much information out there because you could be getting some information and it not be right. You know what I mean? So when they talk about her dad being Jamaican and then they say he's not Jamaican, you think he was an immigrant or a white man or Indian man, whatever it is. But I don't know to say if that's right or wrong. But I can tell that just from watching it, it's cringy. Like when you watch her with the Megan Thee Stallion on the stage, and it's just like you trying to. All we is somebody that's going, we gonna vote because we see Cardi B with you, we see Megan Thee Stallion with you, we see. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, that's crazy to me because ain't nobody really doing their due diligence to see what these people policies is, what they standing for. You know what I'm saying? What they gonna do for us if they gonna do anything at all. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Go ahead, Reggie, or whoever was about to say something.
No, it wasn't me.
It's Brother Flag. Yes, I have been looking at what they're going to do, or what they said they were going to do. Trump, you heard about the 2025 platform.
Yes.
Okay, well, one of the first things on there is dispensing with the educational programs.
Yeah, they trying to turn. I mean, if Trump stands behind that Project 2025 thing, they trying to set the New World Order off instantly. Like they trying to change America into a straight dictatorship.
Right.
And they on their way to doing it. You see how long? I remember in elementary school they was talking about Roe versus Wade and all this stuff. And Trump come in and overturn it. I'm not saying I got no big opinions on stuff. I'm just looking at all these things that were supposed to be so monumental in our society.
Right.
And now they talk about they want to do away and give the president immunity, give the police immunity, and do away with all this shit. Man, somebody want to vote for that? just because they might get another stimulus check. That's all
Exactly.
on the back of niggas' minds. Like, let's
Exactly.
stop fronting, bruh. Niggas just want another stimulus check. Excuse my language.
And that's why I said, though, at the beginning, though, that's why I said I'm not a Trump supporter, because it's like at the end of the day, when I had these conversations with, family members and, just different people like that, the only thing that I'm raising is just look a bit more into it before you make a decision. I'm not telling you to not vote. I'm not telling you to vote for this person or that person, because I don't got a person, clearly. You know what I'm saying? But it's just more so like pay attention to see if, like you said, with Trump setting that off, and you see that in the 2025 bill, and look at the things that, like how you was just speaking earlier about the Asian hate crime bill. That's what I think Joe Biden and them put, or Obama did.
I don't
On
know,
top
but
of
the
that,
way that they saying that it might be called that, but it will be illegal to write the bill in a way that benefits one race. So they probably wrote it just as some. It probably got written as an anti-hate bill, but it was just called that. You see what I'm saying?
well, what about how I ain't no, I'm not against or for no reparations. I don't really, got a dog in that fight.
What you mean? You ain't black?
No, I am. I'm just saying that. I'm not the. How you got people that be like, on the Q Butter channels and all that. You got some people that's for it, some against it, this, that, and the third. But I'm just saying that I don't get into the politics of that.
Okay.
You get what I'm
Go
saying?
ahead.
But what I am trying to say is, at the end of the day, when you look at how when Obama was in office, he passed all them reparation bills for some Native American people, reparation bills for them $5 Indians, reparation bills for some who was those people that he gave it to? The other ones, I want to say it was some damn, it's on the tip of my tongue. But long story short, he was looking out for a lot of people, giving certain communities 1 point something billion, some million, and we ain't getting nothing. And I'm not saying we were supposed to, but we been here. So it's like if really looking out for somebody while
so we want handouts.
No, not a handout. But you see now you see what I'm saying? Now you see what I'm saying, Smash? What I meant by that's how it's gonna come off.
No,
That's not
see,
what I'm saying.
what
I'm
I'm
not
just
saying
trying
we
to
want
say
to.
is I'm just pushing back. So what it is that a lot of these groups are lobbyist groups. They fight hard, right? That's why they get the attention. The problem is that we have the capacity to fight hard. We can do million-man marches. We could do that. We could put 1 million people in Washington, D.C., which is already black. So Washington, D.C. already got 1 million black people there, right? We could put millions of black people in Washington, D.C., right? But we have a leadership, right, that basically, in one sense, betrays us because they can do it. We have we got black congressmen, right? We got black mayors.
Real quick, I need to ask us a question.
Wait, why can't I finish?
Go ahead, because I need to understand your stance on this to understand this diatribe. What is the state of Black America to you? I mean, that's just your discourse, the things that you're saying. Diatribe is just what somebody is saying. So I'm saying, what is your stance on the state of Black America today? That's all. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but if you can, let me know how you feel about that.
Politically, outside of what we call white people, black people are powerful in that they have positions.
Oh, your camera ain't working, right, Reggie?
No, my camera's not working right now.
Keep going.
So we are different than all these other groups, right? We actually have power in Congress. We have congressional seats. We also have mayoral seats, right? At any given time, those groups of people could do the right thing. Forget the president of the United States. Those groups of people can do the right thing. To show our power, we have, for example, who's outside of this situation, Minister Louis Farrakhan could put 1 million people in Washington, 1 million people on the ground in Washington, D.C. Our elected officials have different agendas and making the normal black people weak, right? Because they're not unified, and we need to force them to be unified because guess what? the only time a president gets something done or anything like that is through these congressional and senatorial votes, right? Our people who are congressmen go along with things that hurt us in those positions. And we have the power to vote against it. That's my point, is that at any given time, if we want to be heard by Vice President Kamala Harris or Biden or anybody, we put boots on the ground. We be present.
All right, I'm with you. What issue, which black issue, and I'm asking all of us because we say we and our and us, what is our most prevalent issue in 2024 to be addressed by either party?
I like
discrimination,
Reggie.
Equal opportunity, discrimination, equal opportunity, jobs, right? Closing the wealth gap.
Okay.
All right,
Closing the educational gap.
Brother Flag, what you say?
Today, our number one objective for the black community is to make sure that Donald J. Trump does not get back into office. And I'm reflecting on another president who was very popular with America, and that was another idiot, and his name was Ronald Reagan. I watched what that man did as the governor and went on to become the president, talking about a trickle down tax breaks going to go. He's going to do it, help them at the top, and then the benefits going to trickle down to us in the back. While he said that and it sounded good, this man closed down the mental health facilities in the state of California first, and among other things that I watched. At that point, during that juncture of my life, I was very much of the mindset that Reggie has, that we got to put some pressure on our people, so let that jackass go in office and put the pressure on our people, and then that's going to make us come together. I was wrong. I was wrong, and not only was I wrong, what that man did devastated not only the African-American community, but America in general by taking mental health services away from a segment of the population that needed it, those individuals, and how that manifested and the repercussions affected the entire country.
All right.
Same thing. So
can I answer that question next, Smash?
Go ahead.
But the same thing will happen once you get this man back in office, and he's already told him to stand down, but stand back. So he's talking to the good people who were carrying the torches. Okay, you remember that when they tried to get him to call those people what they were, white supremacist racists that were out there getting ready to take black lives, and he wouldn't call them what they were. He's with them. So my primary, no matter what Kamala Harris, what we're gonna ask Kamala Harris to do and need her to do or whatever, we got to get her in and keep him out, because if he gets back in, then our whole trajectory is going to be changed, and that's what we're going to be fighting. That's what I see.
What you got to say, George?
I just wanted to say, you asked the question of what is the
black issue? What issue we would take to any elected president?
What the main issue? I think you asked something like the main issue that the black community is facing, or something like that.
Yeah.
And what I would say to that is just off of what I could see, and I'm 31 now, so just in the time period of when I was growing up in the early 2000s and the late 90s, and, you know what I'm saying? It was a lot more like literate people, and now I feel like, just in our black community, even though we was kind of like, some was poverty, you couldn't tell if it was middle class or lower class. You know what I'm saying? You might be living next door to somebody that they life getting cut off every other month. You know what I'm saying? But y'all living all right because your mama, got a nice little career or job, or your dad doing this and the third. But I just feel like the main thing that our community is facing and what we really need help with is just getting our kids back literate again. Like nowadays with the the computers and the internet. They taking cursive away from school. They taking
All right,
handwriting away
that's
from
cool, but
school.
I ain't
So
interrupted, but that don't seem presidential. That seems more
the
like
reason,
parental.
no, for sure, it do. It definitely seemed parental. No, it definitely seemed parental.
That's the
But see,
wordsmith. He just wrote a rhyme.
this is why. But this is why it's definitely parental. But this is why it could be presidential. When I see the schools that my brother got to go to, or the opportunities that I got to lead and go to certain schools, it was not the same. So you get what I'm saying? Even from it can be parental, the teachers ain't the same, the curriculums ain't the same. Even down to when you in a school, it's not like they asking you to do your work. Nigga, you got to do your work or you out. You know what I'm saying? You got to learn this or you out. And then they make the environment so active to where a kid is able to learn. When I look at these schools and I go do security at a school, or my bro do security at schools, ain't none of these teachers trying to teach no kids nothing.
All right,
Then when
let
they
me
go
ask you
home,
something.
you know what I'm saying? And it was deeper than
I
that.
ain't
It was
constantly
deeper than
trying to
that.
interrupt people, but at a certain
Go
point,
ahead.
we just having a conversation. Let me ask. When was the last? Somebody got to press that mute. That might be you, Chef. What's up? When was the last time any one of us filled out a census? I'm not that person, but I'm really asking that question. Like, we don't fuck with censuses, right? When they come around, right?
No, I've always filled them out.
Okay,
The
so
time
you filled out the
it's every
last
10
one.
years.
Who
It's
else?
every
Who
10
else
years.
filled out the last
Yeah,
census?
Reggie. Reggie does everything. Reggie vote. Reggie fills out censuses. Reggie joins political parties.
So
Reggie does
we
stuff in the
cool in this
community.
group. I try to do that stuff. How about you, Brother Flag?
I filled out the census, and I also was a supervisor for the enumerators.
All right, so let's reflect, and I assume Chef and Pan African James do too. Let's reflect on our upbringing. Was it our upbringing to teach us that we put our names on things like that, or that we avoid
We
those
never
type
did
of
the census
documents?
growing up. Never did the census growing up. I can be honest. My
Exactly.
aunties
So
used
I
to
know at least not just
open
us, but we the ones saying we do it. But just think about the collection of black men in the world. Do everybody be hitting off? And trust me, I'm not saying that the census don't help. But we got an argument about our
I get the point you
education,
making.
and they
I get the
got to
point you
find out
making.
a way how much money to allot to each area. And then when it's time to do that, we don't want to fill out the paperwork. Now, that could be a sham or a lie, but we at least got to fill out the paperwork to see is it a lie. You know what I'm saying?
No, but when we have these platforms, the social media that's directing us not to do it. We not black. We this, we that. This. Or I'm not going to do it because of my religious affiliation, or that's white people's business and stuff like that. That's what our people are being fed on social media. That we thank you for taking the time out of doing this, of what you're doing, to show that when we're divided like this, we don't matter. When we are divided, we don't matter. And so to matter, right? To matter, we have to put boots on the ground and talk about what the brother was talking about and what I was, the wealth gap, the educational gap, the resource gap, right? Why are you directing
And that's
money to
exactly
the
what I was about to
immigrants,
say.
right?
I was about
But
to
if
say
you don't,
education and resources. I'm sorry, Reggie.
but if you don't put boots on the ground, right? And you live in an imaginary world and you don't fill out the census, right? You don't know who your elected officials are, right? Then we don't matter.
Okay. Let me ask, we didn't let James and Reggie say their first part. I mean, James and Sheffrin. What is the number one, if you could talk to, if you was weighing your presidential candidates by this, what's the number one issue for black people that should be on the agenda or whatever? I guess I'm just trying to reframe the question.
Peace to the panel, peace to the elders, Brother Reggie, and Brother Elder Flag, Brother Flag. For me, it's definitely going to be the financial situation. Well, our median income is like $4,000 or $17,000 per household. The average income of a European household is like $160,000. So that gap right there is something that needs to be addressed. But for me, as being a Pan-Africanist, I don't expect my enemy to do this for me. So with that said, I let the next person
Well, you
speak.
said the wealth gap, and we're going to come back to talk to ways to address that. I want to hear from Chef. What's up, Chef? I was watching your show the other day when you was tripping, talking about what black people look like us started Egypt. But we ain't going to talk about that right now. I want to hear your point on what would be the major issue that you would take to a president that'll make you vote a black issue. What's black issue? What's black issue? You know what I'm asking.
Yo, Chef,
Definitely.
somebody got their background.
That's mine. I'm driving. Like,
okay, yeah, we can
can
hear
y'all
that.
hear me?
Yeah, you cool, but if we mute
Oh,
while
y'all,
you
hey, double, all right,
talking,
let me
it's
cut
good. So go ahead, Chef.
The YouTube. Oh, all right. So look. So for me, it's certain things happen under the previous two administrations that I think is pressing issues for black people. And that's one, affirmative action was overturned. Two, Roe v. Wade was overturned. I know I have a daughter, so that's pressing to me. To get judges in office that'll relook at Roe v. Wade. So because it's things in there that's problematic. If you have daughters, if you have sisters, if you have nieces, right? Or care about women in general. There are things in there that say even if a woman gets raped, right? The abortion thing is off of the table for them. That's crazy. You feel me? That's crazy. Another thing is the affirmative action. Affirmative action, a lot of our people I know from our generations benefited off affirmative action. Most of the people that we are electing right now into office or served us in office through the 80s and the 90s benefited from affirmative action. So I think is very pressing issues far wise, and those were things that was taken out during these previous two administrations.
Was it the previous two? So whose administration took away
well,
it
was Trump's. It was Trump's. It was actually Trump's judges that he put in the office, but under Biden is where they did their work at. But they were actually Trump's appointees. So it ain't always the president that's in now that is the previous presidents. It's things that they set in motion that controls the future. You dig what I'm saying? That we live under right now. So a lot of times we're pressed about the president that's coming in. That's for the future. We still got to correct shit we still got to correct things that those previous administrations did. So that's when you look at Barack Obama, he was trying to correct things that the previous, you dig what I'm saying? His first 4 years, he was dealing with all of the stuff that Bush and them had set in that got the world, the country off track. So I think this next president that's coming in, if it's Kamala, she's going to be dealing with things that Trump has set in motion a previous administration ago. But I'll stop right there.
Oh, that's good to hear. What's up with Rakufu? You on mute if you're trying to say something.
Oh, there I go. How you doing, family?
All is well. Good to hear from you.
All right, great. You and anybody on the panel, I just got on the panel, so I'm gonna listen. I have a question that's off this topic, so I can wait to ask it later, or because I just came on and I want to get more familiar. Is there a question that y'all asking?
What issue? What's an issue that a president could throw out that would address the black community that'll make you vote for them? Basically, like what should they be, addressing concerning the black community?
I think better education, as far as what's real as opposed to what's pseudo, and educating our children on it, and bringing about the arts and sciences to like movies and stuff like that, to depicting people as they really were, so that the next generation can start to be aware of what real history was opposed to pseudo history.
Interesting. All right, James.
I want to add something.
Go ahead,
what people don't know is, okay, so when they have these policies, right? Like affirmative action, right? Wealth gap, right? Educational gap. The problem is that they're there for everybody, right? We are so fractured, we don't make a demand. So what happens is we get beat out. We don't or we don't write the grants, right? We fail to be organized to write the grants, right? To get grants and things that we could actually get, right? We don't do it because we don't do the basics, right? Now, on the flip side, one of the worst presidents that we ever had was Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton single-handedly destroyed the Black community with the prison industrial, right? And creating at the same time, creating there was an industry there called the crack cocaine industry, and they was financing a war that they needed money from, and so they got it out of the Black community. And then at the same time, they penalized the Black community with heavy sentences, right? And these were Democrats. Again, what it is that we have to be organized, because some things in America is there for the take. We have the most congressmen of any other ethnicity outside of white folks, right? We have the most mayors out of any ethnicity outside of white folks, right? It's these groups of people that we need to put in a headlock to force them. Forget the presidential policies. It's the people that we vote in our local that we have no control over, right? Anybody can get these policies. Sometimes it's just not. It's just not having the information to in fact do it. But we are so fractured, and we got these idiots running around talking about, well, we shouldn't vote for this person and we should stay out of it. What they're trying to say is stay out of everything and wait for the Lord. That's what they're saying. We got to get rid of those.
Yeah, you sure.
Now,
hold on,
all
Reggie,
of us as fathers, right? Well, go ahead. Somebody about to reply.
Piggyback on
Go ahead.
what Reggie is saying. What Reggie is saying is absolutely right. It is a disconnect between the African American community and the caucus that represents us. Like I have yet to see where we talk to them about an agenda that we need them to push for us. Where is that at?
What is that? That's what I'm asking.
Where is that?
What is that?
What do you mean? What is that?
What is the agenda? Is my ultimate question. You just rephrased
the agenda would be what most of us are dealing with today. Okay, like what Brother Reggie was talking about, and I think that it's a tag team situation if you really just look at it, because Ronald Reagan did that with the crack and putting that in our community. Once the community was so distraught and so messed up, it was like they really knew what they was doing, and then the elders in our community was asking for the government to do something about this.
Exactly.
What did they do? It was like they planned it. When the Democrats came in, okay, we're gonna do something about it. What we gonna do? We're gonna knock up the youth of this community and keep them from being able to seemingly procreate with each other. That's one agenda that I see, because it seems like we're depopulated now. I don't know if it's for me, but it seemed like I was born in '69. It seemed like we were stronger as a population when I was coming up. Now it seems like our population is dwindling, and I know it's due to the crime that we've done to each other, and that's due to miseducation.
Jail and abortions too. Jail and abortion.
Yeah, abortion. All of this stuff is so they're chipping away at us, and we're in a war that we can't even see to fight. You see what I'm saying? Like, we should be telling the youth, ain't no way you should kill another black man. You kill another black man, you're getting disarmed. That's the type of law. We have to make law amongst ourselves and not accept the laws that they make. They passed the homosexual agenda law. Excuse me. They passed that law. We should have told our people, hey, we're not, that's not for us. If that's what they want to do, then fine. That's the laws in this country. But the African Americans, we are not accepting homosexuality. That spread a lot of HIV in our community, and we can't accept. See what I'm saying? But we don't have no voice like that to talk about the agenda. Just like when we did get criminalized, the African American, like most of us were men with it, they purposely made drug laws a way for you not to get government.
Hey, but James, I think everything you said, we living by. But that don't mean it ain't no gay black people.
Yeah, no, but that ain't got nothing to do with it.
We all living by that rule.
Okay. You can do that. And see, don't let me get personal, because I have a personal situation with my son. that I had to come to grips with, and it's not the standard way of dealing with that. It is the old school way that we dealt with that situation. So if y'all understand what I'm saying,
Peace to the channel. Yeah, peace to the chat.
But we have to have our own laws, because if we don't have our own laws, these people's laws are not basically good for our growth as a people.
Well,
James, would you say
before you go, Kufu, because Tizo hadn't got to get his piece off yet, if you don't mind.
Hey, yeah, peace to the chat, man. I was listening. I agree with most of the stuff you guys were saying. James, you hit on something real good. I just got through watching the crack cocaine conspiracy documentary again, with Reagan and what he did, and how he literally is Trump. That's what Trump did. That's Trump. That was Reagan is Trump is Reagan 2.0, right, to the second power, really. And he was basically saying he was gonna make America great again, give opportunity where opportunity wasn't. And they literally just abandoned everything, HUD, welfare. He even got even worse than Nixon did. And if you studied the Black Panther movement, you would see every time the Republicans get in, they were trying to find a way to undermine any kind of Black power, any kind of Black political struggle, any kind of Black nationalist struggle, and just demonize us. And under Trump, and what happens is that our politicians, the Black politicians, and even the white Democrat politicians get caught in a thing. And even in the documentary, they show how the crack wars sparked people calling in saying the police ain't doing anything. They're just walking by the guys selling drugs and doing this and doing that. And so then they got tougher, because that's what Reagan did. He got tougher. Then Bush comes in. Bush Sr. comes in. They set up a young guy and made it look like he was the biggest crack dealer in D.C. The cat didn't even know where the capital was, and they set him up. And he was like 16, 17, 18 years old. And it was a dummy down effect. Bill Clinton gets in. So he, being a bumbling fool he was, I like him. I don't have a problem with any of the Democrats, but they're soft. And their problem is they was buying into this thing that the Republicans were going to help them. You give us free health care, you let me pass my free health care bill, I get tough on crime. And it never works out. The guy that actually wrote the crime bill was supposed to center around domestic violence against women, a ban on assault rifles, and going after gangs. And these crime bills.
Slow down. It was also a homosexual European young man that got hung somewhere, and that's what they used to push that.
Right. That was part of it.
That was the exact excuse that they used to pass the crack law. Was when they hung that European homosexual guy. They passed that. Excuse me. And what was his name? They got damn, please don't let me forget the ancestor's name. The brother that
my cousin. Bird. My cousin. Bird. That's my cousin. That's my cousin.
Here in Texas, he got
that's my third cousin.
They used that bill to get that crime bill passed. That is what they used to the Trojan horse that they used to pass that crime.
Right. But the crime bill. But what I'm saying is, James, is that during that time you had a lot of white supremacy groups that were doing stuff. You had the Oklahoma City bombing coming up, and that crime bill was passed. If you read the crime bill, my cousin, that's my cousin. Larry Bird was my cousin. They killed my cousin. That was my cousin. That was my third cousin on my mom's side.
Man, I wish I could.
Yeah.
Our condolences.
No,
my point is on making is that what we have to do is, what I'm seeing what Kamala Harris is trying to do is, her plan is to do the price gouging, stop price gouging, which a lot of Republicans, independents are against, because price gouging will stop the raise of goods and services. The government does not have any control of the prices of goods and services. We're in a capitalist society, which is basically individuals control most of the wealth, the 1%. That's where the gap comes from. And then they got a thing, this professor named Dr. Ball. I disagree with a lot of stuff that he says, but he's right on his economic approach, that the black myth of black wealth building. He's saying that the government has to come in. They helped a lot of these white folks with that. What we have to do is, and James is right about a lot of the stuff he was saying about the crack laws, but you got to look at the point what Kamala Harris is doing versus what Trump is doing. She's trying to give back to the poor. The Waltz guy, a lot of these so-called progressive whites and even progressive blacks are saying he's a good guy because of what he did. Now, the homosexual agenda, I I don't have either way on it. In my family, you got shot being gay back in the days. I'm just being honest with you guys. But that's not now. Now I have gay girl cousins, but that's another whole story, bro. Like I don't get into that with people's sexuality. I do not get into that Greek Roman crap. I don't get into that with them. But my point is that we have to, as Black people, we got to look at it like, hey, we've seen what happened every generation that goes by upon a certain political people. Now, if we're going to say that the Democrats are that bad, we have to look at why the reason some of these bills were passed and where did it come from. It always comes from Republican backing. That's why if you notice all the Black people in the Democratic Party, the Black Democratic or the Black caucus is all Democrat. You see what I'm saying? So it's a funny thing that we have to go through. But like Brother Reggie said, we still got to do the census. We still need to get involved in medicine and all this stuff because we have to be united on something. Because if we're not going to pick up a gun, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say it that way, but I'm saying a lot of people are promoting that that's what they're about. So they're telling you to vote the couch, and that's not going to help. That's not productive.
Real quick, they just had a quick spark of a race riot right there in England, right? Just a few weeks ago, right?
Yeah,
not
yes,
even
right.
months. People going out looking for people because of their religion and the color of their skin, wailing on them and bombing on them and doing whatever. That just happened. So I just wanted to side note that in there because of something you said. I can't remember what though.
You're right, and that's what I'm saying, and that's.
I'd like to jump in real quick, please.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So that brings us back to the point that we started off with. Why what you are doing, Smash, is so important. You're giving this platform where we can sit up and we can have this community where we can work on bringing some unity of idea or even a unity of focus that Reggie's talking about, saying that we don't have. And we're only going to have it to certain degrees. Personally, I have been, I am, and I will die a revolutionary because I'm very clear on the fact that there is a war against African people here and globally that has been going on for a long time and it's going to continue to go on. And the older I get, what I see is where we worked hard, and the brother said he was born in '69, that's when we were working to get the African and Pan-African and Black Studies departments in the college and universities so we could educate ourselves about that part of history that has been taken away. And now here I'm looking at it today, they killed affirmative action, they're dismantling those classes, those classes and those departments and colleges all over. So these is where some of our best and our brightest are. And if they aren't able to maintain those structures within the system, that tells me that I am right to continue to fight this system in every aspect. So here, I'm just going to enjoin my brothers, because you're all very wise and intelligent brothers, is to do your own personal
be a man. Just be a Black man.
That's not as simple as you think it is, Reggie. That's why we have Abos and Hebrew Israelites.
Take care of your family.
And Black. You got everything. You got everything but African men and African warriors and in the numbers that we need them. So that's why I'm here, and I'm always encouraging. We need many, many, many more Smash Rockwell brothers that's in the arts that can creatively put in the subconscious of those that are coming behind us and put it on the popular culture that we are Africans. We're fighting for African people. We're fighting for African families and children, and we're fighting against anybody that comes against us as African people. And so we have to be strategic in moments like this and focus on the point. The point is we have to do everything we can to get that enemy, this avowed enemy of Black people. Make sure he doesn't get in that office, because that's going to make our work 10 times harder.
Okay. All right. Now, when you said, brother Smash,
can I
that
say
I
this?
could speak next, you had told me to hold up.
Yeah, hey, real quick, because we never got back to Raku Food, and then Reggie, and then Tizo or whatever. Go ahead.
So this will be to the elder that spoke, to brother Pan African James, Smash, and Reggie. I had read an article where they were talking about the different culture communities in, and I think it was Los Angeles or New York. But they said that they were talking. The meat of the article was everybody turns their dollar over in their community several times before they let it go out. As soon as we get our check, 30 minutes, we out in other communities trying to buy everything in their community. So my question was, do we have enough resources as a Black people for me, Neil, to be able to spend with the whole Black community
No,
3 or
we
4
don't.
times?
We don't.
Okay, that's exactly.
And that's that. So just to speak to your question, this is my answer, and it's not absolute or authoritative. But I know we don't have enough infrastructure. Because who I'm gonna get my toilet paper from? That's Black. Who I'm gonna get my, some things you need. Who I'm gonna get my energy from? That's Black. Like to run my house. Where I'm gonna get my water from? So these is all white, and these is some of these institutions ain't even governmental. If you trip off of it, they just seem as if they are. For instance, waste management ain't got nothing to do with the state. That's just some mafia shit set up back in the day, and there's some independent companies who now got that running. So some of these things that seem so big and governmental is just another white entity you giving your money back to. You know what I'm saying? And so I don't think we got the infrastructure to spend $1 within the Black community 7 times yet. We need more businesses and more actual distributors that are Black. That's just my opinion. Others might disagree.
Okay, so here's the deal. Okay, we beat crack. How we beat crack is because of the cultural thing. If you using crack, we're gonna call you a crackhead. By doing that, right, that's when Black folks took action, right? We knew there was something wrong, and then in the culture, like the culture that Smash is involved in and stuff like that, we made you look stupid, or smashing them made you look stupid if you was a crackhead. You kicked crack because you didn't want to be a crackhead. Now, when it comes to our power, again, it's in our local counties and cities, right? All of that stuff, waste management, Uber, Walmart, all of those things, right? They are governed by cities and counties. You don't come in unless you pay the proper taxes. What happens is our Black leadership is taking the envelope, right? They are the ones who's weakening us, because we have more Black congressmen now. If you're a congressman, you're a millionaire. You're a millionaire. Before that, you was just getting $150,000 a year. Now Black congressmen are millionaires. How are they becoming millionaires, right? And if you look, there's a lot of corruption. A lot of people are getting caught, because what they do is that they let you break the law, and then they tell you what you should do. Otherwise, we're gonna call in the feds, right? The problem is that we need a mass movement for unity, our best interest.
Well, let me ask a question. And there's a lot of folds to this question. How do the Jewish people that aren't even domestic in another country get American government to allot money and stuff just to them?
Okay, because our Black politicians take their interests over ours. Instead of saying, okay, we could do that. We could do that. You want to protect Israel? Okay, that's strategic. The United States, I ain't got a problem. But when you do that, we're going to write this in the same bill. They don't do it.
That's deep.
Because we don't force them.
Yes,
in my neighborhood, we had a joker named Bowman. He was a congressman.
he was down with the AOC and the squad, right? Right. He's somebody that I don't know personally, but he's in my community. We fired him, right? And they're saying, well, why did you go against Bowman because you was running against somebody white? Because Bowman was in there shuffling and driving with a bow tie and wasn't doing our interest. So you know what? We're gonna go back to square one. You out of here, right? Because you don't get to be black and do less, right? You don't get to be black and do nothing for us. So we have to be in a mindset that says, you know what? If you're gonna step up to the plate, right? If you're gonna step up to the plate, you're gonna do the job. The people in Brooklyn, they have Hakeem Jeffries, right? Hakeem Jeffries. They're not demanding of Hakeem Jeffries, right, to do something for the community. They're just simply not demanding of him, right?
So hold up, Reggie. Y'all can't vote him out?
No, they can't vote him.
Yes, we can.
Wait, no. You just saying the people of Brooklyn can only vote him out, or the people of New York can vote him out?
Oh no,
Hakeem Jeffries is he's a representative. He's in the House of Representatives.
Congressman.
He's a district. He's by the district.
All right.
His thing is, well,
so what I'm saying at this point, the whole New York can get rid of him. It ain't about Brooklyn no more.
No. It's just the district.
So real quick, here go a falsehood and some fake shit that we've been leaning on that ain't necessarily true if you do the research. SOT 12 says the U.S. supports Israel for military, political, strategic interests in the Middle East. Now that statement, that sentence is politically correct. But if you look into it, it's really no need for it. Like, go back through history. There was no aggression upon the United States that made us say, oh, you know what? We needed Israel. Nothing ever happened. There was a declaration in 1888 by Zionists called the Balfour Declaration where they said, we gonna found Israel.
Yeah. And it was by British. It smashed. If I can get my point across is that, and that's what I'm going to say. I thought you were done. I'm sorry, Reggie.
About the way I talk, family.
No, I thought you was done, Reggie. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. We just was building. Go ahead. Go ahead.
It's because I'm a nice guy.
No, right? Chill, Reggie. No, chill. Reggie.
Go ahead.
Okay. So the first thing is, family, let's just be clear and be honest, right? We have very few plans that address this. We like to go all over the place, but you always start with a plan, right? So I wrote a plan, little old brother Reggie, but I ain't little old brother Reggie. I was trained by the best, by political scientists, right? I went to college for this, right? I got trained, right? I wrote a plan that is better than a blueprint for Black Power and better than the Claude Anderson's plan. I wrote a plan, but it's
than a blueprint for Black Power, Reggie.
Huh?
You said better than a blueprint for Black Power
by Amos Wilson.
Did you read the book?
You saying
I read the whole book 2 times.
Did you? Okay. First of all, did you know Amos Wilson?
Who you talking about?
I don't care. Did you know Amos Wilson? Because in our community, he's from where I am from.
Did you know?
Right?
Let me say this. I'm not questioning.
No, I'm still talking.
I know, Reggie, but I want you to know I'm not the one questioning you. You could very well have a better plan. I was just saying I read the book. That's all.
Okay, so the blueprint for Black Power, right, is about federal. It's not about city. It's not about local. We don't have any federal power. We have Black congressmen, but they're the minority, and we only have, at best, any given time, 3 senators. Nothing can get passed in the federal government, right? Nothing. So let's just leave that out. Thank you for that
clarification. Thank you for that clarification, because you said your plan was better than the blueprint that Amos Wilson. Okay, well, you just said it's 2 different things. You said one's dealing with a federal and you're dealing with local, so that's 2 different things.
I understand,
Reggie. Go ahead.
The blueprint to Black Power it has to start locals. Cities is the base, CI is the basis of civilization, city, right? Right? It is the basis of government. You start with your local government. I studied white cities. White cities understand that the federal laws is the floor in which no law can go below, but city and county law is the ceiling in which all rights rise. So the city mayors in white cities take care of white people, right?
There's no white solution to black problems.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the fact that every time we have cities
First of all, who's talking?
California. This is Brother Flag. We have cities here in California. Compton is one of them. Long Beach is another one. Dominguez Hills is another one. When the black population got to a certain amount and there was white flight, and the black people went in those communities, elected their officials. You know what happened within inside a decade, Reggie? Those people start going to jail. What did they start going to jail for, Reggie? Because those politicians started doing the same thing that the white politicians were doing for their white communities, and they wouldn't allow the black politician to do the same thing, and they go to jail. We cannot look to white issues for black solutions. It's not going to happen. That's not the part. That's not.
So Flag.
Hey, Smash, let me share my screen.
I'm still talking. I just
want to ask Smash.
Oh, yeah, go ahead, Reggie.
Go ahead, Reggie.
Okay, so how that is erroneous, Elder, is because the basis of government is starts in Kemet with gnomes, right? The basis of unified states starts in Kemet, and that's what we study. What they did was the Greeks and everybody else studied us, right? Duplicated us for their interests, right? Check. So the laws that you think or the process is actually our process that we have forgotten. Check. So that's
why James, you need to take that down before we even talk about it, bro. Like you need a better source than that, family.
That's the LA Times.
But that shit say zero. You know niggas make more than zero. Excuse my language, y'all. But come on now, you gonna put up a source that say we make no money at all, bro. That's what your source said, bro.
That's the LA Times. Hold on. That's the LA
Times. And I'm gonna finish, and I'm gonna check my elder.
All right, hold on. Oh, it's going down today, huh?
I'm gonna check my elder because Dr. John Henry Clark, who was close to me, closer than a lot of people, right? He wrote Organization of Afro-American Unity. He understood for El Hajj Malik El-Shiz, he understood local power, right? Then it wasn't until Malcolm lived and died before there was a one black city. Then we had the opportunity to have black cities. The fact of the matter is that because we live in the states, the United States, right? Then the structure is governed by the laws of the land. Check, right? So it's not about following white government. It's about using the government structure for ourselves, and we have the votes. So we speak in English. We speak in English, not in Spanish. We speak in English.
Let me know when
follow the laws.
Let me know when I can come back in, Reggie.
You could try.
No, I'm away. I'm not gonna try to speak over you. I don't do that.
No, I say you can try. I submit because you're the elder. Go ahead.
Or you can submit because it's the right thing to do in a conversation, brother.
Well, that's because you're the elder.
Okay, thank you. So there's no white solutions to black problems. And the reason why it didn't work for us here in California is because black people don't identify as black people. We identify as individuals, we Baptists, we Muslims, etc., etc., etc. We going for the bag, or we going for the people, or we going for this and that and the other thing. So when we watch these other people that you want to call the Jews, the Chinese, the crackers, whoever you want to, you cannot put them up and try to imitate them and come up with the same result. It's not going to happen. It has not happened in the past. It's not happening currently, and I don't see how it's going to happen in the future until the time we realize who and what we are, and we are Africans. And we can, so as Africans, we must teach our children African ways of knowing, African ways of being, and African ways of thinking, so we can come up with African solutions to African problems. That's what I'm saying, Reggie.
Can I ask you a question, Elder?
Wait. If he read the blueprint to Black Power, the blueprint to Black Power, it is exactly mimicking the white structure. It's exactly, there's nothing in it.
That's why it hasn't been put into action, Reggie. That's you making my point for me. You're making my point for me. If we
I'm not making the point for you. I'm saying why my plan is better, right? Because
James, you can host.
The Black Power actually mimics the white structure.
Yeah.
The blueprint, the Black City plan is looking.
Are you really seriously saying it's better than Amos Wilson?
Of course.
He said it 3 times.
He did.
Well, he's continuing to say it, and he's going to continue to say it because that's Reggie Mulberry.
No, I want to read the book. I want to read it. I'm not going to say
why
it's
it got to be better though in order to exist?
Oh, because the structures are different.
All right, continue.
Did you read the Black City plan?
Yeah, I think so. I'm about to mute and listen though. Huh?
Did you
Yes, Smash, I'll be back. James, I'll be back.
Okay, James, the host right now. I'll be right back too. I'm listening. I'm listening. I gotta listen from my phone.
Okay, well, look.
Okay, so let Brother Reggie finish it.
Let me get off.
And then Neil.
James, the host right now. Go ahead, James.
I need Smash to answer this before you leave.
All right, go ahead.
Wait, I want to ask Flag. Oh, Smash is gonna. Okay,
real quick before I step to my phone.
Either Smash or Brother Reggie. I've been watching this show that said the newly discovered Egyptian 5,000-year-old Egyptian map showing America. Is that pseudo? That's my question.
I haven't seen it, but I don't. Is it a credible source where you've been seeing it?
It is definitely not. I'm not gonna give it credit, but sometimes they mix pseudo that Joe Rogan show.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah. Okay,
that ain't right. Yeah.
Okay. Back.
James is.
I'll be back, James. I'll be back, James.
All right. Okay. Let me make sure I can see who's trying to get in too. Let me open that.
I'll be back.
But you got the floor. Reggie left. No, you got the floor, Reggie. We want to hear how the plan is doing what it's doing.
Sure. So the blueprint to Black Power. It's basically looking at the federal structures, the Congress, the congressional structures, and the federal government. The Black City plan is looking at the current conditions and what we have tried, right? And what we need to add in our Black cities. Our biggest problem in our Black cities, and cities are the veins of America. This is where we live, we die, we work, we raise our children, right? We study, we have housing, right? We use transportation, we spend our money in cities. Cities is the things that suck, is where your money and your talent goes. We get educated, right? We come back and we work in the cities. And again, we raise our families. We get divorced, we get married. We get buried. Almost everything happens in the city, right? Now it trickles up to the state. The state absorbs your talent and your wealth, right? And then that trickles up from the state, from the cities to counties to states. It's all trickled up to the federal government. The federal government is pretty much the puppet master, right? It absorbs, it's the repository, right? So in war, war is won by taking strategic cities, right? Strategic cities. The war on Black people have been taken over strategic Black cities. If you can control major Black cities like New York, Philadelphia, Oakland, right? Detroit, right? If you could take those cities over, right? Take their politicians, take their people, then you have won the war. If you can't take it, then you have a chance. Those cities, those majority where our people are, we haven't looked at the structure and fixed the structure. In the cities, you can have a third party, right? You can have third, if there's a Green Party in our Black cities, we can have a third party, but our people are conditioned to be the Democrats only, right? They don't want to create a third party because we're not forcing we're not putting the feet to fire. If you ever studied the American Revolution, which I have studied the American Revolution was created in something called the town hall. The town hall, right, was the de facto government of the colonial structure, right? In our communities, we have to create the third party, which is the town hall. The town hall puts pressure on the mayor. So if there's a killing, if there's corruption, we don't go to City Hall. The mayor, who we elected, comes to the town hall, right? It's the town hall where these things are addressed. So we have not studied the American Revolution. We don't understand how it was won, right? So we don't understand any of the structures of the American Revolution, right? So what's happening now is not what happened in the American Revolution. Is something called a republic, right? It's a republic. So the fact of the matter is every instrument, financial instrument, right, goes into our cities. Every corporation, Lyft, Uber, Walmart, all of these corporations go onto our cities, and our Black elected officials take the envelope and do not demand fair taxes from them. Do not demand that these corporations that exist, they're sucking our people dry. Like, do you understand, from your goddamn toenail to the top of your follicle on your hair, you pay monthly a Black tax to these corporations. And these corporations, by our Black leadership, gives us nothing back in our neighborhood, right? When they can, right? When they can. We don't force them because we have went for this whole, what do you call it? The mayor or the county leader, right? That is our trumps in our neighborhood. They have almost absolute power, and the city council among them, right? So what my thinking is, like Dr. John Henry Clark's thinking. He thought of organizations, right, to control, to unify, Organization Afro-American Unity. But then we had this new thing that came in with called Stokes, which is called the Black City. We have only had Black cities for 40 years. We've just not learned how to manage Black cities. Do you understand that Detroit has a deep water well? Detroit can do business with Canada. Detroit can do business with the rest of the world. Philadelphia can do that. Newark can do that. They can buy goods directly from other countries. Do you understand that? With the lowest possible prices.
Reggie, when did you complete your work and present it, your Black city plan?
I'm still I wrote it 6 years ago, and then I occasionally update it.
Yeah, but you shopped it around the community, your community, right?
Yeah, I made it free.
Yeah. Say that again.
I made it free.
You made it free. Now, I want to, I have to say that as a longtime frontline soldier on so many different fronts, on the political front, on the intellectual front, you've been there, and your community is well aware that, I mean, you're not hidden away somewhere behind some ivory tower. You're out there on the street, you're in the media, you're all these places. With all your exposure and your good name and your good work, how much implementation of your Black City plan has been put in effect at this time?
A lot.
For example, give me an example.
This is the thing about, first of all, have you read my plan?
No.
Okay, so, all right. So if you haven't read my plan, Elder, it's free. That's the problem, right? So the problem is that I took my plan, I sent it to all the Black mayors, right? Okay, so what happens is it happens in small, it happens in small and gradual pieces. What they do is part city, my plan is city planning. So when you do city plan, you're actually understanding what my work is about. It's about city planning, city and county planning. So for example, when I wrote my book, if you don't know, there are more, it changed from national reparations to local reparations, right?
No,
So,
my question.
no. So yes,
you're changing my question. My question was this: how any part of your city plan that you mailed out to these different places and people, can you give me an example where some of it's been implemented? That's all I'm asking.
yeah, and I just showed you how it's being implemented, right? I just showed you probably calling it I should.
I misunderstood.
Yeah. So if I said in my plan about local reparations, right? Local reparations weren't being enacted when I wrote my plan, right? Then.
So you're saying that they got it from your plan, or it was similar ideas that's in your plan that came forward? Are you saying that they got it from your plan?
Right. So it becomes part of the knowledge pool, right? It's like in hip hop when somebody has a style, right? It just happens, right? So when I wrote my plan, it was about local reparations, because I basically said you just need you need a city plan, right? And then you could do local reparations. So after that, and if you look at the Institute of the Black World and you will see my thinking in the Institute of the Black World, right? Which is a third what do you call it? A third party that they cite my work on why reparations failed and what should we do. The article is called "Reparations is Dead, How Do We Resurrect It?" I wrote it with Dr. Jahi Issa. And I wrote it for the Institute of Black World, and anybody knows that's one of our think tanks. So, and then I countered one of the heads of the reparations from that particular group on local reparations, and I wrote a second article on that. And funny, you want to know something funny? The person that I was debating, he ended up working for local reparations. So are people going to give us credit all the time, Smash, for the work that we do? But if the idea wasn't written before and it was written first, then I'm not, I'm like, I wrote this for my people. I didn't write this for my own, what do you call it?
The ego trip.
Ego trip? No, that's why I wrote it for free.
So let me add something, Reggie, because you brought up Detroit, right?
Yes.
And the Black City plan.
Yes.
Now we know in our time, I'm a 60s baby, that Detroit was a predominantly Black city. And it was ran by Black mayors and everything was going really great until a riot happened, right? And when this riot happens, the Europeans that had investment in that city pulled out and took all the resources south of Detroit. So what do you think about that part of history, you know, as far as like them having the ability to do stuff like that? And how could that have been prevented from happening?
Well, a part of it is also two things about Detroit. One is the home of Motown, and two is the home of the automobile industry, right? And so, yes, the Black Riot had something, had a lot to do with it, but there was also the breakdown of the change of the automotive industry, the type of cars that were being made. So then it became the import of foreign cars. So the import of these Hondas and these things had an effect on it because it was those manufacturers dictated where their cars were being made and they were being imported. And so we lost that industry. With Motown, which was Motown, and then we had Negro Leagues and stuff like that, those type of things. What happened with that is we let external corporations come in and buy up our talent. So then we have talent flight in our cities. So the NFL, the NBA, all of these and these corporations, they come into our towns and they take the best of our people, right? And then it becomes kind of like black flight, right? So you're not a city person anymore. You belong to a corporation, right? And so our biggest industries right now is our talent industry, whether it's comedy, whether there's film, whether it's just talent, rap, music, right? That's our biggest industry. But what they've done is our cities have allowed our our talent to run without using it. So in every city, there's stadiums, but they build stadiums they build these stadiums and with city money, with black money in our cities, right? With black money, right, to extract money, right, to a point that we can't even go to the stadiums. We can't even afford to go to the stadiums that we have built with our tax money, right? So our city planners, our mayors, and our city council people, they are failing to figure out how to keep the money in the city. How you keep the money in the city is you buy back the stadiums, or you use the stadiums when those games are not being played, right? So that you can showcase black talent, right? Just like what happened during the Negro Leagues. They had to shut down the Negro Leagues because people weren't going to those games. It was when they shut down the Negro Leagues, then we, like baseball, we're gonna see Jackie Robinson. So what our city planners have to create these stadiums, these venues, right, to keep our talent there. Then they also have to create industrial places to keep our talent, or to grow our talent, right? In small businesses and schools that only function to 5 or 6 o'clock. Why aren't they open to 10 or 11 o'clock for adult education? The city planners have these resources, right? What they do with our, our land, right, and property, they let it sit and rot until they get a deal, right? And they get a handout, and then it becomes eminent domain, and then they build something, right? They build something that is against our community instead of repackaging and using the existing land that's there. This is what's happening in Detroit. So now you got, how can I say?
Well, that they've already did what they're gonna do to Detroit.
No, they're just starting. They're just starting.
Well, the rebuild is starting. The decimation has already happened.
Exactly.
I was talking about a preventive measure before they got to this point. You know what I'm saying? Because the damage has already been done. But I'm talking about in hindsight, doing something to have been preventative to that. But I think Brother Flag wanted to say something as well.
You cut me off to throw it to Flag.
Okay. Well, let me mute out.
That's how you do it.
But I'm just saying that we.
Oh, you're the moderator. You can do that. Okay, that's fine.
Okay. Excuse me.
If Reggie wasn't finished, let it go on.
So the fact is that we've looked at in my free book, right, that's been available for 6 years, called theblackcityplan.com, which all you have to do is put in a URL. You will find the structure of my arguments, and then you can weigh it against the blueprint to Black Power, which or Powernomics, which nobody talks about, which nobody talks about, right? So the value is in it is my work has something to do with the normal structure of cities and how cities in fact work. I'll stop.
Thank you. Reggie, thank you for your work, man. And it's important that you do the work. It's important that you do the work because, I could be completely, absolutely, and totally wrong. My whole life could have just been a mistake. everything is just confusing me. But I know from my life experiences, when they did the Civil Rights Bill, when they were marching down in the South, they tell our children that they were marching for integration. They were not marching for integration. They were marching to get full value of their tax dollars so that they could get a best education in their own communities with their own teachers. That's what it was. That's what it was. But H. Red Brown told us, the white man will co-opt dog shit if it's to his advantage. And every time we come up with a workable plan and put some things in operation and get things established, it won't be long before they come in and dismember it. And they're going to continue to do that because this is a white supremacist capitalist system. And the only part for Black people in it is a resource for them to pluck from and utilize and eat up. Okay? So there is no white solutions for Black problems. Not here and not on the continent. On the continent, part of the reason why the continent hasn't been able to get in a better position than they are after having the decolonization movement, the liberation movement, and got the colonists out by face, is because they didn't set up traditional African culture. They didn't reach back and do that. That's why they sit there with their white European wigs on in the courthouses. That's why you got all of these religious institutions, whether they be Christian or Muslim. Where's the traditional African spirituality in this? We have fractured identities and shattered minds. And so there's a place for all of us to share our experiences with one another so we can put these pieces together and work them together as individuals, as families, as communities. But for me, you have to be on an African-centered vibe, or I'm going to spend just a little time with you and be courteous because I already know it ain't going to work for the masses of Black people.
What's not gonna...
Any plan that it doesn't have Africa at the center of it and at the front of it is not going to work for African people in this society, in this time, among those people who have been set out to either utilize us, eat us, or kill us.
Brother Flack, can you do me a favor in your spare time? Can you just Google theblackcityplan.com?
I got it written down. I got a note right here. I will do that in my time, Reggie.
Can you read it and get back to me? Because the Blueprint to Black Power, the only time it talks about Afrocentric idea process is on page 233 for one page, for 1 or 2 pages. So so that's where the Afrocentric stuff in the Blueprint to Black Power lives, right there. Powernomics at all does not talk about does not talk about Afrocentric anything in it.
When what's the guy's name with Powernomics?
Dr. Claude Anderson.
Yeah. When Claude Anderson came years ago when he first brought that book, he came to LA. He came through me, Reggie. And I sat him down with Nzinga, Reggie. And after he made his spiel and got the information he wanted from us, we sent him away. You know, we talked about, I said, I'm going to track this guy. I'm going to track what he's saying and what he's doing and see how they get implemented because he has some wonderful ideas in there. He was talking about the fish farms and all that. And he made the alliances where? In Detroit.
Yes.
In Detroit. But what happened, Reggie? Do you have any idea what happened?
We found out that we don't eat fish as much as people thought we ate fish. Right?
Stop it. Where you at, Smash? Smash at the fish house right now.
I was like, what is he talking
Yeah,
about, boy?
Shabazz. Yeah, Shabazz, get some fish
He's
and some bean
tripping.
pie
Yeah.
right now. Ain't you
I
smashed?
don't know what Reggie talking about. This is all we do, boy.
Literally, this is crazy.
The bulk. No, we eat chicken.
I'm done. I'm done, Reggie. I'm done with you, man. Come on, man. Come on, let's get back.
More than we eat fish.
Okay, well let's do this.
Chicken,
So
beef, and
Smash
pork,
was
and then fish.
No, it wasn't that, Reggie. It was the politics of the game, Reggie. It was certain people didn't feel like they was getting enough out the deal, and so they freeze the deal, they hold the deal, or they stall the deal until they get paid. That's politics, Reggie, and that's what this system, capitalism, is built on, and it's all about capital. It ain't about people.
I don't.
It ain't about people. So whatever you think, you go ahead and you can write. And when you get some more of it instituted and then point to it, then I'll take time away from what I'm doing to institute African-centered thought, action, and
I understand, but see, here's the thing: is we're brothers in this relationship. So you know where you met me at, right?
We brothers and we soldiers, and we soldiers,
man. You know who my mentors are, right?
And I'm talking about what you're doing, Rick.
So you do know who my mentors are. You do know who I am. Do you know?
Hold on. Let me interject. Right. Try to get a different type of perspective from a younger person. I'm younger than both of you brothers. So, like, we have history, and we made a lot of mistakes, and we can see these mistakes in real time, right? I would agree with Brother Flag. The desegregation being, in retrospect, if we look back on it, it may have been did more harm than good. If we were to look back at it, seemingly that's what the case is. You know what I'm saying? If you start to study world history, I found that Idi Amin's expulsion of the Indian population garnered them coming to America and taking up the corner stores in our communities. Because when I was young, we owned our own corner store. And then all of a sudden, these particular type of people come in. And then if you look at then you find, but see, at this time, I'm a kid. So I don't know why the black corner store owners are leaving. I'm thinking they're just selling their business. But some kind of way, these other people getting deals, and they're coming in and getting these corner stores through the government at a deal. Right now, we're living today, they're saying that they got migrants that they're paying in America, and then I'm in Texas. Governor Abbott is sending the migrants north. He's saying he's doing it as punishment. But if we think about it, they're really just spreading it out.
Punishment. That's right.
It ain't punishment. They giving them a place to stay, vouchers, and all of this stuff, but we ain't paying attention. They spreading it out because their population is overwhelming in the South. So to spread this out because they need this migrant and these people to take this we're being depopulated. It's just crazy because people don't see this war right in our face.
Well, I'm saying, Pan-African James, and what I'm saying, Brother Flag, is that if you look at what we were doing when we were segregated, when we were by ourselves, right? That is part of the Black City Plan. It's Black interest, right? As long as we're not discriminatory, it's just
I get that.
Majority Black population is returning back to a do for self within our community. If you knew anything about the Brother Flag, you're from the West Coast, I'm from the South, right? I think Pan-African James is from the South. When they talk about segregated South, it was based on actually the power was in neighborhoods. It was things like the East End and West End, the North End, or whatever it applied to in different particular states and cities, right? It applied like that. And in those corridors, within those corridors, then that's where you have the wealth. That's where you have in Oakland. You have Black Wall Street. That was a corridor. Harlem was a corridor of Black wealth, right? The Black City Plan is about integrating these corridors, right? So if you say, oh, Brother Reggie's plan is not as good as any of those other plans, at least I write about it and I debate about it and I talk about it. And it integrates slowly. It integrates. I'm a little distracted economically right now that I haven't been able to put attention into that. Why? Because I can do other things, and then I like still working on this history stuff, right? And then hopefully in a little while I can get full focus, but I'm collecting information and show you why things don't work and what will work. So first, before anyone talks to me, you should have a counter plan, right? You should have
nonsense. Let me say respect. Hold on. Let me say, Brother Pat, respectfully, I do respect you, Brother Reggie, for at least writing something. We haven't, most of us on the panel, we haven't written anything. So you do get credit for that. But we're just having a conversation and we're not being critical of what you did because most of us hadn't even read.
Brother just said nonsense.
I said, no, hold on. That Brother Flag.
I'll tell you.
I just interjected because I want to just at least acknowledge that you did do writing, but we're not trying to be disrespectful to one another. We're all brothers on here. So let Brother Flag respond.
Did you say fag or flag?
Brother Flag. Brother Flag.
No. I said it's nonsense when you say unless somebody wrote something, they can't critique what you're writing. That's nonsense. That's what I meant, Reggie. I meant no disrespect. I know that you're like me. You're a sensitive person, and I respect your sensitivity. But you be saying some outrageous stuff sometime, man. And one of them is so nobody can speak to you if they hadn't written as like that's nonsense, man. Get out of here with that. Okay, next person.
Okay, well, let me counter that. Okay, so a lot of people got a lot of ideas, right? But you organize ideas when you write something. Almost all my elders actually wrote, right? And they struggled with their writing so that they can be read and heard. We have a lot of people as part of our, how can I say, part of the problem with our people is in fact that we don't do the things related to power, right? So writing is a part of trying to influence groups of people. So just because you have an idea and it's scattered, right? And most of the people I talk to on YouTube, and I talk to a lot of people on YouTube, Brother Flag, they are disorganized in their thinking and they haven't read. So if you haven't read a lot, then when you get to, and then when it comes to writing, right, you don't have nothing to cite because you haven't read, right? You haven't read the history, right, to be able to make points that are, how can I say, more permanent points. So let me just share my screen. Share my screen. Share my screen. Can I just share my screen? I share my screen all day.
You were just responding to the point. I said nonsense. Now there were some other brothers that was trying to get on.
Okay, I'm gonna share my screen. Can I share my screen, brother?
I'm not
Pan African James.
It's sharing. I can't stop. I mean, it's allowed for participants to share. So
okay, because this is how I shut it all. This is how I shut it all down, right? Okay, so here it goes, right here. instituteoftheblackworld.org. This is an African think tank, Black think tank, right? You see reparations is dead, how to resurrect it. You see it, right? So this is how you get your ideas work. So if I'm arguing with someone, I want to see if they did the due diligence that I did, right? I I want to see that. If you're not handling these points, right? If you're not handling these points, then I'm like, you're just talking. You haven't done it. You haven't done the work. Do the work, right? I can show you. I can show you the Black City Plan. The Black City Plan. Tell me when it shares.
Hey, Reggie.
Yes.
You follow Malcolm. You follow Elijah. You follow the most honorable Malcolm X. I know you do because you're one of the leaders to the pilgrimage every year. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay. What book did he write?
What book did Malcolm write?
Yes.
Malcolm.
The answer is 0. He didn't write the book.
Well, the Organization of Afro-American Unity could be considered a book.
Knock it off. Knock it off.
Hold on now. Hold on, y'all. Y'all getting in the dojo here. Slow down.
Yeah, because I want to go on with the conversation. I don't want Reggie keep going back and he's gonna show me the book and all of that.
No, but what's crazy is the whole time.
We've been giving him.
Hold on. Now you're gonna disrespect Malcolm X to make
no. Let me just say.
I don't think he did that, Reggie. I don't think he did
hold
that.
on. I want. Hold on. This is what I want to say because the whole time.
I don't think he did that.
The whole time that y'all been talking, I've been thinking about Malcolm X and the OAA, the OAA I've been thinking about that.
Yes.
And Dr. Clark's involvement in that.
Yes.
And what J. Edgar Hoover wrote.
Yes.
When they formed that organization.
Yes.
And then within maybe 6 months, Malcolm was dead.
Yes.
Right.
So and from my conclusion from that little synopsis is that if you serious and if you doing something that's really for African people, because as soon as he turned to Africa, that man was dead within 6 months. That J. Edgar Hoover said that was the greatest threat to the United States.
Right.
When him and Dr. Clark got together. As long as he was kicking that Islamic stuff, they didn't care. Because it's the wrong trajectory for African people. So I find that let me mute out and let y'all continue. But that's incredible that y'all went there.
Thank you. I mean, the spirit of what you're saying is well received, and Reggie knows. I mean, no ill will or ill respect. I'm just trying to get him to see this point and the ridiculousness of that point to say that nobody can speak to him on topics that they have written about. That's all I'm saying. Yes, you're a writer, man. Everybody don't have those skills, Reggie. Everybody don't have the rigor. They don't have the discipline to put it in. And we salute you. But you do yourself as well as the community a disservice when you jump on that thing. And I've heard you do it several times and it's not becoming of you, my dear brother. Don't say that to people, man.
Why don't you call my elders?
I'm talking to you, Reggie.
Why don't you call my elder? Because you have an opinion, and I wanna fix this.
Right, and you can receive it or you can reject it. Right. But I'm bringing it to you. I've been holding this for some years now.
Can I say?
Yeah, but wait, hold on. Let me finish with my elder.
How about we do this?
You know the process is, elder. You call my elders.
How about we do this, Reggie? Instead of you trying to give me instructions and orders, why don't we just look at the brothers that we're here talking to and ask them, do they understand the point that I'm making to you about that reference that you make? And do they agree or disagree? Can we do that, Reggie?
With a caveat.
It's always a caveat. I expect that from you. Fine, let's do that.
So the caveat is that...
Well, let's do it first. Let's do it first.
With the caveat.
Okay, go ahead, man.
Okay, so you're picking something that you have been holding in your heart.
Yes.
About critiquing me and my work based on talking to some of the many people that I talk to. And a lot of times when I say that I'm saying it to not everybody, but
you said it to me.
To a particular person in an argumentative conversation. right? In an argumentative conversation. So it never applied to everybody. It only applied to the people that I was having a debate or argument with based on how could they substantiate their point versus my point. If you took that to mean everybody, Elder, then I am sorry. You might not like the way I said it, but I debate a lot of people and it's argumentative.
Let's
right?
see what the rest of the panel. Let's see how the rest of the panel.
We got a couple of new people came on the panel. So first that good guy, and then after him, due diligence.
Yeah.
Peace to the panel. Peace, especially to Brother Smash Rockwell and the elder on the panel, Reggie. We miss you, Smash. We need this information in this conversation.
Oh yeah, we miss you. Hey, in September we're coming back every day, so it's all good.
So, of course. So what I wanted to say about Brother Reggie, if you understand the same, Brother Reggie, we love you like cooked food. But that statement, like I'm an electrician. I cannot write. I don't have the time to write. I don't have the skills to write. So I work a 9 to 5. You know, I don't have the skills nor the time to. I try to. You see me in the back chat, in the discourse. I try my best. I'm not trying hard enough to do my due diligence to learn the meta-net and all that. So to say that, I'm not saying that you're wrong on certain people, but if you're gonna make that statement, caveat that with an asterisk on particular people that you're referring to, because some people don't have the fortitude to do the studies.
Caveat. I said the people that I am debating with in a very argumentative point of view, right? If they have all of these points, then do. But I'm not talking to the people that I'm not being argumentative to. And unfortunately, if y'all take it like that, because I talk to all of you almost every other day when we do these shows. So if you are trying to listen, I'm gonna brush my shoulders off on that. That's not a good critique of me. That's not a good critique, right? And I'll say it again. If you want to argue with me and you want to say that my work is not substantial, and A, you ain't read it, B, you ain't write nothing, right? 2, you ain't got nothing to cite, right? I'm not trying to hear it. I say, let me put it on paper. And if you talk to any scholar, any PhD, anybody, and you think that you got a good idea, new idea, they're going to say, let me see it in writing. That's where I come. So y'all can miss me. Y'all can miss me with this politeness because all my professors, they would say, let me see it in writing. They don't want to hear you talk. So y'all can miss me with that. And that's John Henry Clark. That's John Henry Clark and Dr. Ben. So you can miss me with that.
Peace to the panel. Peace to the great Magi too. What up with you, Smash, bro? Good guy, James, Reggie, the elder. You know.
What up?
Peace, dude.
Man, you know, glad to see you back in action again, big bro. You know what I'm saying? It's been kind of lonely on these streets, man. You need to pop out, man. What the hell's going on? But so I understood what brother Reggie said whenever he said it. You know what I mean? It is in a particular context because a lot of times people come and argue from ignorance. Like if you're not read on the subject, be quiet. If you don't know how to read the meta-netter, you shouldn't be arguing against Brother Reggie. It don't make no sense. Or you shouldn't be arguing against Smash because you can't show and prove nothing. If you're not in politics, you can challenge him, but if you ain't got nothing to show against you just talking, be quiet. Because Brother Reggie be in the court, he be in the judicial system. They be reading meta-netter. They talking to real scholars. So you can challenge them, but just fall back. Don't think you can trump them, no, arguing from a position of ignorance because you just arguing for the sake of arguing. You don't know. What they know, or they can at least substantiate their argument. You just saying, what you feel. So I got what Brother Reggie said whenever he said it. And to add to that, I think Brother Reggie got one of the best plans, if not the best plan. You know, and he's well read. He know about reparations. He know how the judicial system works. He know how politics work. And with that being said, that don't necessarily mean that I agree with everything that he say, but I think that I know when to shut up. But let me ask this question, if I may, though, because I am skeptical when it comes to politics, right? Brother, you are myself when it comes to politics. I think you believe that there's brothers smarter than you when it comes to politics, right?
Hold on.
And
hold up, dude. When you were saying what you were saying, it kind of crackled and broke up. So ask your question again.
My question is, concerning politics, there's people that are smarter than you when it comes to politics. There's people that are smarter than Brother Reggie when it comes to politics that's been in the political system before us. And it always is, to me, it's a slap in the face whenever, especially Black people, they say, we ain't never been doing it right. Ever since we got the ability to vote, Black people always put it on us as that we not playing the political system right. I just refuse to believe that. I do not believe that we have never played the political game right. With as smart as the brothers as we have, the think tank that we haven't given up for our vote. Figure out
Hold on. Hold up. Is that just me? Is that just my audio? Is that everybody?
Nah. Dude is low.
That's him. He's breaking.
Let me talk.
Okay, yeah, you breaking up, Duke. So I'm just not trying to be rude or nothing. I'm just letting you know that if it is, I didn't know if it was just my audio or if it was everybody. So yeah, the consensus is your bandwidth is low or something.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
We get you.
All right. Did y'all get the?
Nah, you still muffled.
Was I too messed up for you to get the point?
Yeah, we couldn't hear you. We couldn't make out what you were saying.
Okay.
Summarize your basis.
Yeah, let me summarize it. All right. And three, I believe that there are people smarter than me in politics that come before me. I believe that Brother Reggie believes that there are people in politics that have came before him. I believe that we have had groups of people, think tanks in politics that have tried to do a lot of the things that, we think we need to do. And it behooves me, and I think it's a big slap in the face when people, I'm not saying nobody on this panel, but a lot of times Black people will come on these panels and be like, it's our fault. We're not voting the right way. We're not voting for the right people. We're not putting the right bills up and all that type of stuff. And I refuse to believe that we just not playing the game the right way. You know what I'm saying? And the concessions that we do get is small concessions that we're supposed to have anyway. So I think that we should probably do for self, because I don't believe that ever since we have gotten the vote, we have not been voting our interests, that we vote against our interests every single time. That's a slap in the face to everybody that's before us that has been smarter than me, smarter than us, and they tried to make the right play, but it just don't happen for one reason or another. So I just want to put that out there and see what specifically Brother Reggie think, and I'll accept anything that you say. So.
Well, I agree. I happen to agree with most of what you said, because there's different groups of people. There are people with a plan, right? There are people that control plans, right? And then there's the normal group of people who respond to what is happening in the world, right? And so when you have those different types of groups of people, one group that's not following a plan because there's no plan out there, and they're just confused. And then you have people who are supposed to be implementing plans that you trust, right? That go against you, right? And then you have the people who try to control those people who are responsible for making the plans. So that is something that's happening within our community, and that's a factor. So there's nothing more for me to say about that except for when we begin to assess what plans are good for us and for people to write plans, right? And then we can analyze a plan based on city and county basis, right? Because if Malcolm X said, if you don't have a plan, your plan will fail. So it all starts with a plan. So the fight should be what the plan is. And then once you have the plan, and then you start implementing to make sure that that plan is fulfilled. And I think that's simple. And like, for example, how I would write, I'll put it on my screen, put it on screen, right? Because you know why I can, not why I can do it, I'm at the mercy of of the people who's moderating the channel, right? They're ultimately, if they say stop, I have to stop. But here, where's my rationale of a city plan? Since some of you have not read it and you got stuff to say, is it showing? Is it showing?
Yeah, you won't.
Good. My rationale, right? I have sections. Our path to power will begin in cities. This is a plan about seizing cities within the United States where we are in a majority of the population. Stop me when I'm wrong. By doing so, we can control the economics, politics, and cultures of those cities that are majority populated by our cities. Stop me when I'm wrong.
Wrong right there. You're wrong right there. There's a city in Jackson, Mississippi, that was formed by some what's the brother's name? Lumumba. And his son, he became the mayor. They run the city. They run the mechanism that run the city. Now he's died. His son took over as mayor. They control all the mechanism of the city. And what are they doing? What's happening there?
Okay, so you have a point.
Thank you.
You have a point, right? I do talk about Lumumba in my.
So that's one example. I'll give you.
No, you made a point.
Let me give you another more brazen example. The Nation of Islam, before their Million Man March, you remember your markets? Do you remember the your market plan? When Farrakhan was going around the whole country giving these free conventions to get everybody to buy in. He wanted to have the toilet paper, the razor blade, etc., the toothpaste. And in my town, Los Angeles, California, we had your supermarket. Besides the fish, the Shabazz fish and things going around. They had a community, they had a population, they had a plan, and they were working the plan. What happened, Reggie? Why did it fail? That's a rhetorical question. I'm gonna tell you why it failed. It failed because Black people don't see themselves as Africans, and seeing what another African doing over here is a benefit to him, his community, his family, his future. We always aspire to what we ain't gonna never be. And that's a goddamn American, a capitalist, a materialist. You're not gonna be that. It's built on our labor and our suffering and our blood. And that's why they're bringing all these damn immigrants in, because they don't need your Black asses in the numbers that we're here, and they don't know what to do with us.
Okay, so
that's why you have the rise of this man Trump and those people that follow him, who you talking about voting against their own interests, those redneck Peckerwoods with their tiki torches and their machine guns, they're voting against their own interests. But all they can see is your Black behind and my Black behind gaining on them or leading them. They see you talking about we got all this money in media or in entertainment. That talent, we got talent in politics. We got talent in education. We have talent everywhere. But where we don't have a talent is reclaiming our sense of our African selves. And that is the key. Nothing that you bring forward will ever work until we get that part straight.
Sir,
I yield the floor.
I said 2 lines, right? And you said a whole bunch of stuff not relating to the line. So you rejected.
Can I say something though?
I apologize. Well, if I was off,
let me finish. I only read 2 lines.
You said stop you when you were wrong. You said stop you, and I did.
I read 2 lines.
Y'all is out of control. Hold on. What's crazy about this? Y'all. Hold on. Slow down, y'all. Hold on. I have to mute. I don't want to have to mute the elders, but hold on. This is crazy. Y'all is the elders of the community, right?
I don't want to be out of order.
This is crazy.
Let me
elders of the community.
Can I say something though?
Hold on. Y'all over here arguing harder than the youth. So we gotta work on.
Still got fired. We still got fired.
Yeah. This is crazy though. You know what I'm saying? I'm enjoying it. I'm just saying.
But we ain't angry, mad.
We gotta figure. But hold on. Pan-African James. Let's be honest. Did I have the floor? Yes or no?
Yeah. But hold on, Reggie. You did say.
Wait, hold on.
I gotta be fair. You said stop you when you're wrong.
Okay, fine.
And then he gave you a couple of instances that was counter to what.
Hold up. So when I'm saying stop me, then I'm wrong. That means completely stop me.
No. Go continue, Reggie. Let me mute.
Okay. So continue. Let's just keep it up. Let's just keep it a buck, because that's the beginning. So, and then when he did stop me, when he was talking about what Louis Farrakhan was doing, that was a program within the Nation of Islam that went into his city. That wasn't anything about the city's process. The Nation of Islam
Reggie,
incorporated it, right? So that wasn't a good.
I gotta agree with him, Brother Flag. He is right about that. It wasn't a good. Y'all hold up, because they say they
let him finish.
They Asiatics. I had a conversation with the rapper Cam last week, and it threw me off because he said they was Asiatic. So that's to your point, Brother Flag, too, because you saying that confusion is the problem. So Brother Reggie just got you right there. I got to give him his credit. Go ahead, Reggie.
Cities are both a form of government and a corporation within the United States. Thus, seizing a city is controlling a corporation that controls how we live the majority of our lives. Almost every aspect of our lives happen in cities. If we look at cities as corporations, then instead of benefiting shareholders and stockholders, the city benefits its citizens. We are the major stockholders in majority Black populated cities. We as a people do not know this or our power in this type of corporation because we never looked at it like that. We have been living too long without an engine to produce goals. This super corporation called a city is that engine, and it manages the laws within the territory. If we are to manage the laws affecting us, we must take these corporations called cities. I need to add over. This corporation is seized by simply casting a majority for candidates to run this type of corporation in cities, which are the majority. The vote must be cast for leaders who can execute a plan that benefits the majority of the population. When we take hold of these corporations, we can exert power to protect Black lives and make Black lives better, right? I didn't use the word African because some people don't, I'm not dealing with African on a spiritual, I'm dealing with what we call ourselves in our cities. And we don't, right now, don't have a consensus on this. To accomplish this Herculean task and gain power, we must adapt a new way of thinking to help us manage this process. We must first see our cities as corporations with the goals of having our best interests. To accomplish the seizing of cities and to make the resources work, we need a plan. I want to state here and elsewhere that a movement, be a civil rights movement or a religious movement, is not a plan. And I can continue on about how I am laying these particular points out. So I will stop sharing my screen. It's called the Black City Plan. All you have to do is type Black City Plan, I think blackcityplan.com, and it will come up. And that was on page, I don't know, That was on page 40 or something like that of a 223-page document, right? So,
so let me ask you, what parts of the plan do you think trumps what Amos Wilson put out, and why is it better? Just for the, I'm not trying to keep on that. I just want to know why you think that.
Okay, did you read the Black City Plan? The blueprint for Black Power?
I read the blueprint for Black Power, and I think I've skimmed over the Black City Plan.
Okay, so you read the blueprint for Black Power. So that's what you read. This is Smash?
Yes, sir. And then compare it to Powernomics and the talks by our other brother as well, if that even has anything to do with it.
Okay. So if you wrote, so help me out, because I have the you don't see me, but I have the blueprint for Black Power in my hand, and I also have Black Powernomics because they're on my shelf because that's what I have used.
You got a blank, it's blank, Reggie. Roll it up to your table of contents for it, please. All we see is a blank page.
Wait. I'm not, okay, let me take my plan off. I'm answering his question. So let me stop sharing. So if you read the blueprint for Black Power, what part of the book do you think do you want to talk about?
Well, I was kind of asking you that. I was kind of just saying, like, how do you think the plan differs, and how do you think it's better? That's all.
Well, one is what is the difference between a blueprint and a plan?
A blueprint is a plan.
Blueprint is the basis of creating a plan.
No, a blueprint is actually the plans. If you want to get plans for building, you get a blueprint.
Right, and then you get a blueprint, and then you enact it. Then you add pieces to it, to that particular environment, right? So it's what do you call it? It's the blues, and then you formulate it later. That's why it's called the blues, the blueprint, right? Because then you add in different structural materials, you make adjustments, you make costs, right? Basis. It's not the.
I might have asked my question wrong. So the kind of response I'm trying to get is, well, in the blueprint for Black Power, they say this, and in my thing, I say this. That's what I mean. And it might not even lead to none of that, but that's all I'm trying to get you to say. Like, what points did they miss that you hit on or whatever?
Right. So the points that they talked about, right, is social power of the people. I'll tell you what their what his table is, right? Let me just see. Yeah, his chapters, right? Because you read it, and so you should be able to. Okay, so let me see, because you know it's long. It's like down there 600-700 pages, right? So he talks about different forms of power. What is power? Basis of power, organizations and ethnic resources, right? He says social and cultural origins of power, consciousness and power, self-concept and power, power and personality, class, race, power in America, the power process in the ruling class, the policy formation class, the candidate selection process, ideology and legitimacy of dominance, the economic order and power.
Now, are you just reading the chapters to us? Like, tell us.
I'm reading the chapters to make a point that he talks about power. Where in here, since you read it, does he talk about how to implement it? He talks about a lot of stuff. He doesn't tell you how to implement it.
I couldn't tell you whether I read it or where in the story. You got the book in your hand. And I can ask you a specific question and you would still have to fumble through the book. Ain't nobody saying they remember a page number. I'm just asking you how your plan benefits. I mean, it's better than that. And that's it. That's giving you an alley-oop. It's giving you an alley-oop, but you taking it as if it's a contention or something.
No, I'm not doing it because I thought I made my point, Smash. You're my brother.
I have a question though.
His blueprint is all over the place. Mine is concise with dealing with the power is in the city. My whole book is about the power is in, for us, majority Black cities. He's all over the place telling us what power is and where power exists and what. And I'm like, yeah. I'm like, power is in majority Black cities and counties. Thank you for the alley-oop. Right?
Can I ask a question?
Well, I want to make sure that Smash understand. I mean, what Smash says after that, since he asked me.
That's the answer I was looking for. Go ahead, who was trying to speak? That's the answer I was looking for. Go ahead, who was trying to speak?
Thank you.
All right, so since it's the year of election, and Biden, and then we got somebody just called me. We have Kalama, if I'm saying her name right, I don't want to say her name wrong, and Donald Trump. Which one of them do you think have a plan for Black people?
Both of them do. Both of them do. Trump has a plan to annihilate Black people, and Kamala Harris has a plan to regulate the movement of all people.
And
law enforcement, she's a law enforcement, she's a law and order person. No matter what you think, that's who she is.
All right, I feel you on Trump, but wouldn't you say that that's a bit extreme to say that he has a plan to annihilate Black people?
That's what the 2025 project is. I've been fighting against that since the 90s. They came after Dr. Jeffries and them in the 90s. I've been following these people. They have a plan, and they put a lot of money into developing that plan. And part of that plan was to get those guys on the Supreme Court. That's one component to that plan. So, and that's why this man was talking about it was a rigged election even before the election was over, when he was sitting as president, because he had a plan to hold on to the power. It's about the power. And this has nothing for us as Black people.
So that's why I asked that question.
We don't see that.
No, I asked that question because this present day, the only people that, now Trump did it too though, with the COVID, but right now is the most like we have to fight for freedom of speech right now. So I see the Democrats are the one that's, trying to not allow us to talk about issues, about COVID, about what's going on in Gaza, about a lot of issues. They're trying to make it seem, they're trying to have us not say anything about the Jewish people online anymore. So I think the freedom of speech thing is the number one problem right now. And that's the Democratic Party that's doing that. And that's my take.
Okay, can I add?
Well, let me say something, Rich. I got a question for you and Elder Flag, I guess. I can call you Flag.
Sure.
So I've been hearing a lot about the plan 2025, but whenever you say annihilate Black people, I would like for you to summarize that up to, what does that mean for Black? Like, what do you mean when you say that? But before you go, I want Reggie to go after you. And Reggie, to you, what would you say to somebody like me who, whenever I look at the history and me being from Oklahoma, the multiple Black cities that we have that, those people that come through and like leveled our cities. Like there are multiple cities, all of our Black cities that was really like doing what they were supposed to do, got leveled one way or another through economics, through war, through a lot of different means. So how do you think your plan will fare different? Brother Flag, you go first.
I live in Los Angeles, California. I live in the hood. I live in the 40s, okay? I live in the central section of the city. A lot of the people, the families we grew up with, they moved out. They moved out. They said they were trying to avoid gang violence. I need you to bring it up. I mean, get it on. Get one of them. One of the things that they left in place was the educational system and the choices between private schools, charter schools, and public schools. The Heritage Foundation's plan is to dismantle the educational system that as it currently stands. So that's going to leave the educational system in Los Angeles, where I live, in a total disarray. Now, so I'm thinking about what's going to happen to the single parent homes when they won't have the school to drop their kids off and pick them up to. They have another bill. They got to figure out how they're going to get money to get their kids into a private or a charter school where everything is different. That's just one. I'm looking up the rest of their stuff that I can speak to, so I can speak to better. But that's one of the major things. And that's always been one of the lifesavers for African Americans, one of the goals as long as I've been alive. As a child, boy, get your education. That's the one thing the cracker can't take from you. Mm-hmm. But she can damn sure neutralize it if you try to use it within his system. Go ahead, Red.
Thank you. Thank you, Flat.
Okay, so we can look at Tulsa, Oklahoma. We can look at what you call Black Wall Street. There was a case for the survivors of Tulsa, and it was lost, right? It was lost. It was filed wrong by some Black attorneys that filed not for civil rights, but filed for things like public nuisance laws that had a statute of limitations, right? And the survivors, we're finally having a case, and the community didn't, he basically sold them on the case. And so they took it to the courts, and it was bad law, and they lost it. At the same time, Rosewood had a similar situation in Rosewood where they were devastated by a massacre. The Rosewood descendants got reparations, right? Got repaired, right? They won, right? They granted $150,000 to each of the living survivors. So in those two cases, if we want to dissect the cases, well, they deal with both cities and counties, right? One group of people used their people and went to the legislators and forced the legislators to enact a kind of a city settlement. And the other one went through the courts with a private lawyer, right? Now, what they have been doing is decimating how you win a war. You decimate cities. And so, in Tulsa, there were not just, it was just not what they call Wall Street. There were a bunch of corridors, right? And they decimated them one by one, right? Whether they're putting through eminent domain, whether they're doing mob rule, whatever the case, right? Okay. So then what, if you look back at it, so then what plans do we enact? Because what plans do we act to stop the war and to begin to win the war? So unity in majority populated cities helps when we can have single and double agenda items, right? Focused items. We lost Tulsa. That is devastating. Now they want to go federal. They want to go everywhere else but legislative. Meaning, when you go legislative, you line up every single Black elected official or white official that you could put your hands on, and you go to their front door and say, you need to fix this. Right? Or, we're going to make it hard for you, your family, your children, everybody. You're not like us. We don't want you. Right? And then you see change. But the change happens with unity, people being focused on an agenda item. So I'll stop there because I think I hopefully answered your question. You can tell me
Thank you. No, you absolutely did.
Well, let me just throw something off in here, right? So I mean, now, no disrespect to the ancestors because I would never do that. But the reparations that we seek from the slave trade, I think from my own personal opinion, that that's never going to happen, right? So, but what I would target if I was trying to seek compensation is what happened to us in the crack era. And we're living right now. We know based on government documents that they targeted our community, and we sweep that particular crime right over the rug. And we're not trying, and if we wait too long, that's going to be out of the statute of limitation as far as trying to get some type of compensation for our community from what they did just in that era. So I think that would be a more plausible target to try to get something done for our people as far as some type of compensation for some type of crime that they've done to us in recent times. I think that we really put real emphasis on that. I think that because a lot of us are still living and still suffering the effects of that particular crime that they did, because that's exactly what it was. And so, like, you can't see stuff when they doing it to you when you're in your 20s and you're in your most ignorant state, but stuff that we can see that they did, I think that we should really try to focus on trying to get stuff done and change certain laws that they've done in our time to try to make sure that the next generation don't go through what we go through. But how do we get to the politicians or whoever? Like, it should be something where they get on national TV, like C-SPAN, and then the Black community talk to our caucus about what we want y'all to go in and get done for us in this election. I don't know where that's at. But that's something that we need to be trying to figure out about a solution to where we can get access to these people, see them in real time, and let them know what our concerns and what we want you to go in there and what will gain our vote. You know what I'm saying? I think that would be more.
The people who do that effectively are called lobbies.
That's correct.
So you saying we would need to form a lobby? You can't form an effective lobby without no money, because what the lobby holds over the head is their campaign contributions.
Yeah, we need some. We need to figure that out, man. That's what I'm saying. So really, construct a constructive conversation is how to figure out how we can get a unified of what we want and get that done to where we can see that they're doing exactly what it is that we saying our community wanted. We need to see that, because we too spread out as far as ideology to agree on anything. But some of these things that we all are dealing with within this particular society, like, okay, I'm in Texas. I don't know how they do it anywhere else. But if you have a felon, you can't even get an apartment in certain places.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? That's something, housing is something that's important for a man to be able to have a place to stay for his kids. If you can't go get somewhere to stay,
what you said, James.
huh?
No, I'll go ahead and land.
If you can't get somewhere to stay, how you gonna have somewhere for a family?
I think you make a great point, James. The only pushback that I would give you, I think that reparations be beneficial for all of us, whereas the crack era and the legislation that they passed on that would only benefit a few, like maybe the people who went to prison behind crack and got records and all of that.
Those people did, yeah, but hold on, those people that they had kids. Some of them had kids, and that affected them. So it affected our whole community. The depopulation of it, all of it is man. It's just even the education system. Like most of us learn the stuff that we know that's on this panel. We learned this after the fact. So we know that there's something wrong with the, I'm just talking about.
The crack era didn't affect every Black person, y'all. We got to stop that.
The majority of our community, it did affect. It didn't affect a minority of the community.
It didn't affect the majority of the community, bro. It didn't.
Think so?
Yeah, the majority of Black people. Think about what you're saying, nigga. The majority of Black
I remember before crack was here.
So just ask yourself, was the majority of Black people on crack?
They were affected by it in some kind of way. It was bad, Smash. I don't know. I was here before it even came.
So are you talking about the difference, how they treat this opioid addiction from the crack addiction? Or is that what you're saying?
All of that's encompassed.
So James, 40% is still a minority. Like, you feel me? 50% is outrageous. Of course, 50% of black people was not on crack or even affected by it. I'm talking about, yes, we lived in the hoods, but everybody didn't. Like, we gotta be real. It's some people who clearly be like, what are y'all talking about? That shit didn't affect my family.
Well, I like to speak on that.
I would like to
I
add.
think he's talking about.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to add. Okay, so alrighty. So what's happening is the reparations has been changing, right? And what it means, which it really means repair. And it doesn't have to necessarily mean repair from the slave trade directly, but aftermaths. And so I'm gonna share a article, right? 5 principles for making state and local reparations reparative, right? And if you read this article, and I'm not going to go over here, right? But they go, in the absence of a federal plan, various states and localities have convened their own commissions and in some cases enacted their own reparation style plans at the sub-federal level below the federal level. California's reparation task, Evanston, Illinois, St. Paul's, Minnesota, Providence, Rhode Island, right? All of this is things that I had talked about, right, prior to this actually happening, right? So local reparations means that if you're the majority population in your city and county, right, then you put that on the agenda, right? You force the people that you elect that this is going to be on the agenda, and you start there, right? For example, in some of the places where, let's say for the Mormons, in the Mormon areas, they can have multiple wives in their counties, right? It's even though the federal law says
in the United States.
Yup. In Utah.
That's news. All right, check that one.
Well, it's been going on for the last 20 years.
Yeah, that's true, Brother Flag.
They can do this
legally.
Right.
They were ran out of the country for doing that.
No, well, when you wasn't watching, the Mormons are very powerful in Utah. They have actually bought the archives of the genealogy data. They control that. They
I'm talking about the legality of having more than one wife in the United States of America. That's not allowed. If it is, it's news to me. But I don't want to take you off your thought.
But I'm just trying to make the point that city and local laws, so the fight is there and the defense is there, because that is what they're trying to tear down. So I wanted to talk about where we have to put our energy in, and where policy people see that it's possible, rather than a wide sweeping reparations plan that just covers slavery. James is correct that there are other issues. There's slavery, but there's Jim Crow, and then there's the new Jim Crow, and then there is and all of this has to do with the lack of understanding the wealth gap, right? And us understanding our power. But
did you see that the black farmers got that $9 billion?
Exactly. But that was after a large. So if people don't know, black farmers won their suit for multiple billions of dollars finally, right? But yes, that was based on the suit and
yeah, but they still fighting for that $5 billion too.
Yes, but so that means these how can I say, what I'm saying, they implemented some form of power there, right? Yeah. Some type of plan, some type of power, some type of unity based on what conditions they were being super disenfranchised, so their lives depended on it. we have situations where we don't think our lives depend on small things, right?
So is that what you're saying, Brother Reggie? We could go to different avenues like farming, like how to get reparations. Is that what you're saying?
Right, and we can use that concept for repair. One of the things that I found out in my research is that many states, even though there was a federal law for importating Africans in 1807, 1818, you have states that violated the federal law. So they are already wrong, and there's no real statute of limitations on the states itself. So, but we don't do, we don't.
But my question is, shouldn't we have a think group that talks about this, that find lawyers for us to do what we need to do?
We have think tanks. We do. We have, like the Institute of the Black World, which I just showed, which is one of our biggest think tanks.
You're in a think tank as we speak. This is a think tank. When you take
yes, sir.
When you take into consideration that we all have a voice, we all have the ability to struggle, and we must all struggle. We may not all struggle on a unified one particular thing that's proclaimed at one time, but we must all struggle, and we struggle where our interests are. And that's why that's why earlier, Reggie, I was saying that we must make space for everyone to contribute and dialogue, whether they're literate or illiterate, if we're going to follow the teachings of Batautep, okay, that tells us not to be proud and arrogant with our knowledge, and to consult and converse with the ignorant and the wise, for the limits of art are not reached. No artist ever possesses the perfection to which he should aspire. Good speech is more hidden than the greenstones, emerald, and yet it may be found among the maids at the grindstone, the poorest of the poor. So that's our
I read the same thing.
Wait. I didn't cut you, Reggie. What I'm saying is we all have interests, like the brother was saying about the crack thing is more real to him than things that happened before that. And so I would tell him, if that's an interest to you, know that when our councilwoman had a town hall after the newspaper guy from up there in San Jose blew the lid off of the government participation in bringing crack into the neighborhood. After they murdered that guy, they had a town
Maxine
hall.
Waters.
Maxine Waters. She had a town hall in Watts where everybody showed, and among the people that came in there was a cop. And this cop said that he was part of the team. He was part of the team of sheriffs that was doing some of this shit. So I'm saying that to say this. It's not that they don't know these things are going on, and it's not that they can't stop these things from going on. But as far as getting reparations for them things that are going on, you're going to have to plot. You're going to have to take it, or we're going to have to only. The way we get things from this government is through civil disobedience. Because every time, whatever institution we build, be it a HBCU, whether it be a town, whether it be a business like this young man in my neighborhood, Nipsey Hussle, was doing. He built a business community and he put it out there, and he was changing lives. He had a place upstairs for after school. They made sure that man was taken out. The only thing that these demons recognize is power, is force, political force, economic force, and material force. They're not to be reasoned with or negotiated with unless you have power. And you have to understand this. Each of us as individuals have the power of the divine that's within us, and we can generate that within our own individual families and have them join us where they can join us. And as they join us and that grows, then it grows exponentially when you can point out a specific thing for them to focus on. Me and my house right now is focusing on keeping that redneck Peckerwood out of office, because I know what it's going to mean to my community, and I'll deal with the law and order prosecutor later. But that guy and the people that support him is a direct threat to the life and the liberty to the Black community. And I hope I convince somebody to at least lean towards or look into more about why I would say such a thing. And on your heritage thing, I'll put up the heritage thing. This is what.
Yeah, we have to talk about Kamala Harris.
Well,
I want to speak to what he said too before you move on.
Go ahead. But I'll finish with this. On the 2025, they talking about empowering parents to make educational choices. What they're talking about is giving them the ability to go to private schools, and our people don't. Some of our people in my community and in my family don't have the resources to do anything but public school. So that's a hardship on them. Secure the borders and reduce crime. When they talking about reducing crime, you know who they talking about. They talking about black males between the age of 15.
I can't disagree. If he's talking about secure the border and reduce the crime,
I'm just saying their point. I'm just reading, but this is what.
Okay.
This is the President Trump's agenda. The people that's funding him.
Hold on. If you saying secure the border, reducing crime, isn't those two good things for black people?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
So securing the border is not a good thing for black people?
Absolutely not. You don't give.
So why do you think that?
I don't give a damn about the border. We got people.
So you don't think border? I got stabbed by somebody that was illegal, a legal person.
Okay.
So I mean, I think personally that affects me because I literally got stabbed by a legal person.
So yeah, and I got shot by a Negro. And I got shot by a Negro. What's your point?
No, what I'm saying, my point being is that your person was a citizen. My person wasn't supposed to be here. I'm not mad at the person who did that to me. Okay. I'm mad at the circumstances on how that person got here.
Okay.
I say that to say that. Okay. I say that to say that, and also those people take jobs from people that look like me. Also,
I ain't taking no job from not one Negro.
Listen,
they're not taking not one job from one.
You see my hard hat, right? I be on construction sites, and they be like, I'm from I'm from Central America, and I do not have a green card. I've been here for 5 years. I don't have nothing, and I'm an electrician. So I'm just saying they do take jobs. That's what
yeah, they're not taking the job, my dear brother. The white man.
I just told you that
the white man is giving them that job. That's an old trick that they do. They give the job.
It's happening.
Who's gonna work their hardest for the least amount of pay? They used to do it to us.
Hold on. It's just with Brother Flag, it's just saying it's just the terminology that you use. You saying they're taking when he's pointing. Hold on, listen, that good guy. When he's pointing out that they're actually giving these people these jobs and they're actually letting these people come across the border. And doing this on purpose.
Right.
They should.
So what I'm saying, hold on, I don't get that. These are Democratic
points, and go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I don't want you to get too far because I got a question for you too, Brother Flag. Before you get too far, good guy, don't go too far because I want to bring you back a little bit. But go ahead.
We're waiting for you, good guy.
No. Go ahead, OG. If you wasn't finished.
No, well, I was going to help you out, that good guy.
No, Reggie, no helping.
No, Reggie, help me out.
Okay, so these policies, because we are not standing against these policies, they're not only taking jobs, they're taking whole neighborhoods, right? Block by block, right? There's places in California that are almost all Latino. Ain't no blacks live there. They tell you got to move. So it's the food, it's the shelter, then it becomes the jobs, and it happens on a block by block basis. It's like in my neighborhood, where I'm from, New York, not where I'm from, but where I live in New York, the Dominicans, yes, Americans had a policy of letting the Dominicans come in for instead of the Haitians, and then with during the crack cocaine Kara. They took a black neighborhood where Malcolm X was shot, was a black neighborhood, Washington Heights, right? All of them was Daddy Grayson, all of them was there. Those Dominicans took block by block the stores and the places, right? Why? Because we as a community, right, is fighting against, right, the whole system. So we're not seeing it as
do you consider Dominicans black people, Reggie?
No,
That's
they
what they consider. They don't consider. They don't consider.
No. I want to know if Reggie considers them black people.
My bad. No, no.
You do not, right?
No. They don't have a black agenda. They have
okay. Yeah, okay, I got you. I asked you that question for this reason, Reggie. This is part of the confusion and the smoke screen that they blowing in our face so that we don't focus on the biggest enemy that we need to deal with. The Dominicans their ancestors are African just like ours. They just got dropped off at a different spot.
They're mixed.
That's about the immigrants. You're talking about
hold on, brother Flag.
Go ahead. Africans.
Sorry, I got to get some lunch. That's not true. They're
not Africans. The Dominicans are not African.
The whole island, right? It's been going on for a while. They have disconnected themselves from being black, right, on their island before they got here. I'm going to lunch. I'll talk to y'all later. I just don't.
Okay, so
What
Reggie is his frustration seemingly here.
Shimotep.
Can I ask my question?
That we have to see, this is what the problem, we have a problem, and I think we have a solution in this time and era where we can measure. Now, some people will say some Dominicans would be considered black, but some Dominicans are on the other side, just like we have the same phenomenon all over the Americas. So you have Afro-Latinos, you have Afro-Mexicans, you have Afro-Brazil, but some people are not considered Afro, right?
Yeah.
So we put that term in front of these particular people. So you have Afro-Dominicans. So we know that some people have admixture that's not of, our stock, so to be politically correct. So that's what Brother Reggie was trying to.
Fair enough. Okay. How many times in the last 30 days have somebody told you don't bring that black stuff to them?
They do it all the time.
See? Well, would you call them, are they Africans?
The people that do it to me are Africans.
Exactly. That's my point. We're still African whether we want to identify.
But
that's all. That's all.
But hold on. But see, that's the fragmentation that we're dealing with all of these different ideologies. Right, and I'm with you, Brother Flag. I'm a Pan-African. What you saying? I'm like, this is beautiful. You see what I'm saying? Because we have to have a nucleus.
Like Reggie helped the other brother, you help me.
We gotta have a nucleus of what we can go back to make us all whole in one. The Pan-African movement was that nucleus. Then, if we look through the history of it, we see the fragmentation when we see brothers chipping off of it, using Pan-Africanism with these particular religious ideologies. And then they birth with Pan-Africanism ideology, they birthed the Nation of Islam. And look, you can look this up in the chronology. And then they also birthed the Hebrew Israelite culture. They cloak it with Pan-Africanism because Pan-African movement was the strongest thing that was going on at the time. That Pan-African movement, that's all the Nation of Islam is. They're Pan-Africans with the wrong history. That's all they're Pan-Africans with the wrong history. That's all it is.
I think that you are absolutely right, but like Reggie said, I agree that Dominicans are of African descent. But if they don't identify as African, it don't mean nothing. And it don't help our cause. So from what Reggie was saying, that if they don't come from African ideology of what y'all saying too. You know what I mean? Y'all saying the same thing, but just talking past each other. And that's the thing, the thing that we're dealing with Kamala and Obama. They got African faces, they have African descent, but do they have the African agenda? That's the issue, right? And this is the other thing that
understood. There's no
okay.
confusion about that. And that's what I'm saying. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, I think that was what Reggie's point was, because it doesn't matter, because what you said was, are they African? They African too. But it don't matter what they look like, it matter what they do. You know what I'm saying? They grabbing stuff up and they building stuff up for they people who they believe that they are. But this is the question that I want to get to, the other point that I want to make. The other point that I want to make is, you know, Reggie said something about power. You know what I mean? And industry. I believe that we don't have no industry. Brother Reggie said we have the entertainment industry and all these industries. We don't have it. We participate in other people's industry and we don't have any. I believe if we did have an industry, we would garner power. And with power, we can make political plays, right? Then we can really lobby. You know what I'm saying? So if we really want to participate in politics, we have to corner some type of industry in order to get power, in order to lobby, in order to set our own people into play. And I believe without that, we are being really naive to believe that, you know, these people are going to put us in some position with us begging for stuff and put us in a position that will put them under them. They are never going to put no other people on the same level as them or above them. And essentially, when we ask them for reparations, that's what it'll do. We are asking them to create competition for themselves. And they will never do that. They're gonna have to do it in some.
Well, I mean, that's something I know. So I agree with that, dude. I mean, I don't really look for that, you know.
Well,
but you know, if we have this conversation, you know,
it's not. This is not for you. This is for the people. I'm not saying y'all. This is just my perspective, and I want y'all to feel me on it because I want reparations, and I'm gonna fight for it. But I just want to try to look at it from a realistic standpoint for us to know what we asking them to do for us is to put them on par with them. And they can't do it. It goes against the interest of the United States, and they can't do anything that goes against the interest of the United States that will put anybody equal or more than. They got to try to keep the numbers fluctuate. They got to keep the numbers. We in a democracy by appearance. So if they don't have the numbers, then this appearance of a democracy then goes to somebody else, and somebody else get their numbers up. So I don't think we're gonna ever be on.
Hey, peace to the chat. Peace to the chat, bro.
Peace to the chat. What's the brother's name that was speaking?
That's due diligence.
Due diligence. Hey, due diligence. I just want to ask you this. Every group that we mention here, they have some form of military in their group that fights for their particular political understanding or beliefs. Do we have a military, like for Black Wall Street? We never had one. They blew that out the water. So if we're going to, at some point, be an equal force, we have to bring a force of physical attributes as well as political and spiritual, right?
Your statement again. Say it again, because I didn't get it.
So my question was this. Every group that he was speaking on, and he said it's against the interest of the United States for us to get the reparations as Black people of America enslaved, the people that were enslaved. But we have to rally up and tally up and fight for, like I noticed in being out in California prisons, for years the Blacks would just be attacked by the Mexicans. We wouldn't attack, they would focus on our leaders too, and send 3 or 4 dudes to hit us. We'd just fight back, respond.
Refuted,
So let me get it out. My question is, shouldn't we look at their leaders and start sending 5 and 6 at them? Go ahead, though.
I don't believe that we have the ability to fight them.
You don't?
I don't believe us having a military force to contend with their military force is going to put us in position. I believe that we have to do industry, corner a market, get power, and put people in positions and political places, you know, maybe get economic power and just make our own moves. I don't think we're going to be able to fight them. I don't know if that fully answered your question, but I don't think military might is going to work.
I want to hear your perspective. Do you think we are just as capable as any other human on Earth to formulate and fight? But go ahead.
Let me dive in on that.
Pan-African James, let me dive in real quick. You know, I'm ex-military, bro. So let me dive into this, man. This is what I was saying before, and I was cut off. But what I was saying, man, is that everybody keep talking about industry. And me and this brother was just talking in the Best Buy. I had to go down there. He was Army. He was 15. He did 15 years in the Army. And we was talking about how this stuff runs. First of all, the brother who just said to somebody California, that how they were sending guys in prison. And I got a problem with the street. I think the street problem is the biggest problem in the Black community right now, and I'm seeing it in Atlanta, and I'm communicating with my cousins in places all over in Texas, Miami, just everywhere, and they're telling me, man, that this street stuff has really brainwashed our kids and brainwashed the youth. We're caught up in that. But let's get back to what he was saying. In a sense, you're right about how we get power, but you're looking at it the wrong way. The industry, you're never going to corner the industry, because I think Smash said it best. How are you going to corner an industry that we're never going to take over? They're never going to give you the power to build toilet paper. You already got people like Downey and Charm. You got these different companies that already control that. So those industries you'll never take over. The entertainment industry, I heard people say we have control of that. To a certain extent, that's where we make our money at. That's not what we control. The Irish, the Jews, and those so-called people have a stranglehold in Interscope and Universal and DreamWorks and all these big corporations. Now, the military side of it, yeah, you probably can't beat them in a head-up fight. But if you take out certain economic power leaders in their community, then you can start taking power. You can start demanding stuff. Now, that could be done, but the problem with that is you got people on our side that look like us, our kinfolk, that would turn us in. It's the same thing happened to me when I was in college. I wasn't part of a real Pan-African Black military revolutionary group called the SS. It got taken out. Groups, and a lot of brothers was in the 5% Nation. And some brothers got locked up. Let me finish.
He's speaking to me. I would like to respond to him whenever you get done, if y'all don't mind.
Okay, let me finish.
But y'all gonna go back and forth on a point that's really, I don't know why it's even being made.
No, we ain't got to go back and forth. I just want to respond to what he's saying, and I'll leave it alone.
Yeah, but hold on. As far as like any type of military type of tactics or something like that, I would.
It's not going to work. The simple
fact. Hold on. Let me say this. I would hope that wouldn't be aired on on this platform. So
right. No. The reason I say,
I'm just temporarily right there, brother.
Yeah. You right. That makes sense. The reason why I'm tempering it down is because I'm trying to explain. I'm giving you a cautionary tale of what could happen to you. You can get blacklisted. You can get put in a certain situation. If you look at what happened to the Black Panthers and the Black Liberation Army, that's what happened to them. And the community, everybody keep talking about this community stuff. The community chose the streets. We have to start looking at ourselves and seeing the stuff that we choose. Our young people are choosing the street. The problem with us is we are glorified criminals. If you go on YouTube right now, you brothers should be the main Pan-African James, all you guys. Smash, your channel should be the main ones everybody looking at about our history. But everybody want to know what Big Meech is doing. Everybody want to know the history of Frank Matthews and Frank Lucas and Nicky Bond and Al Poe.
Hold up, good guy. Don't do it.
Hold up, let him finish what he's saying, bro.
That's the point I'm saying is that if you look at a lot of our blogs, that's all they glorify these people and they think that's the only way out. Our people are still trapped in this street mentality. I got guys that are janitors, guys that work at my condo building that are doormen who analyze the streets, and the streets loving this and the streets love that. They love Trump. They love this person. And that's why all this conspiracy stuff comes into play with the Hebrewites, the brothers, the Black Hebrewites and all of them down here in Atlanta. A lot of them are crooked. A lot of them in the drug game. A lot of them ex-cons. They are promoting our community. Our community.
James, when you respond,
let me wrap it up.
To him.
Let me wrap it up. Okay. So my point is that this is the problem in our community. This is an ongoing problem in our community because our community is basically the street light. And I stand back.
So let me say this. I'm not saying that we shouldn't have no type of military, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying that we shouldn't defend ourselves, but to be proactive and try to go up against the US, that's a dream. You know what I'm saying? You're talking about the biggest military power in the world. And I'm not saying be no punk, I'm saying we need to build our own. And for you to say that it's more plausible for us to fight against America than to use our own resources to come up and garner some type of power is crazy to me. Now, the way that we can be, since it's so beyond your grasp, you don't see it as even a possibility, and you see, military might is more valuable. Let me try to convince you a little bit. Now, like James, I would say I'm a Black nationalist. James say Pan-African is similar to me. But if we did get on the same page with the African, where all the resources are, we could have industry. And I think that's what's really keeping us separate. And we realized that we was on the same team. The market is in America, the resources in Africa. And if we could ever get on that same page, we could corner a market. And I hope Smash didn't ever say that we could never corner an industry, because I believe that we can create business and corner some type of market, but we just got to have the resources, and we do have the resources. Africa has the resources. People in America have land with resources on it. We can farm. There's different type of industries we can be in.
No, he didn't say that. That's not what I said. He said. I did not say. That's what he said.
Let me just finish.
He didn't say that, and I did not say that's what he said.
Yeah, you didn't. You didn't say that. Now let me say this. We got to have both. I think it's a balancing. I think more economic, politically, but there's nobody he can name right now that has cornered the market that don't have some type of military backing. So they go hand in hand. And what to the brother that was talking
real quick. The earlier conversation was about whether the black dollar could circulate 7 times.
That's what he said.
And I commented I commented that we don't have enough infrastructure and for it to start, because there's certain things that we need, like water and electricity, that's gonna pull the dollar out our community. That's what I said.
He did. Now let me talk to the brother that's military brother over there. They just said, hold on, brother. You said,
let brother Neil
because you had said you had made a statement to me. You had made a statement. You had said that the streets are taking our kid. Okay, so what I was going to say to that was, when I was saying that about how it was happening out here with us in the California prison system with the Hispanic, they was targeting some of our leaders. I meant leaders like the brother that was in that in the Black Gorilla family. They killed him in Folsom or something. I forgot his name. Older guy. He just passed about 4 years ago. But when we had the political brothers, the knowledge brothers, those are the ones they were charged. So you didn't even have to be in it. You could have got caught up for a stupid crime and came in. You're not trying to influence nobody. You reading every day. We trying to study and learn under you. They target you.
Oh no, I wasn't talking about the brothers in prison. I'm talking about the so-called street dudes.
You breaking up, T. You breaking up.
I can't hear you. Oh, my bad. Hold on. Let me get out of the car. I'm in a bad area. I was saying, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, so what I was saying is that no, I was not talking about the guys in prison that are fully wrongly convicted. There's a lot of brothers that are wrongly convicted, and in the Black Power movement. And what I was talking about was these so-called kingpins, these so-called crime syndicates that have been operating in our community since the 50s, since the 40s, pushing the heroin and the stuff in our community. It's if it ain't heroin, what is it? Crack, cocaine, then mollies. Then we go back to heroin. Then we go into, come on, man, we doing too much fentanyl. Come on, man. That's what I'm talking about. And then to the point that Smash was making, what I was saying was, now Due Diligence made a good point. If you align with Africa and we get resources from there to build industry here, that makes more sense. That makes more sense. Now, if you're talking about
hold on, but the problem is what me and Brother Flag has identified. Half of us is Afro-Asiatics, half of us is Hebrew. So see what I'm saying? So we got to figure out who we is first. What is the most beneficial for us first? See, we can't even do that.
We can't even do. We're still talking about Asia and Abels and come on, man. We got to get that part together first.
The Brother Flag got his hand up, so let the elder
go ahead. Hey, I got to go out again, bro. I'm sorry, man. I'm gonna miss this. I got to take care of my mom, man. I'll talk to you guys. Peace.
Yeah. A wonderful conversation. I'm glad to be able to hear the different opinions, experiences, and they're all valid. And to one degree or another, they should all be implemented at some point.
So that's what I say to you, my dear brother, that has the penitentiary experience and know how that thing works. So there's so many people and so many things that you learned in there that you can share with the youngers before they get into the gang thing. And I'm not talking about scared straight. I'm just talking about what it means to be a man and how that stuff plays out. For example, it was Martin Luther King that said, a man who hasn't found something that he's willing to die for, to lay his life down for, is not fit to live. Well, what is the main thing that we're willing to die for around here? Oh, you disrespected me. Oh, you disrespected me. Oh, what hood you from? Oh, what hood you from? Oh, shit, that's some bling. Give me that bling. All of those superficial things are the things that we're ended up dying for or doing tremendous amounts of time for because why? Because our mind is broke. Because we're suffering from post-traumatic slavery syndrome, etc., 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 etc. And it's an ongoing thing. And those of us who refuse to look at what's happening, the war, there's a war being raised against us at every level and every aspect. And we get tired of fighting it. Some of us fought and kicked back. Some of us tripped out and went to the other side. Clarence Thomas, he didn't start off for Uncle Tom. He started out trying to do something for his community, his village that he came from. But we get some of us say, hey, there's the money, it's right there. I'm getting it. I'm gonna take care of me and mine. So what's the solution? The solution is to be African or not to be. Because this country right here is in its death throes right now. It's been going through it for some time. And it's only the things and the circumstances will only get worse. There was a time when you didn't want to get in the game. You was trying to stay out of the drug game. So what did? You joined the military, took you a breather, got you some training and some education behind you, and came back and tried it again. Or like the brother said in Detroit, there was an automobile manufacturer where you could go get a job. Those days, the younger generations don't have those options today. So everybody is doing what? They're content makers and whatever the hell that shit is. I don't know how they're making that money. But I take my hat off to them. But the point is, I'm trying to say is, there's all these different survival routes that we're taking. And every one of them is legitimate if it keeps you alive. And I'm trying to keep you alive long enough so you can join me with the understanding that if we're going to build for future generations and on through eternity, we have to first look back and see how the ancients did it. There's the only records that we have of a civilization that lasted for 3,000 years. And if we want to do something that's going to last 3,000 years in the future, we need to take a close look at it. That's why I'm always here on Smash's Station, because I'm slow at picking up this meta-metric. But just being around it, being in the presence of it, watching it is helping me, even though I don't have the rigor. But I'm not going to give up. I'm not going to quit on it. And that's the same thing that we have to have. That's the same spirit and the mindset we have to have. As far as taking these people down, we've taken down bigger countries with less. Haiti, it was the Maroon. It was the Maroon. It was the runaways who moved into the hills and strategized. So much that the strongest power in the world at the time, and it was the French, and Napoleon sent his brother-in-law to try to capture, and we kicked their ass. Okay? So it ain't nothing we can't do. We are the elders of the planet. It is our sacred duty and obligation and responsibility to get our African minds right. And don't look to nobody else's community for help. You look to yourself. You look inside yourself and your family. And if it ain't there, you make it there. You generate it there. We've done it before, and we're going to have to do it again. But we first have to what? We have to have the mindset to do it. And that's
Elder, Elder, I want to ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
So being in your hindsight, as you look back,
because I don't know the exact perimeters. How did China become a world power military from being on heroin? They had them all drugged up. Opium, okay. And then they made their own, from the metal of their own earth, they made what? Not Uzi, it's some gun they made. And they got their own missiles, bombs, and everything. They were oppressed and they're still hated by the. Let me finish. No, I got to finish the question. I know, I'm finishing. So this is my question. What was the dynamics that made us not be able to do it?
Because we in somebody else's country.
No.
For one. And they
No, I didn't say us. I didn't say us as Americans.
Listen. I hate when people say that.
No, wait a minute.
Listen.
Let me ask the question right. No, because you saying listen to something you don't even know what I'm saying. I'm saying globally, African centered in the continent. How come they weren't able to throw off and go to the soil and build weapons like China?
What are you talking? Why
would you ask me what am I talking about?
Listen.
Why would you ask me what am I talking about?
Why are we going there?
Yo,
I thought we were talking about reparations. Now we were just talking. I made a statement about.
I'm not here for you, brother. I'm here for everybody.
No, I'm just saying. I just made a statement that black people are getting $9 billion, and you're talking about guns. I don't get that.
Nobody was talking about $9 billion.
Okay, your brother, you got the floor. You addressing that to me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Rephrase it, just shorten it up a little bit so I can.
Okay, so my question was how most other countries could be able to go to their soil. China specifically, though. China. Yeah.
Let's stay with
let's deal with that. How China was able to go to their soil. I didn't mean African American. I meant African people going to their soil. Because when we say us, I mean us as global Pan-Africanists. How come we wasn't able to go to our home soil, Africa, like they went and helped Haile Selassie in the war? Blacks left this country, went over there to help him and all that. How come nobody made a whole move to like Central Africa or something, or rallied around an underground movement, a revolutionary movement, and then came with a war army?
Because the simple, most direct answer is China has never been fragmented or separated, going back to the days of Genghis Khan.
Okay, that's it.
They've never been taken off their land. They never lost the memory of their history and what they had done, and they never lost their language. Now, what the opium did was made a certain segment of the work population immobilized, right? And that was in the harbor areas. And England came over with their armadas and blew up the harbor and made them trade with them. But that only lasted a certain period of time. You get a look at the timeline, how long they ruled the world.
Okay. I'm seeing how they put in China in the continent of Africa maybe 2 to 3 times. So even though we went through what we went through, it's still deep over there enough to where it's certain parts they never took the language from the masses of them didn't organize the dummies and the ones that was enslaved and bring them back. How come that didn't happen?
Do you know what's going on in Africa right now? The deals that China is making with Africa now. So hold on. You know that they're doing big deals with China, Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger. They doing deals with Russia,
Congo.
So China. So I'm not understanding.
No, I want to continue on my answer to his question. So that's a major reason. They never lost a sense of identity and place, okay? In World War II, who was China aligned with?
Was it Russia?
And who is Russia aligned with?
China.
Huh?
Oh, not in World War II. There's a lot with Americans.
That's right. So the benefits of being on the winning side of that war also benefited China. So they were able to.
I get it. Yeah.
That's right. Now here, let me tell you something even more funkier than that. We dropped 2 nuclear bombs on Japan.
Yep.
The last small Japan. Japan ain't big as California.
Nope. Not even close.
1945. Now, Japan is in the top 5, the top 10 trading powers in the world. How does that happen?
Yeah, that's good. That's a good question.
Well, here's your answer. They were smart enough when MacArthur came over there, and one of the conditions of their surrender was they had to deny their God.
Wow.
The emperor was their living God.
Yeah.
They denied that God. Listen to me very well. And they promised to never have another army. So they took their God and they took their means of self-defense, material means. So what did the Japanese do? They humbled and they bowed and they smiled and they brought their asses over here and they, with their little Kodak cameras, when I was a kid, you never saw a Japanese without a camera around his neck. What were they doing? They were taking a picture of everything they fucking saw here.
Wow, that's real.
And when they went to school, when they went to our colleges, they bought 2 books for each class. And 1 book they sent back home.
Oh, back home. That's real. I remember that. Yep.
So when they ass graduated, the next one was ready to come. We did that same shit. We did that. We set up the schools in the South after the Civil War. It was black people who did that. We went from 85% illiteracy at the end of it in 1865 to at the turn of the century, we had 70% literacy. No group of people in those numbers had ever achieved literacy in that amount of time in the history of humankind. We did that.
Wow, that needs to be talked about all the time.
You know how we were able to do that? We had a clear focus on who is the fucking enemy every day, all day. They said that the white people in the South didn't even sleep because they stayed up all night thinking of fucked up shit to do to Africans. Excuse me for my language. That's how serious that shit was. Okay? So we got to get back to that mindset of who we are. And we got to know that what? The little time that we've been here, if you want to go 230 or you want to go 400 or you want to go 500, it's still a small slither of time. Don't look for everything to change in your lifetime. It's for you to see.
All right, can I say something?
That makes you a limited ability to work for the cause. The brothers in the 60s, you talking about armed struggle? We had plenty of armed struggle in the 60s. And the longest held people in the goddamn prison system are those same very brothers, those political brothers. They let them out a month or 2 months before they die in their 80s. Every one of those Panthers they let out in the last 3 or 4 years, I noticed these brothers die within 30 to 60 days. So that's what you fighting, brother. So what we got to do is we just got to look at the timeline, study the history, realize that we got fractured consciousness and fractured identity and pull it together in convos like this. Don't stop the other brother from talking because he may have a sliver that's going to help you put not unify with him, but the next brother you come in contact with, or brother you just left. This is where we're missing out. We're not giving each other the confidence, the assurance that we see the value in them. We see the value in their life experience. We see the value in their perspective, even when it's 100% opposite from mine.
But hold on, Elder, hold on. Pan-African James, I'm about to fire you up right quick. You still there? I got to fire you up. And you gotta let me speak though. You gotta let me speak. I'm gonna fire you up because how dare you sit up here with a name like Pan-African James, and then whenever I speak to Black people getting together with the African and doing business and cornering industry, you say we can't do it. You speak against the hold on. You gotta let me finish.
You can't say something
you let
I
me
never
finish.
said.
No, you gotta let me finish first.
When you just said what you said, I said I agree. But you saying something that I go ahead.
Let me finish, bro. Yeah, I'm just, we can go back and forth. I'm finna fire you up. So anyhow, I'm just saying, you acting as if, because whenever I said that, you said, we can't even get on the same ideology. Woo, woo. That is the ideology of Pan-Africanism. And I just want you to be careful to not speak against your own interests whenever you do that, because you sitting up here with the name. So be careful when you do that, Pan-African James, because we can do it.
No, what I was doing was pointing out the problems from his history that has us confused through the indoctrination of our enemies. And that's going on from here all the way to the southern Sahel of Africa. That is what they fight over, this miseducation that we have. So like Brother Flag is saying, we have to unify up under being African, and the greatest of our historians point us to Egypt as a unifying point for our unification as far as a history standpoint. That's what I was talking about. You know what I'm saying? But I understand that Pan-Africanism, as far as using resources to be able to have a stronger point here in America, that is a very key point, dude. I would never disagree with that point. But what I'm saying is, when you think that you Afro-Asiatic and you think that you a Hebrew Israelite and you say you won't even feed an African, then that is a problem.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying, dude. We have to understand that we African first. And that's what Brother Flag is bringing to our attention, which I totally agree with. That the problem is our miseducation and indoctrination of these ideologies that are no good for our people.
But can I, and on that tip right there, and that's something I've been grappling with as personally myself over the years. You know, when I see those guys, because I'm very anti-Abrahamic, all three of them, because I was one, and I brought my family up that way, to the point that we were even missionaries, and I took them in harm's way. But that was only a period. That was a period of my life. And fortunately, I came out of that period and came in contact with Dr. Jeffries and Professor Smalls right here,
Elder.
Right here in Los Angeles.
Hey, Elder.
Yes.
Please, Elder, I got to ask you, because I'm on your same page. My thing is this. I look at the Hurry Maquette, which we call the Sphinx. I came with Quasi, right here in Los Angeles, Dr. Bird, Miri Kara, 78th Carol.
That's why I met. That's why I met.
Sir. I know. So let me say this. I look at it like you got the continent of Africa. You got on the right side, you got Asia. On the north, you got Europe. On the left, you got the Americas. Like the old nursery rhyme, 3 blind mice, and we the cat. And we looking out at all three of the enemies. All three of the Abrahamic faith are external to Africa. So they're not going to never have the best interest. You never see a world voodoo Oba or some type of, high official in the spirituality of Africa sitting there being respected on equal level with the Abrahamic faith.
Okay, let me just make clear. Okay. I don't consider them my enemy. Yes. I cannot consider them my enemy. I look at them as suffering from arrested development. Okay. Because it was in my search of the scriptures, when I was looking for the African presence in biblical literature for my Black congregation that I was a part of. That's what led me. That would prime me and got me ready to go back into my Pan-Africanism, because I was a Pan-Africanist since high school. But I got burnt out, man. Negroes left me out there one time too many. You understand what I'm saying? And so everybody ain't made up of, and so I understand. But I don't let it slide. Anywhere I find it or see it, I pounce on it. Because why? Because they look at you as the enemy.
Come on.
They look at
they God
as
Elder,
the enemy.
Yes.
You
Elder, they God.
are a demon. You are an agent of the devil. And if
everything
I
coming out of Africa,
I gotta put you out there so you can be killed, or gotta get you away from me and mine. So that's a terrible place to be. And so
and then you gotta answer this too. You gotta say to yourself, the word jealousy in the dictionary, nowhere is there a definition for the word jealousy that is a attribute. It's always a negativity. The word, if their God is jealous and they're trying to be like father, like son, they're Hebrewing in our chemistry, and they're very jealous because we can move a certain way. They gonna always grab and snatch.
That's a demon. Yahweh's a demon. That's
real.
That's by his own writings. He's a demon. He kills people. He kills babies. He destroyed everybody in the world. That's a demon. I don't need that. If you can't see that, shame on you.
Yep.
I'm not gonna waste my time with that. I've been through that. I studied that to the bone. That's why most Christians can't talk to me. They won't talk to me. They be told, don't talk to Flag about that. He'll tie you up in knot. I talk to Jehovah's Witnesses until they stop coming during the Corbin. Because I try to
Elder, you've been studying that.
Hold on, brothers. We got somebody.
I have to remember where I'm at.
We got somebody new on the panel.
I got to give the next man that same respect. Well, last thing, before I can help anybody, I have to get my mind right. I have to humble myself. This wisest, Reggie's always talking about the teachers. I carried their bags as well. But one thing they all, I would say 98% of them had in common. They were humble men and women who loved their people and went to great extents not to make a student or somebody asking them a question feel bad or less than or stupid. And so that's one of the things that we can work on these type of platforms.
As a people, yeah.
Okay, Pat Alfred.
Yeah, we got a new person that joined the panel. So, I think they left. Oh, well, they already left. But
last but not least, Elder. Oh, go ahead. Due
Diligence got his hand up, so I think Due next.
Okay.
Yeah. So what I will say, I ain't gonna go back and forth with you, Jay. You know what I'm saying? But this is what I will say. And I'm walking outside, so it might get loud for a second. If it's too loud, let me know. Is it too loud? Can you still hear me?
We hear you perfect.
No, we hear you perfect. Sound good. You sound good.
All right. I don't concern myself with no Puerto Rican who don't want to identify with his African roots. I don't concern myself with an Afro Mexican that don't want to identify with his African roots. I can only be concerned with the people that want to be of the Pan-African, want to be Black nationalists. I'm concerned about the people that's listening to this channel. And when we say what we can't do, you know what I'm saying? I just want us to be realistic, because some of, like I said, I don't think we can fight the military, but I mean that in a violent sense. But I do think we should fight the military in like be covert with it, be economic with it. You know what I'm saying? We're not gonna fight no hand to hand and think we're gonna come up on top. But it's a place for that and it's a time for that. So I don't concern my people who don't have the African mind. You know what I'm saying? I'm not concerned with those people. They not concerned with us. Well, who I am concerned with is the people that's listening to this live and the people like us that's on the panel right now, and deal with those ideas.
Yes, sir. 100. Hey, Pan-African Jay.
I got it, because your statement gave me a few comments. Because what you just masqueraded as the African mind, and I didn't mean to say that with no condescension, that ain't necessarily the African mind to be sitting around in any type of even to be, now y'all could disagree, but even to be militant is not necessarily the African mind, because we got other brothers who want to help in the struggle that ain't necessarily militant. You see what I'm saying? And they can't just get castigated out like, oh, they ain't ready to fight that. No, it's just different types of people. And other societies understand that. And so they take their militants and make militias and armies out of them. Then they take their scholars. Mm-hmm. And so the fight ain't just limited to that one facet, is just my comment I wanted to make.
Hold on, let me respond to him. No, you gotta let me respond to him, Brody.
No, go ahead, boss.
I think you misunderstood what I said. You know what I mean? Because now I'm about to fire you up, Smash, because you misrepresented what I said. What I said is we just can't be concerned with people that's not concerned with us. Can we use other people? Hell yeah, we should use other people. But when I'm talking about the African mindset, I'm talking about the Pan-African, the Black nationalists. These are the same people that's on my team. You on my team because you have the African mindset. You want to deal with us. You want to build with us. But it's people like the whole of the what you call like the Latino community, the Afro-Latino, the Dominicans. They doing their own thing and they African descent. So sometimes we have to discern and quit putting them in the same bucket as us because they don't have the African ideology. You Smash, you sit up here every day and try to resurrect the African ideology. You bring the meta back to life. Ain't no Dominicans really worried about that. I'm talking about as a whole. And the only reason why I said that is because it wasn't to respond to what Pan-African James said, as far as,
we can't get together because we can have all these different ideologies. We can't deal with the Hebrews. We can't deal with the Dominicans. I'm not worried about building with people that ain't of the same ideology. That's the point that I was making.
Okay, Brother Smash. I know. What's the elder's name?
Flag, Baba Flag.
Brother Flag.
The red, green, and the black.
Okay, hey, Brother Flag, can you see me?
Yes, sir.
I'm up here at the LA River right now with my favorite book, Black Osiris, my brother
That's
Jasper.
right. That's right.
You know where the LA River is downtown.
You flashing on me. Let me get mine. Let me get mine. We're gonna big up.
Hey,
We're gonna big up Smash. We're gonna big up Smash.
All day long. Let me get into my readings. I just want to say peace to the family. But I did want to say something to you, Brother Flag. I wanted to say, like with the Abrahamic reliefs, I have always talked about this. And scientifically, we have shown that the African has the oldest DNA on the planet, and life we say come from the African generally in science. Yet the Bible tries to flip that all the way upside down and put him as the younger. They say Ham the younger, brother of the Shemite and the Japhite European. So that right there is unholy. How can they call that holy? That don't even make scientific sense.
Wait a minute, brother. Wait a minute. You heard of the Church of the Black Madonna?
In Detroit. Well, I'm from Detroit.
Okay. You ever went there? You ever read any claims?
I never been to the church, but I heard of it.
Pick up his book. He did something similar to what the Hebrew Israelites are doing. And they're trying to use that ideology, turned it into a weapon of their own liberation. And I wish them all the best with that.
Yeah, yes.
And so when we get on, we're going to go back in here, we're going to help build up this preschool, or we're going to go over to Auntie's house and put a wheelchair ramp there. I don't care if he's a Hebrew Israelite. I don't care what it like Malcolm said, you leave that stuff at the door. We're gonna do the work to uplift the community.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But one of the things I keep hearing a lot, we keep talking about all us this and all us that, and we don't have unity and all that. There's no time in Smash. I'm gonna defer to you on this one. There's no time in the history of Africa that I'm aware of that all the Africans was unified as Africans. As a matter of fact, there wasn't even a time when they all called themselves Africa. So I'm not looking for no unity, no big number of all the unification. I'm trying to unify with the spirit that's within me, the spirit of my ancestors, and the spirit that coming through my loins with my children. And if I get in line with that, that means anybody and everybody else that's in line with that can help me actualize this sacred journey that I'm on to rebuild what has been lost and confused and has been taken away from it. Because yes, we're the elders of the planet, and the planet is going to hell. And if we don't hurry up and take our seat at the head of the table, our people on the continent are over 50 years behind us in their intellectual, ideological development. Because the same thing that happened to us as Africans in America happened all over the continent. And they're still suffering from it because the educational system that they got, they let their old traditions die out to a large extent. But if they were colonized by the French, they know French history and culture. The British, the Spanish, et cetera, et cetera. They don't even know Black history and culture.
They actually made it illegal to study their own, continue their own. So.
What they make illegal ain't never stopped a Black person from doing what the hell they know to do. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. You keep talking about what they did. Damn what they did. What I'm telling you about is what I got to do. And whoever want to be associated with me, I'm looking to see you doing some aspect of that.
Okay, but listen, Brother Flag.
Yes, sir.
When I said that, I got that information from a continental African, because the question was posed to me is who had it. We were having a conversation.
Yes.
And he asked me this question. He said, who had it worse? The diasporan Africans or the continental Africans? Now, you know, of course, I said us. But then when he ran down the line of all of the things that they went through, you know, and which was one of those, their indoctrination without being able to study their history, we were not at one point able to even read a book. So we can't say, damn, because they did that to us. right? They kept us from reading literary text for a certain amount of time to where we wasn't able to read, right? Here in this country.
Pan-African.
Okay.
Man, that's like me arguing, did they beat my grandfather worse than they beat me when they had me at 77 Division?
No, but we make these contrasts.
No, I'm saying, I'm talking about this conversation you had with the brother on the continent. And I'm saying, I'm glad you had that conversation. You can hear that from him. But I had an opposite conversation while I was on the continent, one of the early trips. The sister came to me with tears in her eyes, and she said she wanted to apologize to me because her somebody in her lineage, was in charge of gathering up the people around their in their area and bringing them to sell them to the colonizer. And she was tearing her eyes. She said, "I'm just so sorry, and I'm just glad that you guys are here." And I told that sister, she was on her knees. I told her, "Get up, sit down. Let me tell you something. There's no need for you to apologize. Your great-grandfather, whoever he was, he did what he had to do. Because when those people came and they saw and you showed them everything you had and treat them with all this civility and love, and they went back and their bosses told them, go back and get us some more. When they came back and asked for some more, the chief told them, hey, man, that was it. We don't want to." You know what they did? They got on the damn ship and started bombing the goddamn village. They bombed the village where all the warriors standing on the shore and the big ass boat out there is bombing the village. So the chief said, okay, we give. And he brought them their stuff. And he said, okay, now I need your men to help put it on this boat and put it on the boat for us. And they did. Only thing is that he kept them. So the chief, in order to make sure that his brother, his niece, his children didn't get taken the next time they came, he went with the guys they were fighting with on the other village over there, and he rounded them guys up. He didn't have no choice. Was it right? No, it wasn't right. Should we hold him accountable for that? No. It hurts my heart when I hear some of these miseducated brothers talk about they ain't sent no boats from Africa to come get us and all that nonsense. Because they don't know the history. And the more we study the history, the more we can identify and know that this is our family. We know these things, and we got to know it so much that it comes out in our sweat. My funk is even African. You understand? So when you get around me, that's what you're going to see. That's what you're going to feel. And then if you don't like it, I can see you moving away. And that's a good thing. So whoever's left around me, they want to hear some more about it, or they have something to bring to me that I can add to. That's what I say about the Africans. Man, don't look to the Africans. They need us. They need us. They need our technology. They need our understanding. But don't make no mistakes about it. They will. Everybody want money. So they'll get you if you can be got.
All right. Dude, that good guy, anybody else got anything to say? Yeah, well, yeah, like I said, everything that I try to speak about is from a historical standpoint. It's nothing to really offend. If anybody that's listening think that what I say about, our condition is to be offensive to anyone, including you, dude, that's not the intent. It's just, I'm just trying to figure out, just like most of us, how can we get out of this headlock that seemingly we're in as a collective. And that's what my main goal is. And I study history because I see a lot of solutions in it. You see what I'm saying? When you start to look at some of the things that have happened to you, you can see the solutions too. But you can't see this stuff when you're a young person, and they prey on that, the young, the ignorant. You look at a nature channel, that's what animals do. You just drop a calf, that'll be an easy meal. So that's the same thing that's going on with us. The most wisest of us are not respected. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like the youth think that we passed our time, but we're really trying to solve some of the things that we seen as a youth for the next generation. So I think that's the respect level, or some kind of way we need to work on our guidelines of trying to gain respect from the youth especially from the African American male perspective, and just rechannel some of the things that we see in our community that's wrong. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I think.
I see a lot of evidence. I see a lot of evidence of growth in our community in regards to respect for the elders. I see it. I've experienced it directly from you guys and other guys, and I also see it on the block, man. I see it. But like I said, that timeline is long, man. So we can't expect, to see the results of our work.
Right. I've already gained that ability to understand that what we're doing now, we won't see the trajectory of it, but hopefully that we have somebody that's going to carry on the torch and listen on. But just like let's do this, Brother Flag. Just think about this. I'm in Texas, right? Now, it used to be a time when white flight took place that Africans got the second hand-me-downs.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're seeing when white flight takes place, the Hispanic community is taking those particular communities over. You know, what do you think about that?
I think that, I can tell you, I know for a fact that there is a system in play. For example, at the end of the Vietnam War in 1974, one of the most racist areas in my community is the border county where they put where the Rams went, Orange County.
Mm-hmm.
Racist. In Orange County, the United States government brought in wave after wave of Koreans. And they brought these Koreans in, situated them in a housing situation, and put them in businesses with mentors, with white mentors from those communities. To the point that, so that's 74 to now, the majority of their council people are Vietnamese.
So let me ask you, so is this right after?
Same people that was shooting at me and my brothers, and we was
right after the Korean War. This is the deal that's being made.
Vietnam.
Okay, right after the Vietnam War.
Yes.
This is a deal that's being made that we can't understand in real time.
You don't know. That's what I thought Reggie was going to have something on it, since that's why I was asking about the city plans. Because they have city plans, and they put them in operation for people, for their preferred people. For whoever they prefer. And
the government.
Was the Vietnamese. Then over here, they let it in. I was telling my people in the 80s about when we put in Martin Luther King Hospital in the heart of Watts. And everybody was so happy, and I was so grateful. And then they started putting restrictions on the immigrants, because the immigrants was using it for primary care, the emergency room.
Mm.
So the reputation of Martin Luther King Hospital became Killer King, because so many people were dying.
You said what's crazy. I'm in Texas and I heard of that term.
Okay, but they project the negative stuff on us. They said it's Killer King because we're killing each other at such a rate that the emergency room can't help the brothers, for the gang war. You see what I'm saying? So we have to be alert and wise and studied. We have everything, every aspect.
But just look. Okay, so now
hold on. But they're doing that right now with the sanctuary cities, where they're bringing because I live in New York City, where they're bringing all these illegal people to like Chicago, to like my city, New York, and they putting them kicking the residents, homeless people out of shelters, and putting illegals in those places, and then giving them, so the illegals are not eating the SNAP plan food that they're giving to them. So Mayor Adams gave them money on a card, on like a debit card.
Yeah.
And he's giving them straight money so they could be taken care of, and he's not taking care of his own citizens.
That good guy. Words have power. Words have power. If you change one word, you add much more power to what you're saying. You keep saying the illegals. I told my dad one time he did something. I said, that's against the law. He said, what do you think I am, son? So when you say illegal,
all the illegals mean
He
that.
said, "I'm against the law."
Yeah. Because we was clear about
that
who
was crazy.
So this guy. So I'm just saying. So when you call them illegal, that's you.
Yeah, they're not citizens of the United States.
Well, we weren't citizens.
No, but we are now, though. We're not talking about what
who asked? I didn't have to be a goddamn citizen.
But you benefit from it, not so. It's not like
I benefit anywhere I go, bro. I create, I manifest. But listen,
right?
Okay, wait. I just want to tell you about that word. I was just going to give you another word. That's all. You don't have to use it. The word is undocumented.
I got you.
Because those same undocumented people, I might have to get some of them to do some work for me. I might have to.
I'd rather say illegal because that's the.
Don't say illegal. If you get tagged with that, people are going to tag you with something.
No, I mean tag me with it. I love it. Tag me with it. I'm just using the term.
We gotta be the spook who sat behind the door. We gotta be some closer. We gotta be.
Hold on, Smash trying to get in.
Come on, Smash.
I understand the rhetoric, but being illegal is a real thing. Like if you do something like you said against the law, being undocumented is against the law.
Right. So it's just a matter. It's just a matter of the word that you use. That's all I'm saying. There's a better word to use if you're going to be in a public forum talking about.
But it's not like I'm using, like, I'm not lying about it. Okay. It's not like I'm using it.
You're not.
All right. That's all I'm saying.
That's just rough. It's not medu nefer.
Yeah, but brother, Flag, my pushback on that is you're asking us to speak at a point of political correctness about something that we shouldn't even be sensitive to.
Actually, yes, we should be sensitive to, and we should also be multilingual.
So, Brother Flag, I'm trying to help your logic though.
Hold on.
So help us out.
One at a time.
When I said we shouldn't be sensitive to it, I'm saying the argument of whether someone is called undocumented or illegal is not a pressing issue of ours. Or is it?
It is when you're trying to communicate with possible groups to make alliances with.
We don't illegal. No, I think illegal alien is the derogatory term. But just saying illegal ain't. Just saying illegal, they know they're illegal. They stuck in.
Word. Yeah, Brother Flag, you gotta concede right
wait. And I think that what you said, Brother Flag, what you said undocumented, that means that they did all the work to get the documents. They just didn't get it yet. And that's what I'm thinking when you say undocumented.
I don't know if they did or they didn't. I know that wherever they came from, they thought that this is a better place to be. And as a human being,
we don't disagree with that statement.
I said, as a human being, I can identify with that. And
the ancient people of Kemet, they didn't agree with that. They
closed Reggie, what's going on, Reggie? Brother,
I'm doing fine. I'm back. I had my meal.
Holy smoke.
So no, in Nile Valley culture, right? When they close their borders, they close their borders. And even if the people look like them, if they didn't hold their values, right? Honor their king, right? They couldn't come in.
They sent the Magi to get their ass.
That's exactly. And you got one on here. You got one on right here on this channel, right? You got the main one.
Got more than one.
They were illegals, and then we had the issue with that the foreign rulers that came in from the Delta, right? And we did a mass deportation. That's what states do. And that, you know what? And that was Medu Nefer. Yeah, that was Medu Nefer, deporting those people from the Levant and the Delta, right? Straight out of Kemet. That was Medu Nefer. That was good.
That was a beautiful reply, Brother Reggie. I gotta say.
Yeah, it was, Reggie. And all I was doing is just trying to encourage us to utilize our ability to speak multiple languages as we can, as we do often, and know that some are grading and some are less grading. And that's all. That's why I just said adopted.
Brother Flag,
are you saying that, Brother Flag?
Because I watched Smash for a long time. He was the most calm, laid back, patient speaker I ever heard until they broke the straw.
And then I saw him come like he's supposed to, like somebody from Oaktown would come, you know, and like I might come. So I understand, so that he can do it both ways, in multiple ways. That's all.
Don't think that this is the sweet old elder that y'all looking at. This is, listen, I know him for 25, 30 years. Boy, you can get it from Brother Flag. This, look, he might be a little, look like a little elderly, but he worked with a big stick.
I'm out of my weight class, Reggie. I'm out of my weight class. I'm retired, man. I'm not Mike Tyson. I'm retired, man. I ain't going back. I'm retired, man.
Don't listen. I knew him 25, 30 years ago, so that's why I don't play with him. When I talk to him, right? Yeah, he my elder, but I know who he is. He OG in his neighborhood.
Hey, brother Reggie, let me ask you a question. I'm glad you back, right?
OG,
Look at him put up the gang signs.
Triple, the west side, the right side, the tight side.
Yeah, let me ask you a question, brother Reggie. I think you were on Chef's show. We was over there the other night or whatever, right? And you was like, I think we need to nail down what indigenous African is, right? Did I hear you correctly on that?
Yes. Well, first we need to start with North African, and we have to unpack their generalization of North Africa and identify those particular Africans instead of mopping them all together. And then understand that when this guy starts talking about they were Mediterranean people, well, before it was Mediterranean people, it was the Aegean. And before it was the Aegean, it was the Wadsworth, right? It was the Wadsworth. All those things have different meanings at different time periods. And for this guy to keep using this anachronistic word, North Africa, and mopping people together without identifying who those people were in these different time periods is just, we don't do that. That's what he does. That's just dumb.
I want to propose a definition for that also, because I think that is important. Because people try to use genetics to identify indigenous people. That ain't gonna work. You know what I mean? So when we talk about, this is what I believe, and Reggie, everybody on the panel, tell me if I'm wrong or not. When I speak to an indigenous African, to me, it's about if you using African practices, right? And us as African descent, we are trying to identify with our Africanness. You know, we want to go revert back to maybe our African systems. If you are an indigenous African, you need to be trying to uphold African values. So I don't care if you mix or whatever, but whenever we speaking about indigenous, it's about culture. It's about mind frame. It's not about genetics, because your genetics can trick you. You can be mixed and all of that, but you can identify as African.
It's more than that. It's I understand what you're
ain't
trying
about none of that, dude. You messed that all up. Hey, dude, you messed that up. Indigenous ain't about nothing you just said.
Right.
So if you go look up the definition of indigenous, hold on. If you go look up the definition of indigenous, it's going to be two definitions.
Yes.
And the definition A is going to be what the majority of us is talking about, and even some of these other brothers. Definition A is lived there before white people got there. It don't even mean you had to have spawned on that land. You could be a refugee, or you could have migrated there before white people got there. And you can pull up the definition right now in Webster. It's going to say people who were in the land before colonialists. That's basically before white people get there. Now, in order to say that those North Africans are indigenous, they opt to that definition of indigenous. But definition B is going to be the people that actually, are suited with that habitat, people who spawned in that habitat. You see what I'm saying? Exactly. And that's the definition of indigenous that they stay away from. And so, including the culture and all of that stuff, people can have whatever aspirations they want. It wouldn't mean they're not indigenous.
What was that second definition, Smash?
He said both of them. He
asked you what the second one was. being
Just Google.
indigenous to a landmass that don't have nothing to do with colonialism, but you're indigenous to that landmass via
you spawned there.
you
That you
mutated there, your
spawned there.
genetics
But
there, and so forth.
migrate there. You didn't migrate there. Hey,
So that's
James, do me a favor.
Yeah.
Just Google indigenous and read it real quick. And both of those definitions will be there. None of them got nothing to do with your culture and shit.
Okay,
Right.
let me do
Hold
this. Y'all continue on.
And we can make a mistake, and we make mistakes because.
Allow me to respond to what Smash said, Reggie.
Wait, 1 second.
Allow me to respond.
Well, no, well, maybe what I'm going to say might help you. Go ahead. You want to respond, due diligence? We're trying to help you out. Go ahead.
No, I appreciate the help, but I agree with those definitions, but that don't mean my definition can be added with that, because in the context that I'm using indigenous is the context that we usually use when we having these discussions, because we be trying to figure out who's indigenous and from a ancient aspect. And to me, you know what I'm saying? If you're not practicing African culture, then you're not indigenous. You know what I'm saying? You can't be indigenous because you practicing outside. You can be there forever, but you working against our interests as being indigenous Africans. We trying to what you call it?
No.
All right. He got the definition. Read the definition. Read the definition.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I agree with everything that you said. I just adding to it.
Well, I'm Smash is right, definitely about the definitions. They're clear. If we speak English, we speak English, not a Spanish, right? Or Korean, then we have to go by the definitions. Otherwise, we're saying something different. But the problem is that there are groups of people that migrate and take over, right? So like, for example, you have the Bantu expansion, right? So were those groups of Bantu always indigenous to those areas? No. Because you got to go to this produce, growing, living, or occurring natively or naturally in a particular region, right? Now, African values, Africans have a diversity in values. Some of them are good in ancient times. Some of them were different, or we don't understand it. They were cattle thieves, right? At some point. Is that good or bad? To them, it was, you don't watch your cattle, I'm taking it, right? So we have to watch and we have to track the time period in which we're talking about peoples. But I think that you are making a more definition on looking at B, which is relating to before they're being colonized, before the Europeans.
Right, read that, Reggie. Read that.
Indigenous or less commonly indigenous of or relating to the earliest known inhabitants of a place, and especially of a place that was colonized by a non-dominant group. But there's another one that says 3.
That's what I was talking about.
Where's 3 at?
Yeah, where's the other one? European.
Smash said go to this one right here, which is the web.
So I'm referring to 2,
and it's only 2 of them.
Dude made up number 3. I said 2. Dude said you can add up mine too. Y'all don't remember?
No, I know. That's why I'm reminded him now that you said there was only 2 definitions,
right?
And one definition was to be native to the land, and the other one's to be after colonization.
That's what I said. That's exactly what I said.
Yeah. So
my point ain't contradicting you. It's saying that the indigenous that they opt to when they say them North Africans was indigenous is option B, not option A.
That's correct.
Mm-hmm. And we're talking about option A.
Bring
that back.
Let me give you a prominent thing that just happened this weekend. Idris, the martial arts, the MMA fighter, the brother of the king,
we know, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that guy. We just had a championship fight with a white boy from South Africa. And at the weigh-in, the white boy from South Africa told Idris, whatever, tell me the man's name.
Israel.
Yes, yeah. He told him, the white man told the black man, I'm the real African, and I'm gonna show you in the ring. The white man. So this is the mess and that white supremacy, and like Dr. Clark told us, he's not only colonized the people, he colonized information about the people, he colonized the language, he colonized every aspect of it.
I think Chuck Morgan was talking about using the word African, and African is a problem with that word African.
But what we gonna what are we gonna call
I'm just saying. Listen, I'm just.
No,
I'm
we ain't
just
doing
saying
that today. Hold on.
No,
no,
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
You ain't doing that no day. Pan-Africanism ain't doing that. Not a day,
we
not a
ain't doing
minute.
that one today, bro. Nah.
So let me give y'all an example. I want to ask y'all a question, right? So this is in the context of being an indigenous African. So let's say I live in North Africa, right? And my parents, let's say 10, 15 generations down, bred with somebody outside, or procreated with somebody outside of Africa. Now in my blood, I'm not quote unquote pure, but am I still an indigenous African, even if especially if I'm still indulging in African spirituality or
Come
African
from an indigenous family, right? You have to, that's why you have to track the changes, right? You may have two parents, you may have two cultures, one culture not connected to that land. I don't want to use the word indigenous again, right?
Hold on, Reggie. I want you to use the parameters that I gave you.
I did.
But you kind of added. So what's your answer? You saying that maybe not?
No, I'm saying that you are now a new grouping. You have an indigenous parent, and then you have one that is not. So your family, one part of your family is indigenous and another part of your family is not. Or you indigenous? No, you are connected to both groups, and that's what happens. For example, for example, the Carthaginians, right? The Carthaginians, okay. Is Hannibal indigenous to Africa, right? No, he's not indigenous to Africa. He has one part of his family is indigenous. The other part is an outside culture. The colonizer will make themselves indigenous, right? But the fact of the matter is, he comes from an outside culture inhabiting Africa.
So, and that's the point. That's the point that I was making. I would, cause people will put it on that type of level, when I wouldn't take that from somebody if they 10th generation, great somebody was somebody outside the continent, but they are African to the core. They identify as African. They do African practices. I'm not going to take it away from in reality. Yes, but that's even us. Like a majority of the population is mixed. You know what I'm saying? So there's only a few people.
No.
Hold on.
I'm asking you to
Let me land. You got to let me land, bro. You don't want to just, okay, let me land. You got the majority of the planet mixed with outside different populations from everywhere. So, you know what I'm saying? We have to more so identify with the mind frame more so than the biology. That's all that I'm trying to bring forth.
So let me kick back. So the Southern Africans, the Afrikaners, are they indigenous to Africa? No, they're not. Why? Because we can track when they came in. And I'm trying to help you understand these things. Are they indigenous Africans, the Afrikaners? No, they're not entitled to anything except for spoils of war. And then they got it partially taken away from them. So do you understand that, what I'm saying? You're trying
I can even bring her home. I could bring her home to Kamala Harris. She may not be an African American, but she's still black. But then we talk about.
That's
I know.
that's
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I tried to bring it home, Reggie.
But that's not dealing with the word indigenous.
You
That's
actually
dealing with something else. See, that's the problem. We're dealing with the word indigenous. So Smash had you pull up the definition. So apply it to the definition. When you make those things, it don't fit into being indigenous. It doesn't fit. So then you have to look for another term. They are colonizers, they're invaders, they're settlers.
Yeah.
Right? You have to use English.
I'm with that.
So what all they do is opt for the option that say they were there before colonizers. And that would apply. Yes, those North Africans was there before the European colonizer, but were they the people who were indigenous to that land? That's the question we be asking, and that answer would be no.
That's correct.
Exactly.
Read.
I feel that.
Now the plane is completely landed. What's the next point?
Well, he brought it.
I'm just saying we got confusion among some people.
He brought it back to where we started off. We started off talking about Lady Harris and the orange guy, and
Flaggy.
And we were trying to get some clarity for some people who may not have made up their mind whether how important it was for them to pick my side, our side, and to be in there so that we can keep.
Somebody got to mute out.
So, hey, Brother Flag, I just want to ask you a question, Brother Flag. That was Chef coming back. When you say our side, are you saying the Democratic side? What exactly is our side?
No, Smash, I told you I'm a revolutionary, man. I ain't changed. I'm still a revolutionary. I'm waiting for the call to be given, the fire next time.
Okay, well then which one of those sides are our side and how come it's our side?
Okay, that's a good question. You want the distinction. The distinction is the orange guy, the redneck, the racist, the bastard that calls for the lynching of those brothers in New York Central Park that were innocent. That guy,
okay,
he has no parts of the human family. He's the dregs of it. He's barely human if you want to give him that. Okay? Then you have a person over on the other side who is a female, right? So she got certain powers in that. She's worked her way through the government at different as a what? As a law and order person. So as a law and order person, I expect her to follow the laws. One guy is trying to tear up the Constitution.
Hold on. You expect her to follow the law, but did you do any research to see if she did follow the law? There's aspects of her past that she didn't follow the law. And I think you need to research that.
I know that the #1 cop of California, Harris, was no friend to black men. I understand that. She did.
So why should we as black men on this panel support her?
You're not supporting her. You're not supporting her.
This is wild. This is a wild conversation.
For this distinction.
Because both of them have done.
No. This devil. Devil.
Based on what you just,
the devil tried to have my son lynched in the street.
Hold on, Brother Flag. That good guy just brought up something negative about Kamala Harris, just as you brought up something negative about Trump, right? That was done to African American people, right? Yeah. So now they don't even playing field. Ain't one better as far as the individual.
We
talking about the individual. It ain't one better.
But she's not.
They are individuals because that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the orange guy and the female
the black woman.
Black woman. Yeah. But that's what we're talking about. Now it's a whole bunch of nuances, Brother Flag. Hold up. It's a whole bunch of nuances that would raise up Flag. Like she didn't really get vetted to do what she's doing. Who voted? Like we didn't do. And see, then they give excuses like, "Oh, we didn't have that much time."
I didn't want to
all of this type of stuff.
We're talking about people.
I'm just saying, all of this type of stuff is.
Hold on, Pan African Jam.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm just trying to bring a balance to the conversation, Brother Flag. It seems like you're a Democrat. You know what I'm saying? Hold on. I mean, that's what we're hearing, Brother Flag.
Let me go on be clear. Sound like you're she's a law and order cop, right? So but she broke the 8th Amendment. She broke the 8th Amendment, and she didn't allow, and then she almost
had somebody die on innocent man execution. So there's a lot of things that her record is not good.
I told
especially
you.
Law and Order.
I agree. I agree that she's no friend to the black male. I agree. But Pan-African James says she wasn't properly vetted. Is that correct?
We didn't select. I mean, she was selected not by us.
No, wait.
She didn't go through the proper. Hold on. Is that what you said? Let me know. She did not go through the proper vetting that a presidential person that gets nominated.
No, y'all messing that up though. Because she didn't go through normal circumstances.
No. I'm just saying that in a normal
we got abnormal circumstances though, James.
Yeah, but I'm just saying you got to think about
process.
When you thinking outside the box, hold on. Let me defend myself. When you thinking outside the box, like someone like myself, you got to think about a whole bunch of narratives because these people play a lot of games.
No, but you watch it happen in real time.
Hold on, watch this. Hold on, but watch this. Now we got to put this into perspective. Okay, they're running her as an African female first president, right?
No, they're really not.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they're not. They're not. You messing that all up.
They're not running her as an African American.
I ain't even never heard African. I heard black, but I haven't heard.
Yeah, but we know what black is synonymous.
No, but I'm just saying.
Now we
that's not. But listen, real quick. Hold on, real quick. Let me say something, James. Her parents is Caribbean, right?
Yeah, one of them.
See, that's what I'm saying, and so that's what I mean. Black mean a lot. Now, I'm not saying they don't got nothing to do with that, but what I'm saying is I just never heard that word used in her campaign. I have heard black.
Okay, well, it's undertones that maybe some of us may not have heard of. But what I'm saying
let me get to this, Pan-African James, because let me just help you out. First of all, the process in the American system allows for the selection by the Democratic Party of Kamala. It happens when presidents are
Monday. It happened Monday.
Right. Wait, I'm still talking.
It happened Monday. I was just trying to help you out, Reggie.
I'm saying, but my helping me out would agree that in the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, the system allows for the selection of a new candidate by the law. So she was selected not by us, but by the Democratic Party, and some of us are connected to the Democratic Party. So, she didn't come through the normal process of the primaries, which is still not our process. None of that is our process. My plain.
I was just going with what Pan-African James said. She wasn't properly vetted. And I just wanted to warn him, just make him aware that sounds like something you picked up off of one of these
TV shows, Fox News or something.
Yeah. Because listen, brother, she's already the goddamn vice president.
Thank you.
Who gonna get in front of her to run for president?
As far as being vetted is concerned, she's the vice president.
A bullet to make a president?
Okay, they put her as the vice president. They put her as the vice president. She was the vice president.
Yes.
But is she?
She is the vice president, bro.
So that means she's already.
I'm just saying, but y'all got to be for real.
The vice president.
They voted for Joe Biden,
bro.
The vice president has to be qualified to be president. That's
exactly.
why vice president.
Okay.
So saying she ain't got vetted.
Now, I'm not saying she's not qualified. That's not the word.
You said she wasn't vetted.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Process, James.
To be qualified and to be vetted is a whole nother two words.
Vetted is knowing your background. Vetted is knowing your background.
The scrutiny of a president.
Qualified.
We don't speak English.
No, hold on.
That's what I found out.
She went to the scrutiny of
you
being
made
a
that
vice
English
president.
up. That's your own.
We don't speak English.
Right now, we're talking about does she put her under the scrutiny of being the president of the United States?
All right, well, James, she the vice president.
Yeah, they gave her. That's what they vetted her for then. But they did not give proper vetting for her to be.
You know what the vice president is?
That's crazy.
It's the person who can take. It's the person who takes the president's place.
Playing president.
If the president
nobody
falls.
never thought that she was going to be president.
Man, come on.
They didn't. They was hoping that he was gonna
James, you
live
gotta
long
concede.
enough. Man,
James,
cut
you
it
gotta
out.
concede.
They was hoping that man was gonna live long enough.
He
to
did
live
live long
term.
enough. He's still
when
alive.
when they figured out
Fall back, James.
they looking at his condition, right? Hold up, this how this happened. Y'all can't say this. They looking at his condition right now. They don't even know if the man gonna live another.
But they talking about.
So that's how she got
but
it.
That's another term that we.
See what I'm saying?
So James, he was the candidate, and we realized he wasn't good enough. And the vice president is up next. I don't get it. Like, how is she not vetted in that process?
They don't think that they think that he's above cognitive dissonance at his age to be able to do the things that you can do as a president. But she didn't get, for a president, she didn't get vetted on, can she handle internal affairs and all of the things that you would have to do to elect her to be
You
president.
messing it up,
And then,
James.
as a matter of fact, hold on. As a matter of
up.
fact, when she ran to be president, what happened?
What? She didn't run to be. Oh my God!
Yes, she
Now
did run
it's
to be
over.
president.
Kamala ran to be president when?
Oh my! Come on, Smash.
When? I didn't know that.
Yeah, she did.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah, she was one of the
That don't
nominees.
mean I didn't know that. Your point is she ain't vetted. Now you just messed up your
I'm
point.
talking about her
Hold
being
on.
vetted to be
You just
the
messed
president.
up your point even more grossly. Telling us that she ran to be president before.
And what happened?
She got vetted. We know that much.
No, she didn't
made it to
win.
be vice president.
She dropped out the race because the people thought that she wasn't going to be a good president.
No, she dropped out the race, right? Because she got the nod to be vice president.
Hold on, so you saying she didn't drop out of that race?
She got the nod.
Drop out that race.
I didn't even know she ran, bro.
She was doing.
Hold up. You saying hello? I'm talking to Brother Reggie right now. You saying she didn't drop out that race before she got to be the vice president?
No, you see what it is it's the momentum. They said Biden would be better now, right? So lend your support, your group, because she had a large group, right? Lend that to Biden, you'll be vice president, so we can beat.
So hold up, but you're talking about behind the scenes.
Exactly, that's why.
Hold up, but she dropped out first. Then, but she dropped out with already knowing that she was going to get that position. That's what you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay, beautiful. Okay, yeah,
Right?
she dropped out before she got that nominee.
Because they said that you can give your constituency, give it to Biden, we'll make you vice president.
Yeah, that's how it works. Yeah. So I agree with that. But what I'm saying is she didn't have the votes to beat Biden. So the people didn't pick her.
But James, let's go back to your point.
If that was the case, she would have been the president before Biden. So
James, your point was that she has not been vetted in order to be president. But if you got the credentials and are vetted enough to be vice president, means that you are vetted enough to be president. That's the point.
Man, that's crazy.
Hey, James, do you think she could pass the same vetting process that Trump passed?
Thank you. She
No,
didn't run for no president.
they don't have a vetting process.
She ran to be the Democratic nominee.
Hold on,
I
see, Brother
told
Flag,
y'all.
you talking to somebody that's politically aware. They didn't have a vetting process. They was going to go with him regardless of what was going on.
Who you talking about?
Yes, they was. Okay, well, who else did? Watch this.
Didn't understand
Who
my
else
question.
ran
Don't
against
go
Trump?
on.
They didn't even run anybody against Trump this time.
My dear brother,
They did Nikki Haley.
That's not my question. My question was, they vetted him when he ran for president and won, didn't they?
Oh yeah,
he was the president, right?
Yeah. You talking about the first time? I thought you were talking about now.
I'm saying if he could go through a vetting process and pass and become president, I'm saying if they held her to the same standard, do you think she could?
Yeah. He's a felon, right?
Okay,
This
ain't even a real. This ain't even a real question, man.
He's a felon as we speak.
You
So
just making
I'm
this up,
still on your
James.
head about this indigenous match. Whenever we get a chance, I'm back
you
on your
lost
head.
indigenous. You lost indigenous.
Now, I got one more point to make.
Go ahead.
You lost that one.
So let me ask you this. If somebody is 0.3% non-African, are they still indigenous Africans?
Well, I don't think it go about the DNA that's in you, whether you indigenous or not.
Good answer.
Well, hold on. Let me say this, because according to the definition, you have to have always been there, and that means you can't have no
outside influence in your DNA.
But it don't mean
them,
that people who always been there got the same DNA. It's so many people with different DNA in Africa that's always been there, bro. Like, come on with these simple questions.
no, this is the question.
All the DNA
If
comes from
somebody
Africa.
got
Saying, dog.
cut it out, man. You
don't
cut it
speak
out.
in English.
But we talking about non-African DNA that's come outside that will make you not indigenous.
So I'm gonna tell
right?
you, no, I gotta tell you, like Neil deGrasse Tyson said.
You gotta let me answer the question. That's my answer.
Go ahead.
You know, I've been saying that from that everybody is
but it's gonna answer your
African.
question really good.
Essentially.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, real quick. Neil deGrasse Tyson
man, that's
said,
my shit.
All right, go ahead. He said that the only people who qualify to be indigenous will be Africans that are on the continent, because everyone else migrated to where they went to, right? So if they migrated and had a genetic mutation, I'm saying that's not about to tell you. That's going to tell you people in other places who still migrated there. You feel what I'm saying?
This is my question, Smash, because I gave the example that if my 10th or 20th gram person was mixed with somebody outside of the continent, Reggie said that they wouldn't be an indigenous African. And I just asked you the same question again, but I put it in DNA terms. I said if they have 0.3% of something from the outside continent, would they still be an indigenous African? And you said it don't work like that.
I said, and I stand behind that. I don't think it worked like that still.
But I just gave you the same scenario, just in different words, but you didn't agree with me the first time.
No, that was Reggie who didn't. I never got the answer to the scenario in other terms.
I'm asking you now.
Go ahead. What is it?
I just asked it the same question. I put it in the same terms. I want you to answer the first question. If my 20th ancestor, you know what I'm saying, was I got so much of me, I got so much of a bloodline in me from a previous ancestor, like 20 generations down, or you can word it,
bro. Like, are you asking, are we indigenous Africans?
No. Hear me out, Smash.
I heard you.
Okay, because you answered it. You answering the question both ways, out of both sides of your mouth right now, right?
Incorrect.
So I'm
not
saying,
true.
So let me land. Let
ahead.
me ask you the question both ways. If my 20th relative down the line was an outside African, you say absolutely not, that you wouldn't be indigenous. But if I asked you if I had 0.3% of something outside of Africa DNA in me, then you say it don't work like that. But that's the same question.
It's just being perplexing and confusing for no particular reason. It's like, you know what I'm saying? If the overall question you're asking, nah, really.
Got him.
I don't know if that's a gotcha moment right there.
Got him.
If that's a gotcha moment, then fine. But I don't feel gotten. Like, I'm trying to understand.
Heard me.
I'm even still trying to understand your question.
Let me try to help with this conversation.
Yeah.
Now,
hold on, Smash wasn't finished though.
I'm trying to get the question first. I don't even understand like what he's asking.
What he's asking you is if somebody is 97%. This is what he asked.
Let me ask my own question. He heard exactly what I said, but you leaving out the part that he riding the fence right now. I got him on the fence. James, you don't let him go.
I mean, I think
listen,
Smash,
this is what he asked.
To the subject.
He asked you
need your help, James.
It's not helping you understand what you need to understand. First
James.
of all, here's the error in your logic. What is African DNA? It's completely like a Khoisan person got different DNA than a Nilotic person. See, really? so you ain't making. Yeah, you did not.
So I just want you to answer the question.
So there are some markers. There are some markers that you can only find in Europe, that you can also find in the Khoisan people, that you can't even find in no other Africans.
Wow. You moving the goalpost.
No,
I just want you to answer the question.
It's explaining to you what you need to know to get the question. You're just not accepting the answer.
No, my question is clear, and you're not giving me no clear answer.
You said if they had 3% of non-African DNA, and I said, bro, first you got to define what even is African DNA. Like
we talking about indigenous Africans, right? The question is, are we talking about indigenous Africans? Who is indigenous and who is not? And we talking, and you say if somebody is mixed, or if they have somebody that come over, at least what Reggie said, then they can't be indigenous African. My point is,
I didn't
if
say
it's your
that
50th,
though. You don't
I
remember
know,
what I said?
I'm
I said
asking,
what
but
Neil
you're not being
deGrasse
clear now.
Tyson, but you referring to what Reggie said. I said what Neil deGrasse Tyson said was the only people who qualify to be indigenous are Africans on the continent, and everybody else got there by migrating there. So if they had a genetic mutation when they migrated there, then that occurred, and they were at a place they wasn't even indigenous to. The only
I'm
people
not
who would
talking about.
qualify. So I don't
I'm not
get it.
talking about mutations. I'm not talking about genetic mutations,
You
Smash.
have to
And
be.
you did, and I'm not, because you can have genetic. We talking about mixing and getting diversity through that way. I
I
get
know,
other
but in
people.
order to mix, something have to have mutated, and so it'll just be one gene. It'll just be one gene. All we get different. We get these different haplogroups and stuff through mutations.
But we talking about indigenous, right? We talking, and you did agree with Reggie, but I'm just gonna leave it alone because you did agree with
you
Reggie
ain't even
whenever he said that.
understanding what you're trying to argue. So check it out.
You did. Y'all told me I was speaking in different languages.
Just for the mutation, so you can understand this. Say a person was one. I don't even want to pick it. Say he was E1B1A right here, whatever, and then they wandered and migrated, and over 1,000 years they had a genetic mutation. Now that person who carries the mutation is no longer classified as E1B1A. He'll probably be E1B1B. You see, but defined by the mutation. So now you got to think about your question, because you asked me whether a certain percentage of the DNA would make him non-African, and I was like, first you got to define what's African DNA, because even when
that ain't what I said. I said not indigenous.
All right, go ahead.
Can I add this?
Go ahead.
Hold on,
First of
Reggie.
all,
Hold
wait,
on,
no,
Reggie.
due diligence. Due diligence.
Go ahead.
Wait.
I'm gonna let you
First
go.
of
Even though
all,
you don't let me go on top of you, I'm gonna let you go, Reggie. I keep getting smashed on the ropes. I keep letting him out. Go.
Okay, when you're dealing with indigenous, you're dealing with populations. You're not dealing with individuals. I'll stop.
And when you're talking about whether a person is African or not, you can talk about it scientifically or you can talk about it sociologically. Because we had these same issues, we had these same discussions in the 60s when they were talking about when somebody was, and somebody even said something about my parents on this platform when I showed them a picture of my mother and my daughter as to some white people who got in my family line. And that's not true. We're Africans biologically. Africans go from light, from chalk to charcoal and everything in between. So you can't look at African and outside of Africa and say, oh, that is or it isn't, and be 100% sure. And then there's a sociological factor. And what we said, being African is a state of mind, because we had a problem between dark-skinned people and lighter-skinned people when we were organizing through the Panthers and the US organizations and other. They was pointing at somebody and said, that's a white agent over there because the person had light skin. If your mind, and Stokely Carmichael, Kwame Ture said, if your mind is black, if you have a black orientation, it's a state of mind. And if you're willing and identify as an African, and your family identifies as African, and you follow some sort of African rituals or culture,
do that.
Then I'm not going to fight you on this person being African or not. And then the last part of that is this: the Africans on the continent have been polluted by so many different religions and cultures that it's hard to find Africans that identify 100% with their own tribes and histories, because they want to identify as Christians, Muslims, and others. So that's all I have to say to that conversation.
So just let me say this, because Smash say that my question is flawed. And I don't think my question is flawed. I think I just ask it in two different ways. And you know, and I'm gonna just say it this last time so I can be clear. You know, you can be in a place for, 500 years, and and mixed with somebody that came from outside of the continent, what would imply that you would have a certain percentage of some DNA that's what they call non-African. I'm not saying literally, because all African genetics is African, but somebody who mutated outside the continent, but it can be bred almost back out. It can be bred back out to where you have like 0.3%. Would you then call that person not indigenous, but he been there 700 years, or the lineage has been there 700 years, but they have somebody 700 years ago mixed with a non-African? That person is still indigenous to me. So the indigenous thing is still kind of flawed, because a lot of people ain't been there forever and got some mixed DNA in them. You know what I'm saying?
I don't disagree with what you're saying right there. You got to understand a lot of the people in the ancient times were mixed. Right?
Well,
that's my point. And they still indigenous.
No, see, y'all keep on going outside the continent.
I have a question.
So he's talking about DNA mixing, right? Let me just pull up this map so you can see what I'm saying. You don't gotta go outside the continent to be mixed. See, now that make you feel crazy to say, right? If we talking about DNA and not race.
Teach, man.
So let's look at these maps right here, right? And this is just a haplogroup map of the world. And what I was talking about earlier, I said to Brother Flag, I said there was some Khoisan people. I should have said Chadic people. So look at this real quick, just so we can see that this R1B that you find in these Chadic people here, follow the blue arrow and go all the way to right here, R1B. And then come way over here, R1B. And what I had said that to state is there was some DNA found in Africans. You see, because it's talking about the most genetic diversity, obviously we heard it, is spawned in Africa. But that's not saying all the haplogroups is in Africa. We just saying
the arrow's coming down. It's saying the Armenians came down and polluted.
I know. We could deal with it that way, or we could deal with it however it should be dealt with. But
I'm just asking.
No, that is true. But there is scholarship to show that that's just them trying to say that. Do you believe that some Armenians came down and gave DNA to some Africans in Central Chad? You know what I'm saying? And so they just trying to account for things in various ways. But I think I was coming to this to show.
Man, I'm glad you said this, man, because I thought you was believing.
Oh,
I was
hell
like,
no.
man,
I wasn't believing
I saw. Hey,
you know that.
Okay,
we didn't discuss this hella times.
I'm just trying to make. But let me just say.
But real quick, for due diligence.
Go ahead.
And I want to end on my point. Now look at this. We got E3B1, right? Egyptian. Now, you saying if this person, E3B1, got 3% of E3B2, exactly. I'm saying, what do you mean by African DNA? Because they could be mixed between Berber and this Egyptian right here and still be African. And that's all I was trying to point out. It's plenty different groups that you could be E3. Well, I mean, I don't even know if I'm reading this right. Say E3AM2, and then you see this migration, and then somebody who was. Now, what if the woman was Cushitic and the father was Niger Congo? They would have both of these DNAs, and y'all can tell me where I'm wrong or not. But I'm just saying you could definitely be mixed and still be an African.
What about
all of that's indigenous African DNA?
Let me respond to him. He said it's for let me respond. I don't want to go back.
I have a question. We got these Semites up here. If they mix into that, then what did that leave you? Are you still or do you become Israelite?
Hold on, because we changing the conversation from like race and African whenever we supposed to be on indigenous, right? Let's stay on indigenous, right? Because my question was, he keep moving it, talking about race and E1, B1A, but we talking about the indigenous of the indigenousness of a people. That's the question.
You brought up 3% DNA, but keep going.
I know, to the point of indigenous, right? So I'm saying if you have somebody that mutated outside of the continent of Africa, they call that non-African DNA, correct?
Yes.
And if that person came onto the continent of Africa and reproduced with somebody, and then you go 700 years in the future, wherever that point is, to where that person has 0.3% of that outside DNA, is that person indigenous? And they still on the continent of Africa.
Thanks for rewording the question after getting the newly found information. And so,
what?
Yeah,
that
no,
was
I'm
the
not
same
mad.
question.
I'm not mad at that. And I would say that there was people. I would say, and I don't think if y'all disagree, y'all can disagree. But there were people in ancient Africa who had what you saying 3% or more DNA from outside of Africa. Let's think about the people who were birthed from the Amenhotep III, right? He had 317 Mitanni wives. Mitanni would be way up here, right?
Where?
Someplace just in this area. You know what I'm saying? It's like, so I'm trying to imagine the Levant, and then it would be right around this Armenia area, right? So if he had 317 Mitanni wives, we don't think he had one kid with one of those wives?
Answer the question, Smash.
That's me answering it.
Answer the question, Smash. Is that person indigenous or not?
No, I don't think he's indigenous, but he come from a lineage that was indigenous. Is that an incorrect answer?
I mean, I just would disagree, but I understand what you're saying. I wouldn't take that away from somebody if they like 100 generations down and got 3-point-something% in them. That's crazy.
No,
that person
I'm not
is
taking that away from
anybody.
him. I'm not taking it away, and I'm not limiting my statements to 3% because you can't even see 3% DNA in nobody, bro. Like you can't see 3% Neanderthal in non-African people, or can you see it? I don't know if y'all.
Yeah, you can see that.
Oh, see,
No, you can't see it.
You can see 3%.
You can see it in people's
Look,
genetics.
man, let me tell you. Hold on, you've been talking for a minute, dude.
Man, thank you, Smash. Thank you,
just
Smash.
stop it right
there.
Because the average European has 2% Neanderthal.
But that's not the question.
We have 0.0 something, so you can't see.
James.
So once you get to so low levels,
how much European you got in you, James?
I have 5% European.
We can't see it.
I know, but what I'm talking about when you were talking about you were talking about 2% Neanderthal DNA.
And I'm telling you,
once you got
you can see that.
Yes, when you got 2% Neanderthal DNA,
man, you messed that up.
Okay.
You just
All right, so I'm gonna put a picture of a white dude and a black dude on the screen.
Bro, put anybody with 2% Neanderthal.
And what features are you gonna point out to say? See, look,
it's going to be non-African. That is how they know.
Of course, it's gonna be non-African, but what?
How can you see it, James?
See, I'm not talking about human DNA. I'm talking about Neanderthal DNA.
Completely. Never mind.
No, I'm not talking about human DNA. I'm talking about Neanderthal DNA.
I don't think nobody
the levels of Neanderthal DNA determine how much European. Okay,
I don't think you can't see 2%
crazy.
DNA with your human eyes.
You slid out of this conversation real slick though, Smash. I'm gonna let
I'm still right
Pan-African James do the Pan-African though. You know what I'm saying?
You
threw that Neanderthal in there. You know James was gonna jump on that, man.
No, because this is what's going on. Dude is talking
man, you
about,
just messed up a good bill.
We talking about human DNA right now. We talking about non-African DNA and African DNA.
Thank you.
Everything you see on this map, besides this green right here, is African DNA. It's indigenous.
So
African
everything dude's saying is just incorrect, bro. Let me ask you a question, dude. How could a person get 2% non-African DNA without going through a lineage of succession? It ain't one baby just gonna be born with 2% something else unless that was in his ancestry to be diluted from the point when it was 50-50. Or whatever, from the point when his mama was one thing and his daddy was another.
Right.
So you giving us these pseudo-ass scenarios.
Hold on. Hold up. Because what do you mean? That was the whole point of somebody mating with somebody with with non-African DNA and the baby 20 generations down having the leftover DNA before it get bred out. How is that pseudo? We see that every day. We look at populations. People that's a real life scenario.
Okay,
what are you talking about? You just made that up.
That's what I just said, and then you just repeated it. But initially, your claim was
Is that not
just
real life? You saying that's pseudo? That's real life.
But he's saying you can't see it, so why would you even interject?
Man, James, be quiet
because at this point, like I got 5% European DNA, you can't see that in me.
We not even talking about that. He just went somewhere else.
the show so you can hear how you first laid out your question. Because every time we poke at the details, you re-include. Like now, you just re-included what I just pointed out about the flaws in your question to refine it. Like, yeah, that's what I was talking about. 20 generations and then the baby. No, first you just said if a person don't got 3% African, 2% African DNA, or 3% African DNA, are they still indigenous? You didn't add all these extra details.
You made that up.
Should I rewind the show and play it?
You definitely won't prove that I said if a person don't have it, you definitely won't find that.
Well, do have it, okay? That's not the point. The point is now you're adding additional features of lineage and how we arrived at that point. Because anyone could have said the original progenitor would have been the one who was originally considered indigenous, and then it was a point where somebody from his bloodline chose somebody from another DNA to have sex with. And at that point, the first son under that was the one who was most affected by it. What I mean is his daddy was indigenous and his mama came from someplace else. And then if we go 20 points down the line until we're at 3% DNA, that's what I'm like, man, this question is crazy.
Yeah. And then you stop right there. What's the answer? You saying the person
think about it. Think about it. Here's the answer.
Be quiet, bro.
We just detailed what the answer is.
Be quiet and let him answer, bro. You keep messing it up.
We went to the point in time where we isolated that one of his ancestors was the indigenous one, and another one of his ancestors was from someplace else. And he descends 20, 30 years after that. So what about all these other mamas and daddies? You got a lot to fill in. Were all the parents after the indigenous parent met the parent who was non-indigenous to contribute the other DNA? Were all of those indigenous parents after that?
Y'all see how he moonwalking around?
These are questions that got to be answered.
Y'all see how he moonwalking
because here go the question. Listen to why this is irrelevant thinking. You probably are asking a thinking man's question and you ain't a thinking man. Because think about it. If it got down to 3% DNA, and if at one point we have it established that it was 50-50, then what filled up the other 47% of the DNA? Was it all more African DNA injected into this bloodline, or was it DNA from another place? So how can we conclude at the end a person, you should say 3% DNA and 97% indigenous African DNA.
So
I tried to do that. He didn't want me to say nothing.
Because you keep messing it up and interjecting your own. And I want to hear Brother Flag input on the situation, because he say I keep mixing it up and messing it up, but you keep messing up the question. I'm asking a wise man's question, but you don't even James, you fall back, bro. Let us do this.
I'm the host of the show. You fall back. Sheffrin got his hand up. You've been going for a minute. Sheffrin hand been up for about 5 minutes. So let's
we're trying to have this out.
Listen, you can get back to that later, but let's Sheffrin, if he got time, ask his question. It's been up for about 5 minutes. So that's all I'm saying.
Greetings, Sheffrin.
Oh, well, what's up with y'all? What's going on? So I'm still at the indigenous African part, and I'm stating that the North Africans checked every box on indigenous. I'm saying that in the definition of indigenous, I'm saying that the North Africans, if y'all read the definition, North Africans qualify as indigenous African under every definition that's listed under the definition.
That's
That's
not
my
true.
statement.
That's not true. We can read the
We can
definitions
pull it up.
again.
Let's go. Let's
I'm
go.
about to pull it up.
My man.
So while you
What's up
pulling
with
it up,
everybody?
let me speak on it though. You know
Hold
what I'm
up,
saying?
we ain't
Because
even got it. We ain't even pull this
I don't
up
want to
right
get
now.
sidetracked because you really just sidetracked the convo. You know what I'm saying?
Hold up, we
I'm
pulled it
in
up.
the dojo with Smash right now. I'm finna strain him up. I got him strained up. Y'all keep giving him outs.
But now, hold
You know what I'm
on real
saying?
quick. Let me get Chef up out of here. And you see this map right here, Chef, if you ever get a chance to check this out, maybe on the rerun, all the indigenous people are within all of this right here. If you look, they don't got nowhere on here for no North Africans. Now, why is that?
Killed him dead right there. One chart.
Kill who?
You.
Kill who?
I'm asking you.
No, I said pull up the definition of indigenous. No, I said pull up the.
I'm about
oh my
to.
God,
I'm about to. But he killed you before we got to that.
That's not even a statement that I made.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe I must have misheard.
All right, so look at this. Let's do what.
But Smash said you killed me.
Hold on, let's do. He did because that map showed all the indigenous people of Africa, and North Africans wasn't on it. See. So this is what Chef want to do. Check this out, y'all. Look how quick and how fast he falls. First definition of indigenous: originating or occurring naturally in a particular place. He dead. Ibero-Mauritians and all of these people y'all refer to are not originating or occurring naturally in North Africa.
So that's your final. That's your definitive statement.
You just yeah. That's everybody know that. That's why.
All right. So the indigenous part would be they occurred there naturally. Meaning they have a genetic mutation that links them to North Africa. So it doesn't matter whether they originally, that a branch of them originally came.
Say that again, please. I missed it.
It doesn't matter that a branch of them originally mutated somewhere else. They have a branch that they have a mutation that links them to North Africa. Case in point, the Native Americans, they originated, they descend from a group that comes from East Asia, right? Amerindia. But they have a mutation here in the Americas that links them here. So they are indigenous Americans. That's how they're indigenous. Even though we know all people originate, the human family originates in Africa. So that would say that there's no indigenous people outside of original Africans.
You
That's
ain't
not
making
true.
no sense. So let me ask you a question.
Damn.
Just going by what you talking to. I'm not saying you talking too much like you're not welcome to speak. I'm saying you putting too many words towards the subject. All you said was pull up the definition of indigenous, and you said that they check every box. So we read the first definition, originating or occurring naturally in a particular place, and they do not check that box. As a matter of fact, the majority of North Africans have what they call West Asian DNA, right? So if they got this West Asian DNA, they didn't originate or occur naturally in North Africa. That's simple. Go ahead.
No. So I'm saying that they are that they do originate in North Africa. Why? Because they have a mutation there. That mutation links them to, so they are the original people from there. They have a mutation there. The same way the Native Americans, all people originate in Africa. So you're saying that there's no indigenous people nowhere.
No.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
The definition of indigenous is saying that.
No, that's not that. All right,
let me ask you, Chef.
Go ahead.
When these people that crossed the land bridge or they came across the Pacific or however they got over here, were the humans over here when they got here?
No.
So that's why they call them indigenous, because they were the first humans
That's
on
not
this continent. Yes, that's why they're Native Americans or indigenous Americans, because they are the first humans on this continent. There was no humans here when they got there. So the only other thing that you're getting confused with is the fact that
would make them Aboriginal.
Listen,
that would make them Aboriginal.
Now we finna go to a whole nother.
Yeah, because words have definition. Words have definition.
So they don't call these people Native Americans or indigenous Americans now.
They are Native Americans.
They call them Aboriginal Americans.
They are Native Americans because they have a genetic mutation, and they're native to America. So in that case, in some cases, I could say I'm Native American because this is the place of my nativity.
Well,
I was born here.
You avoiding the fact that North Africans that you talking about have majority West Asian DNA. So how could they be indigenous to North Africa?
I don't think that's what that's actually saying, though.
You want me to put
so,
it up?
I mean, I think we should.
Yeah,
pull it up. Pull it up.
Go on and pull it up.
No,
James.
This is crazy.
I know that they have West.
This is gonna be crazy.
No, I know that they have affinities with West Asians. We know that, but they are called back migrants into Africa.
Okay, so well, let me ask you a question. Yeah. How could a back migrant be indigenous? You killing your own self.
No, because they have a genetic mutation that links them to Africa.
Well, then they really not. So look, you saying they migrated out and they came back, right, Chef?
Yeah. So what makes a person non-African? Let's get to this.
Okay.
What makes a person non-African?
Let me answer this first.
They have a genetic mutation outside of Africa. Now, when they come back into Africa, if they have
that's not what they see. You still talking. Slow down. How they identify non-Africans is through their lack of genetic diversity. They have the least amount of genetic diversity on the planet. Yeah, non-Africans do. That's what separates.
Do y'all see what's happening here?
Messed it up.
I'm just giving you the simple answer to what the answers you see. When they say non-African, they are identifying them genetically as people that have the less genetic mutation on the planet. Africans are the most diverse on the planet. That's how they identify them.
I wouldn't disagree with that.
So now what are you saying?
All right, I'm out of it. Y'all right.
No, because he got the source on the screen, so you got to see the source.
So now read this, Chef. Oh, can you read this for us, Chef? Or do we? Huh?
About that Middle Eastern DNA. See, Chef think the back migration is the same person. Or he left. You left. You can't leave, Chef.
No, I'm still.
So the back migration ain't the same person who left, right? So if some Africans left and they had a mutation, they wasn't Africans when they came back. Now, if they didn't have a mutation, they could have been Africans when they came back. But if they had a mutation, they representing whatever they mutated to.
But then
when they mutate in Africa, right? If they have a mutation back in Africa that makes them linked to Africa and nowhere else where you can see.
So hold on, that don't make sense. That ain't how mutations work. You said if they had a mutation back in Africa. So look, plenty of Africans have mutations in Africa. This is how we get A through E, right? The first haplogroups. So A ain't the same as B, C, and E. If there even is a B, C, and E, I never heard of them. But I heard of A and E. And so those are different groups, different mutations that happened on the continent. Mm-hmm. But a mutation that happens outside of the continent is a non-African person. Because at first it was African, something happened in their genetic and a new type of person came out. And that happened off of the continent. Now, if that new type of person come walking back in, what are you talking about? He ain't an African no more. He whatever he mutated to.
Yeah, but it's not a new type of person.
Yes, because they have so much less genetic diversity, Chef, that they mutated into something that's non-African. You can see it now. I mean, I don't understand what's going on.
No, we don't even know.
So you know what the light skin gene is a mutation, right?
but we don't know if we can. Y'all saying a lot of stuff. Y'all saying that
it's helping you to understand it. So say the light skin, that mutation didn't happen on the continent, did it?
No, it doesn't matter where it happened.
Yes, it do matter. So hold on. So that mutation, what's that gene? The SL. I heard Ghost said
SLC or something. Have you,
so that mutation happened on the continent.
Yes.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is, when if y'all saying a mutation outside of Africa makes them non-African, I agree. Now, what if a mutation happens in Africa? Does that make them African?
See,
if a mutation
that made them as a nucleus.
Let me finish. Go ahead.
Yeah. If they leave Africa and have a mutation in Asia, we would say that they're Asian. Now, when they come back into Africa and they stay in Africa in a particular place for 30,000 years, and a mutation happened in Africa, does that make them African again? Yes, it does.
Nah, hold
on.
So
if y'all can accept that,
hold on. I'm kind of lost, but I'm trying to kind of follow you. You're trying to say if the person who originally, so we got one migration out of Africa, and that was an African.
Right.
Then a mutation occurred, right? And then the person with the mutation travels back into Africa, and another mutation happens on the continent. That's what you're saying?
Yes. Yes. That's exactly what happened.
That's a lie.
That's exactly what happened. See, now we got clarity.
But hold
now
on.
We got clarity.
So
if the mutation makes them non-African in outside of Africa, then the mutation that happened in Africa got to make them African.
No, I don't. Now, hold on, Chef. Now, I like the point that you're making, and I don't know whether I'm qualified to actually just answer correctly. I can answer it how I'm gonna answer it, but I like the preamble. You know, I like the preamble shit like that before I just get to running off. Now, I kind of would tend to agree that if somebody left and say they left and they look like an Asian, right? And then Tutmosis had an Asian wife, basically. And then they had a son, but then his son's lineage went through another mutation that had not occurred no place else on the earth, and it happened on the continent, then that would have to be an African mutation. Like, I don't understand that.
Yeah, so, I agree.
Yeah.
Can you help me keep up with the conversation? I have a question to help me. Please, Smash and the rest of you, DNA, knowing people. Listen, my understanding, tell me if I got it wrong, is that there was more mutations on the continent of Africa among Africans, meaning that they are the most genetically diverse population on the planet. Is that correct?
Yes, that is absolutely correct.
Okay, so the thing that made them diverse, those, what do you call them? Those mutations that you're talking about?
Yes.
Smash.
James.
It's admixture amongst themselves.
Yes.
You know, because they were isolated on the continent.
Yes.
For a certain amount of time, and they said that it was we were in isolation for, they say, 230,000 to 260,000 years. That gave us the genetic diversity that they can identify now which makes an African. In this equatorial zone, this tropical zone.
Pause right there. What I'm asking you is that group that you just explained to me, all of the transformations that took place within that group, would you call those? What you guys, the word that you use?
Indigenous.
No. The things, the changing of the people as they moved to different regions. You said would you call those mutations?
Well, no, that's just admixtures in the mutations. The mutations that they see are based on like the SMPs or something. It's like they see small mutations but they know that it's still off inside of a certain region.
Yeah, yes, I got that. So those mutations were taking place in the Africans before they left the continent, correct?
Correct.
So when they left the continent, different geographical and atmospheric circumstances made changes in their DNA, right?
Yes.
And that's what made them appear to be less African, or as you would say, non-African. I think I caught up if everything I just said is correct.
Yes, but let me also
and
add.
One final question I want to ask the brother: why is it so important to know the answer to this question about indigenous Africans? Is this something personal that happened with you or somebody that you know that makes you want to get this clear?
On that, I want to chime in, even though I know you're not talking to me, but we got to realize a lot of the dialogue that me and Chef just gave to DNA had nothing to do with indigenous. He was questioning whether it was an African mutation, right? And so I like to follow dialogue. I'm a wordsmith. And what we were first probing was whether they would be indigenous or not whether it would consider them African, right? And so that's kind of like how that certain red herrings serve to make it look like you're making a point, but under further analysis, you can see that's far off. Who would care if somebody went out, had a mutation, and came back and was considered African? We clearly know that's enough to establish that they're not indigenous.
Am I indigenous? If nobody has
So here's the thing. I'm not no how could I be an indigenous African? I'm no place close to there.
Okay.
Let me ask this. This is gonna be deep. Are we indigenous Americans?
So what about right now? Someone can answer the question. James, you probably can answer that question because of your DNA that you have done. How could you? I'm asking you, can you be considered an indigenous African? No, your ancestors
I would
were,
not be,
right?
I would not be considered an indigenous African.
But were your ancestors?
Yes.
Exactly. But was everybody's ancestors?
No.
So who? Ultimately, yeah, but not in the way that your direct lineage leads directly.
No, because I
back
have
to them.
5% European, and their DNA is not indigenous to Africa. So, that 5% of my DNA is not indigenous to Africa.
So, Brother Flat. But what are we indigenous to? Everybody ain't indigenous to something, right? Like indigenous ain't a part of having to be a part of a label of a man. We were forcibly removed. Our ancestors were forcibly removed from a location that they were indigenous to. And then we went through all kind of plight. Some of them we can't even name that would affect our DNA. And so it leads back to due diligence's original question. Would you claim that you're an indigenous African, Sheffler?
No. That's a good question. I don't know if we'll be considered indigenous to Africa.
Don't you think it's some Africans on the continent who would be laughing at us right now? Like
I agree.
Yeah, they like we closer to the indigenous. Y'all was related to us 400 years ago, but hella stuff happens since then. I'm here to be.
I'm glad you made that point.
Yeah, I'm here to be disagreed with. I ain't trying to be an authority.
I'm with you. So check this out. The definition said if a person originates.
Let me answer Brother Flag because he did direct the question to me. Before y'all go in.
Oh, that was you. I forgot he did direct the question to you. I just started talking too much. We will come back to you, Chef.
No, that was good information, Smash.
So it's not that important to me, but we was dealing with definitions, and definitions aren't always definite. There can be some exceptions to the rule. And the reason why I gave that scenario is because to me, somebody that's 0.3% in my eyes, regardless of what the damn definitions say, would still be indigenous to me. So I don't really care what the definitions say or what how nobody else feel. It's really not a right or wrong answer to me. But just because somebody can read the definition in Webster don't make it right. But to me, I'm not going to take the indigenous status from somebody that got 3 point something or other non-African DNA in them. That's just my position.
Right.
If somebody disagree, that's fine. But I was just trying to lay that out there. It's not important one way or the other. We just talking about, wishy-washy definitions to me.
So I don't think indigenous, the only way indigenous got to do with DNA is if you are from where that DNA mutated, basically. Other than that, indigenous don't got nothing to do with DNA, so to speak. So, for instance,
I'm with you.
Take a person with 100% African DNA and then put him on a boat and take him to China. Now, he ain't in Africa no more, so he got no claims to indigenous. You got to be there. I'm indigenous. I'm from this place.
Okay.
I was found in this place.
Now we fight. All
right, so you don't got to be there to be indigenous? You can say you indigenous to a place that you ain't at, true.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, absolutely. Okay, that's fine. I'm with that. Yeah, I'm indigenous to Africa. We agree with that. Go ahead, Chef. It's on
So check the move. So the question is, are the North Africans indigenous by the first definition that we read? If their mutation happened in the place that we're talking about, if they originated there. So meaning you can't find that people with that particular mutation nowhere else in the world. That mutation happened in Africa in that particular place. That makes them African.
Well, hold on. There's a few things to add to that. The mutation, I think the genetic variation or whatever, I don't know off the top, but I'm gonna try to pull it on the screen. Do anybody know the one he is H? Is he talking about H? What haplogroup is he talking about? Huh?
You can't tell a race based on haplogroup.
Well, but I know, but hold on. But I want to know, James. I mean, not James. Which exact mutation? I mean, not James. Chef. Which haplogroup are you talking about?
It's a Berber.
H or J?
It's a Berber marker.
Is it what?
I don't know. I'm not in gold.
So hold on. You said it's a Berber marker.
Man, listen, man. All of those markers are going to be E's, which are African. So stop it.
So hold on, but look how he just switched up. So this time,
no. You're talking about Berbers.
You just said a Berber marker. Are you? So when you talking about North Africans, you going all the way over to Morocco and stuff?
No, but Berbers exist throughout all of North Africa.
Yeah, I know, but you don't find the Berber marker in the places we be talking about on this show, particularly in Egypt. You don't really find that. I was there. So you phrasing, you being deceptively, you from Baltimore, you slick. You probably would catch me up in some shit if we was dealing in some street shit. Because I'm seeing shit after the fact. You speaking on it as if you referencing people that's even in the area of Egypt.
No, I'm not. This was a conversation that me and James had on my show the other night. We were just talking about, we wasn't even talking about Egyptians.
So that's my presupposition. I presupposed that you was talking about the areas of Egypt.
Came back to me.
See, hold on, tell me what's going on, James.
Let me explain this to you. I've already broke this down to Chef now. That their lack of genetic diversity is a dead giveaway as to them being on the continent for 230,000 years. Their lack of diversity across that whole northern Maghreb is the same as Eurasian, all Eurasians. They have the same genetic components. They are 70% European. So when you find that out, that somebody, see, that's the beauty of being able to use precise measurement in genetics now. You can go measure what somebody is and give the exact precise measurements that they are. So these people are 70% on average non-African European DNA.
Oh, we got you, Chef. You messed that up.
You know Europeans are not indigenous.
You messed that all up.
Crazy.
Look, watch this. I'm gonna pull this.
You know how we got you?
Read this, Chef.
That was crazy.
Watch. I bet he won't read this.
Hold on. Hold on, are you talking about the
That's
Copts?
North Africa.
Let's hear from the good guy. That good
North,
guy.
all people in North Africa have genetic diversity that's equivalent to Eurasians. That's what the deal
We
is.
already know that. That does not negate that they have a mutation that links them.
I'm trying to understand.
No, you been hold on, James. So we gotta be specific real quick before we let that good guy get in. Chef, which mutation? What haplogroup?
Whatever the haplogroup
nah,
is.
You can't. No. Also now, so there you have it.
I'm at work.
Okay, so he said whichever haplogroup for the Berbers.
Right.
That don't
that's
apply
an marker, bro.
And that don't even apply to our conversation because as we pinpointed, the Berber haplogroup you don't find it in Egypt. But you was just arguing that the people who established Egypt wasn't black, and this you said this on another show.
I wasn't even talking about Egypt.
Okay, so
today.
basically, what in North Africa
Smash,
is
you
relevant?
Do know I can have more than one.
Yeah, that's true.
Smash, you do know I can have more than one.
Yeah, but what in North Africa is relevant to anything that we be talking about?
The Egypt. All right, well, if you go to Egypt, the Coptic component.
Like we don't talk about nothing else in North Africa but Egypt.
Coptic, the modern Coptics are 70% European.
Oh man, that doesn't matter.
What? We don't
get. Bro,
how does that not matter?
70% European don't matter. Cut it out, Chef.
Because they indigenous. They are indigenous.
No, you messed up, Chef. They are. You made a good point earlier, making the point that they were African. You messed up trying to say they were indigenous. If the mutation occurred on the continent and no place else, it has to be an African mutation. But they ain't indigenous because they came from someplace else. You just pointed that out. You said they came from a back migration.
Chef,
if they originated somewhere else, how could the mutation happen in Africa? That's the originality that makes them African.
No, you know. So this is how it goes. Everything works on a timeline. So when one thing mutate, right? Say they left Africa and they get into a different climate, and the universe presumes that it would be better suited for their DNA to be a different way. It would mutate. At that point, if they start traveling back to Africa, and then they sit back in Africa after they already had that form of mutation, and then the universe or decide that they need another mutation for some reason while they're in Africa, first you got to realize they changed to something else already. And it's probably represented, it could be represented in their phenotype, in the way that they look. A lot of these mutations, some of them are, some of them ain't, right? People can say a bunch of them ain't, but some of them are represented in the way we look. So they coming back, and then they're going to go through another mutation. How could you be arguing then that they're indigenous when they changed to something else?
Because they originated there.
Oh,
you get that? If that mutation happens there, then and you can't say that mutation links them to anywhere else in the world but Africa. They originated there. Their language, their specific mutation, their language, their culture, all of that makes them indigenous.
No, it don't.
You know you're wrong, right? Language and culture come from anywhere else.
Is Europeans indigenous?
You're wrong, though, Chef.
Is Europeans indigenous to America? Is the Europeans that are here today, they indigenous to America?
No, sir.
Now, Chef, you know they ancestors who, before they had the two mutations, no matter where they traveled to on the earth, they was indigenous Africans. They was from Africa. But then when they went someplace, they had some successors who changed. And so think about it. The changes would not be recognized by those original, the people who they came from. They would have came back looking like completely different people. Kind of like sending your son out into the world and then he have a child with a white girl and they bring the baby back. The first thing you're going to be asking is that baby indigenous to your household? You know what I'm saying? Like, how is this baby of my seed? I know that's a real simple analogy just to give somebody some things of how it happened long over time, because it's the same thing. It requires some type of, I don't want to say the races, but intermingling between two genetic types before we even are having this discussion. So then when those two genetic types mixed outside of Africa, they made something different.
I got a question for you, Smash.
I'm fine with that.
So it's, how could it be indigenous?
So they're not indigenous, though.
Exactly, it ain't indigenous then.
Yeah, y'all fighting it. Y'all fighting it because in one breath, y'all, in one breath, y'all accept that if a mutation happens outside of Africa in Asia, they're Asian. No. But y'all won't accept that if a mutation happens in Africa, that they're African.
Because what you're not realizing is you're probing two different questions. You're probing whether it's African and whether it's indigenous. And you're trying to act like one answer suits the other. Those are two different things. It can be African and not be indigenous. So yes, when it came back and it migrated and then it mutated again on the continent, it was African, but it came from someplace else. So it wasn't indigenous.
So it's not indigenous, but it's African.
Exactly.
No, bro, y'all can't do that. So if the Native American, right, comes from East Asia, then y'all are basically saying that they are still fucking Asian. No, you can't say that.
How they not Asian? Hold on. But how
they have a mutation. They have a mutation in America. So now they are indigenous.
Okay. So the new, see, now we gotta really talk about Group A and Group B, because when you say indigenous, you're talking about the original inhabitants of the land. You're not talking about whether somebody left, had a mutation, came back, and then had a change that didn't occur any place. So since you can't find this change any place, the only place you can find it in Africa, that'll be having to be some definition C of indigenous, because that's not what none of us mean when we say indigenous. We are going by the dictionary definition, which said the original inhabitants of that land. You see what I'm saying? So
who originated in North Africa before the North Africans?
So what would qualify somebody who left, mutated, back migrated, and then mutated again as the original inhabitant? Nothing would make him be the original inhabitant.
So who originated in North Africa?
You got to speak to what he said right there. Speak to that point,
Chef ignoring it. He ignoring it because I got it.
Now we right up against it. Now you
answer the question. So answer the question then.
I'm answering it. Who existed in North Africa before these North Africans? Go. Who originated in North Africa before these North Africans?
Before the ones you're talking about?
Who originated there?
Well, I could tell you, people directly related to what you call Nubian culture during the Tazian and the Badarian phases. And if you're saying that you going back way before that, then I think you tripping. But all of that is associated with Southern cultures along the Nile. I mean, so I'm saying, are you going before the Green Sahara or something? What is you doing? Because then before that, we dealing with the Green Sahara.
Yeah, he got your point.
No, bro. The point that I'm making is, show me the group that originated in North Africa before
they're in the Southern Sahara. That's what they had.
So they're now North Africans.
They're not in North Africa anymore.
You call them Southern Sahelians.
No, but they're not in North Africa anymore. In the time of the Green Sahara, they were
y'all cooked yourself.
No, you don't understand that in the time of the Green Sahara.
Before them.
At the time of the Green Sahara, they moved north where it was habitable. I told you this the other night. That makes sense. Humans are not illiterate. So when it was habitable and they had lakes and stuff like that, fresh water, we went up there and chilled up there. Then when the equatorial zone changed, Africans. But then when the equatorial climate changed, we not dumb either. When there ain't no more vegetation, the animals ain't even dumb. The zoo type that they drew off in the rock art is giraffes and zebras and all kinds of stuff. So they went south. So you don't even see any flora and fauna in this North Africa that you see today. The flora and fauna went south with the humans. So do you see giraffes in Morocco, Tanzania, Mauritania, Libya? Do you see any giraffes or hippopotamus up there? They went where the humans
killing
went.
you with the zoo type.
They went where the humans went. They went where the original humans went when it got hot. They went south. And they have the same. They have that genetic diversity that is very, very different from the people that are there today in North Africa. The people that are there in North Africa. You can look this up, Chef. I'm just freestyling. But you can look this up. The people in North Africa.
I'm about to kill Chef too. Keep going.
The people in North Africa, they have the same genetic diversity as all Eurasians. They're right now, their genetic mixture has gotten to a point to where they're no longer African, and they are on the side of non-Africans at 70%. It's just that simple.
Now look at this real quick. Y'all see this map on the screen?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, we see it.
All right, these are all sites in North Africa where they find the Iberian Mauritians, right? Right? And so Iberian Peninsula and Mauritius being North Africa, Mauritania, that's why they come up with that name. Now check this out. I want to go down. These are the people that they say, look, somewhere between 25,000 23. Right here on Wiki. All you got to do is keep reading and come down here and let's see what it's going to say about these people. Hold on, let me just find it. All it's going to do is tell you that they wasn't nothing but they was very closely related to some Nubians, right? And I don't know why they're saying this. I'm not making all of this up. I mean, I don't know. And so you trying to act like not you trying to act like, but one thing is being laid out like some of these people was looking like different people. Let me see if I can find the word in here.
Are they Berber?
I never stated how these people look. I don't know that.
Are those people are the Berbers related to these people that you're showing us here at Smash?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the whole point.
Oh, so let me see.
That's Gaddafi. I remember when Gaddafi was telling he's telling his people to stop attacking the immigrating brothers from the Sudan and the other workers that had came there. Stop attacking them because those are our cousins, and because they didn't identify with the Black Africans at all. They want to just identify as Muslims, but their leader, General Gaddafi, told them to stop doing that. These are our relatives. These are our cousins. So this is the first something scientifically to shore up that position that I've ever seen.
So this is in an article entitled Pleistocene North African Genomes Linked Near Eastern and Sub-Saharan African Human Populations. It says Mariki van de Loosdrich or whatever, 2018, did a full genome-wide analysis including the Y DNA from several ancient individuals from Tafu Route site, and the fossils were directly dated between 15,000 13,000 calibrated years before present. All males at the top right belong to the haplogroup E1B1B1A1, and this haplogroup occurs most frequently in North and East African populations. It says the closely related E1B1B1B M123 haplogroup was reported in the Epipaleolithic Natufians in the pre-pottery Neolithic Levantines. I don't think this is what I was trying to read.
I like this.
I think it's a little bit further down. Here we go. It says present-day North. All right, so it says present-day North Africans share a majority of their ancestors with present-day Near Easterners, but not with Sub-Saharan Africans. And so this is what I was talking about they got Near East DNA. But let's keep reading and see what it says right down here about the Sub-Saharan Africans. Present-day North Africans share, but not with, although the predominant Y DNA in the Maghreb is EM81, see haplogroup EZ827. Maternally, 6 individuals from the top 4 remains bore the U6A haplogroup, and 1 individual was M1B haplogroup. These Eurasian haplogroups propose the markers It says proposed as markers for autonomous Maghreb ancestry, which might have been originally introduced in the region back to Africa migration to the Asia to the West. All right, this is what we're looking for.
Autochthonous Maghrebi.
So you can read this part because I'm reading too much, and this is what I should have just started with. So you could go. So let's start from right here. You want to read that? Go ahead.
The autochthonous
a two-way mixture. You don't see that?
A two-way admixture scenario using the Tupian and modern sub-Saharan samples include West Africans and the Tanzanian Hadza as reference populations, inferred that the 7 Tophorite individuals are best modeled genetically as 63.5% Western Eurasian related and 36.5 sub-Saharan ancestry, with the later having both West African-like and Hadza-like affinities, with no apparent gene flow from the epigraphesian culture of Paleolithic Europe.
So what did they say about those people up in the south? You acting like they were spawned there, but they told you, we looking at Ibero-Mauritans, and they told you they had 63% West Eurasian DNA, and the rest is sub-Saharan African. So how could they be spawned there, Chef?
No, this is only talking about one group. This is only talking about the Ibero-Mauritans, you said?
Well, yeah, these people are some of the people who existed in the area back to about 23,000 BC. And that's about the time frame that you set in your discourse. Are you saying to get a group of people from before this?
No, I'm saying that they are the ones that have the unique mutation.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Look, right here. So, okay, let's look at it. I don't think you mean that they're the ones, but just let's be clear.
The unique North African mutation. This is what I'm talking about.
But be clear, what they just showed us that the Ibero-Mauritanian DNA was made up of Western Eurasian and Sub-Saharan African. Now, I know what you're talking about is why I was asking you what mutation you was talking about. I think you mean haplogroup J or H, and that got nothing to do with that, right?
If those people from Western Asia came back into Africa 23,000 years ago, made it with the indigenous Africans, and then mutated in Africa along with that, then why wouldn't they be indigenous?
Because they was West Asians when they came in. You don't understand what indigenous. Indigenous mean they originated in a place, bruh.
So if they mutated there, they originated
there. The new mutation. Hold on. So hold on. The new mutation originated there. See, you gotta realize that the mutation ain't the person that's living. It's going to be his offspring, right? So let's get that established.
I'm totally with you.
Yeah. So
no, you cooking.
Yeah. The person was still Asian when they stood there, and they had a kid who had a mutation that made them look like something else. Now, in dealing with the kid, that kid ain't the
original.
Hold on.
That's the original. That's the original.
Hold on, but
no, Chef, no.
But you keep forgetting.
No, keep going, man.
The question is answered 100% correct. Yes, that child is African because that was born and it wasn't from no place else. But was it? Is that the indigenous African?
Yes.
No. Yes. The indigenous African was the one who originally spawned in Africa that created them. This is somebody who came back from.
Chef, you don't understand that part?
So that's where we disagree at.
No, because but look, feel me. We can straighten it out. We can straighten it out real quick, and I'm gonna surrender the mic. If you want to say he's the indigenous African, how in that lineage do you acknowledge his mom who was an Asian?
I don't have no problem with his mom being Asian.
Well, that's what I'm. But then that means he ain't the indigenous African. He descends from a lineage that comes from Asia.
And so at this point, I'm not going to disagree no more. I'm fine with where we agree at.
Yeah, we agree that they're African. We agree that
further.
they're African. We disagree that they're indigenous.
Yeah, we still at the disagreement. But I think that you said everything that makes them indigenous. You just don't agree with how indigenous is
Let's
applied.
go. All we got to do is go back and look at the definition of indigenous. And who was that? Who was trying to get in? Yeah, it says original. Look, it says originating or occurring naturally in a particular place, native, or a people inhabited or existed in a land from the earliest times or from before the arrival of colonists.
I love it.
Which one?
I love it.
Chef,
I love it.
Which one you referring to, Chef?
Let me share
If
my
they
screen.
mutated there, that's the start of a new people. That's the originality right there.
So,
that makes
Chef,
them not Western Asian.
which one is that?
They changed from that. They changed from that. You can't call them Asian no more. The same way when they left Africa and mutated outside of Africa, now they are Asian.
See, you keep conflating points. You keep conflating points. You saying you can't call them Asian no more because I agree that they're African, but that would not make them the indigenous African. So that's just like saying that Dricus du Plessis, the South African who just was saying that he's the real African, is telling the truth because everything you talking about, he went through that process. He was born in Africa. He wasn't, his ancestors is from Europe or something. But he like, so what? I've been here for 10 generations. So you agree that that white man is now an indigenous African?
Let me share my screen.
I think we saying something else.
No,
he switched it up.
It's the same exact thing.
Are you telling me that the Boers of South Africa has genetic in only 300 years been mutated into something other than a European?
No, but see, this is what I'm saying. At the time, we're at a point in time where that mutation hadn't occurred, right? But let's just say at the time that mutation occurs, you're still arguing that that person who mutate will be an indigenous African, even though he came from these British people?
Yes.
Oh, well, you got a different understanding.
The Native American comes from East Asian. Y'all get that. And y'all accept that. And y'all still call them indigenous. Why? Because they have a mutation that happened here that separates them from the East Asian that they originated
Who do we call indigenous? Who do we call indigenous?
The Native Americans.
Who else was here? Go ahead.
I mean, I don't never really know. I'm not trying to avoid calling them indigenous. I know them as people who migrated here, for real. I thought they did. I was taught they migrated through the Bering Strait. I don't even remember, dude. I don't remember no school book saying that they was indigenous. You just making shit up. Chef is slick at acting like shit happened that never happened. Show me one school book that say that.
Around the same age.
We don't say indigenous Americans. We say Native Americans.
Native American, but we acknowledge that they are indigenous.
Nah, I think you think about
their acknowledgement of being indigenous as being the first humans on this continent.
See, okay, now go to definition B. What does this mean, Chef? Of people inhabiting or existing in a land from the earliest times or before the arrival of colonists. That's the nature and when they're indigenous. But nobody tried to say that they popped up in America because we talk about them migrating over the Bering Strait, bro. Right? Come on, dude.
So I said that North Africans check every box of indigenous. In the definite, I said that from the beginning.
South African did too.
But they don't. But North Africans got West and Central African DNA that didn't originally occur or originate in that particular place. So
Native Americans got East Asian DNA that didn't originate.
And that's why I don't know. That's why you never seen Native Americans called indigenous. You call them native. And they say aboriginal. They don't say indigenous. They never say that they spawned or popped up over here.
So the Native American is not the indigenous Americans? Oh, what are we saying here?
You must be watching too much Dame Calloway or some shit. We don't even talk about Native Americans over here. But I call them as Native. Look, they the original people of this land. I'll give them that. Original. That means just first. But if you want to say they origin, that ain't even their origin. Right? So, we playing with words saying original.
Man, you gonna let me share my screens, man?
Oh, man, you want to get fried some more, bro?
Man, you already cooked. What are you talking about?
So what are you saying here? Oh, you didn't whip out chat. You didn't fail to the pseudo killer level. Come on.
Let's go.
That's shameful.
So here we go. If someone mixed with another human, if someone mixed with another human who has non-African DNA, and then have offspring, and you go to a point in the future to where the descendant has 3% of the non-African DNA, but they stayed on the African continent, can you consider that person indigenous? Yes. A person with 3% non-African DNA who remained on the African continent can still be considered indigenous, depending on how you define indigenous. Indigeneity, how you say it, typically refers to people. Indigeneity. Typically refers to people who have long-standing ancestral ties to a particular land or region, maintaining cultural, social, and spiritual traditions that connect them to that place. That's what I said. I didn't prompt you to say that. If a person with mixed ancestry has ancestors who lived on the African continent for generations and is deeply rooted in African culture practices, would generally be considered indigenous to Africa. Genetic ancestry alone does not define someone's indigenous.
Exactly.
It's more about the connection to the land, culture, and community. So despite having some non-African DNA, their identity—
Stop trying to read it like it supports you,
remain intact, and their heritage and lifestyles are tied to Africa. That's all I want to say.
But genetic ancestry, did this say genetic ancestry won't tell you what's indigenous? Yes or no?
No, it didn't.
Look, put it right back on the screen. I
can tell you what it said. It said it's not the only thing. It said it's not the only thing.
Why don't you just put it back on the screen then?
But hold on. Can we deal with what I want to say first? You know what I'm saying? It did say there's somebody with 3% non-African DNA that stayed on a continent can still be considered—
I don't know what you arguing against, because we rectified that with James. You don't remember? I said, James, you got 5%.
You got cooked. You can't—
Y'all doing some weird shit.
No, good.
Look, James, didn't we say, James, we asked you, did you have 5% European DNA? And we asked, could we see it in James? And he said, no, we can't see that in James. So we've been rectified that, dude. Like, you're not— because we said you can't see 3% DNA. So because no one will be judging whether a person is indigenous or not off of 3% DNA.
No, that is not the question. You are switching the question, Smash, because the question is, can somebody with non-African DNA still be identified as indigenous? We talking about according to the definition. Remember, I had an issue with the definition. You said what I said falls out of the context of the definition that y'all showed. But then I asked ChatGPT, and it said you can define it.
Man, whatever, bro. All right, you need— if you need to feel like you propelled the discourse, I'll let you feel that way. But you just making a bunch of, like, it ain't even nothing going on right now.
At the same time,
don't do that to yourself.
At the same time, once you get to a 70 percentile of non-African DNA, then are you indigenous?
Man, everybody got 3% something else in them. I've been told you about the—
I'm asking Dude a question. When you get to 70% non-African DNA, and you've been on the continent for 3,000 years, are you still indigenous African?
I would absolutely say not. That was Chef's point, not mine.
Okay,
thank you.
I'm just trying to make sure that. But so what we're talking about,
you could be an indigenous African and be— so say somebody who was born in Africa with African DNA left and came to America. He could still be an indigenous African to this day.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I mean? Like, somebody whose lineage on the continent ain't been affected and they people is from there, and they just get up today and leave Ghana and they come live their life in America, they would be an indigenous African living in America. But us, 400 years separated, and all of this DNA in between those years would have
Hold up.
We would be majority.
Wait, let me just finish. I would just say we'd have a harder time arguing. See, that's all I was gonna say. Is we'd have a harder time.
I agree with that, Smash.
Yeah, that we indigenous Africans. We can't argue.
Yeah,
that.
I agree that if a Ghanaian comes here and lives here for 300 years or 3-4 generations, he is still indigenous to because his group and everything originated in Ghana.
I think I said that was different.
I mean, but that's what I said. That's what I said.
Come on, bro.
Can I respond to that?
But Brother Flag was about to say something.
Let the
well, I was about to knock him out the box. That's weak.
Yeah, y'all killing me with this linguistics and your scientific biology. Let me put a little cultural spin on it, if I might, please, because I see that Smash want to make me a non-indigenous African, and I'm not for that. So I want to say, first of all, Smash, is there a Kemetic word for indigenous? That you
off the top of my head, I wouldn't know one.
And the reason why I'm asking you that is because one of the things that we have to untangle is this mess of not having our own language and not being able to lose our own indigenous, natural, whatever the language is that's in our DNA that the Creator put in us, before we were kidnapped, causes us to speak Ebonics, et cetera, et cetera. And I just want to read this, just a little short part right here. And this is out of the preliminary challenge, the African World History Project put together by ASCAC, and they address that particular thing right there about the use of language. And it says, 4 contributions in the 4th section. African-centered perspectives are responses by ascending generations to the invitation issued by senior members of the project. We, the seniors, have followed the instructions of Ptahhotep and have made an elder's staff, that is, a good speech to rise up the next generation. The response from these juniors are themselves inspiring. Adesi Ojambu's essay challenges us to consider abandoning the terminologies of the opposition and even the language of our oppressor as a necessary component of our intellectual revolution. And that's what brings it right back to my Saba, Smash, Jonathan Owens, and what he's doing on this platform, what you brothers are doing on this platform, because in time, give it enough time, and I don't know how much, and you're going to have our babies, they're going to be out there reading that Meta Nature the way you read it. We're going to reclaim that language, and we might not even have a use for such terminologies as indigenous versus native, et cetera, and we can be doing some more work. But I really want to thank each and every one of you brothers. Man, I really enjoy the dialogue. I've learned so much, and I thank you, man. I just love the spirit in which you guys dialogue, and I hope you continue to welcome me into your guys' circle.
Every time. It was all good.
Peace. Now hold
so
on.
Go ahead, dude.
So I'm finna knock that out the box right quick, Chef. You know what I'm saying? So you didn't put enough variables into the equation. Because how you phrased it, yes, that will be true. But I want to give it back to you what you said. You said if a Ghanaian moved to the States, would that person still be an indigenous African 500 years into the future, right? Is that correct?
That ain't what. All right. So my point I was saying is if.
Hold on. I'm getting this Chef right now. I'm about to fire him up.
Go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
Chef, I know you heard me.
Yeah. I was piggybacking off of Smash's point. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Go ahead.
So it depends on who he mates with. Let's say he mate and have a kid and have a boy. and it's with a white person, and then they continue to procreate with white people or indigenous people till 500 years in the future, would you then still say that person is an indigenous
No, that's
African?
not the same. That's not the same people no more.
That's my point. So you didn't define your perimeters good enough for that person to still be
No,
an indigenous African. You didn't say who that person bred with.
I was piggybacking off a Smash point. So you got to be talking to him.
So all he
I
did was
disagree.
only difference between me and Chef Point was he added the years. I just was saying, like, if we take an African right now in 2024 whose lineage ain't been touched, we go deep into Chad, and we bring him over here and he start playing hoop with us, he can still be considered an indigenous African, even though he an American. But us, we got things that affected our DNA. James would say, I don't. Then you can say, okay, with my lineage, I can show you that. Shit, I got the DNA of an indigenous African, but the majority of us got European DNA and hella shit to where we ain't indigenous Africans. Here's another thing. Anybody on the continent would even laugh at us having this conversation of whether we are indigenous Africans. They'd be like, y'all don't even live here. But maybe I'm wrong. I want to hear the disagreements.
Nah, I don't think the only person that said that they was indigenous that lived here was Brother Flag.
Well, I ain't trying to take away his indigenous.
I was just trying to get at Chef because the way he worded that was absolutely incorrect. It's all the variables is on who you procreate with. That's the only thing that I was saying.
So how long, now let me ask y'all a question. How long can you be removed and still be claiming to be indigenous something? Like, we know we descend from indigenous Africans, true. And we know that the son of whoever, the first son of the man we descend from too, was indigenous, and the second and probably third. But how long, you know what I'm saying, to where they was gone in America, and now we down to the 50th son, and 40 of them been born in America. I mean, are y'all still saying that's indigenous African?
James.
He might be gone.
African DNA is indigenous DNA. So it just goes, it's like I said, it's gotten to a point that it's gotten so precise that we can measure it now. And that's what I think we tripping off of right now. So we can actually measure these things. And I don't understand why we confused about the preciseness of what they're doing now with regards to who's indigenous and who's not.
Right, let me ask you a question. They say the only people with the Neanderthal is what, non-Africans, right?
Well, it goes by a percentage, and they know that Neanderthal didn't originate on the planet. I mean, not on the planet, but on the continent. So they know that DNA is not indigenous for sure. They know that. You see what I'm saying? So when they talk about a back migration, they use that the DNA of the Ethiopian 4,500. That's the oldest ancient DNA that they have. The 4,500 DNA from Malta in the Ethiopian mountain. When
I agree.
Hold on, listen. I can pull this paper up right now, and you're gonna be like, damn. When they used that Malta DNA, they found out that he was the sample that they could use for somebody that was unadmixed. Let me just pull it up. I don't even got time for that.
All right, well, I agree with Chef that the DNA that mutated, that came back, is African. I disagree that it's indigenous, and that's all.
Let me answer the question then. I would say I wouldn't consider myself an indigenous African. I would say, because you asked the question, if you're 300, 400 years removed in our situation, I consider myself of African descent, and I still try to identify myself with the continent, but I wouldn't consider myself indigenous, to answer your question.
But you descend from indigenous Africans just like us, all of us. Yeah, of course.
Okay, now watch this. Let me read this real quick. It says, since Malta predates the recent demographic events, his genetics can act as an idle African reference to understand episodes during the out of Africa expansion. We used him as the African reference to qualify Neanderthal integration in a number of contemporary genomes, both Yoruba and Mbuti, which are roughly used as an African reference for these type of analysis. For a marginal closer affinity with Neanderthals than Malta, on a basis of a D statistic and a F ratio analysis, detected that small Neanderthal components in these genomes are around point. Now look, it's not 2 point, it's 0.2 and 0.7% greater than the previous suggested. So what they saying is that this Malta, he has less Neanderthal DNA than a Mobutu African, a present day Mobutu African, and a a Yoruba. So now if you look at a Yoruba today and you look at a Mobutu today, you gonna say that they non-Africans? So Malta has less Neanderthal DNA than both of them. He was in Ethiopia at 4500 BCE. So the people that are in Ethiopia today, they have very high Eurasian DNA. So they use him as the standard to tell you about the back migration of Eurasians. Y'all got to read this paper so you will understand. I put this off in the Discord so you can read this. But this is how you measure. This is how you measure Eurasian DNA. So when Ngozi and them is talking about it, Alma Maroosians at 23,000 years ago, they have the same amount of integration of Neanderthal DNA. So if somebody got this level, you still an African. You have to have a 2 or 1 before that point, before you start to, before they can start to see that you have that integration at a major clip to where you can start to be non-African. So it's a very nuanced thing as far as like understanding. It's based on real precise measurement at this point. If y'all understand,
Chef, I'm with you. Let me ask Chef a question. Because the arguments that they lay out about North Africa and pertaining to Eastern North Africa, like Kemet, sometimes is crazy. So supposedly there was a mutation. Where did this mutation occur in North Africa, Chef?
Algeria, Morocco, so.
Okay, Algeria.
The Maghreb, it's called the Maghreb component. That's exactly what it's called.
But that's not the DNA.
The Maghreb component.
So what's significant about this Maghreb component in anything we be talking about? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
So when we're talking about Egypt, we go to the Coptic component. You dig what I'm saying? The Coptic component is original mutation, a marker that can be linked directly to the Nile Valley, to the Africans that's in Egypt. So for Egypt, it would be
I thought they used Coptic for the writing, not the people.
Listen, to the Egyptians, it's called the Coptic component. For the people west of Egypt, it's called the Maghreb component.
All right, so if you're talking about the Coptic component, then we talking about a group that I pulled up earlier, haplogroup J. Right, so let's go right back to it. Because now, and we're going to take a look at this.
So, hold on. You understand, if you say ancient Egypt could be 3 AC. I mean, yeah.
Top just means Egyptian.
No, hold on. I'm talking about ancient.
So, just before we go in on this, do you see the geographic frequency distribution of the genetic thing that you acting like it's isolated to some cops?
I didn't say it was isolated.
Oh, well, you act like it's just in that area of Egypt. When we go to Egypt, we talk about the Coptic component.
It could, yeah, that's one of the ones that they.
So that that's
J1. Is who?
It's haplogroup J1. Let's see what they say. Right here. This haplogroup was found today in significant frequencies in many areas areas in or near the Arabian Peninsula or Western Asia. Out of its native Asian continent, it is found in very high frequencies in the Sudan. And it is also found in very high but lesser extent in parts of the Caucasus, Ethiopia, and parts of North Africa, and amongst mostly Levantine or Levant peoples, including Judas groups. This is your component you're talking about. Let's keep going down and see if this is.
Hold on. What that say?
This is the Coptic
what are you
component.
looking at?
This is the Coptic component.
Go back up.
I want to see when they say something. Let me see if they say something about Coptic in this article.
You said something about a J.
PTIC. Well, they don't say nothing about Coptic in this article.
Right.
But, so you're trying to say that the marker that let's go back because I'll ask Wiki. Coptic J1COPTIC haplogroup. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Look, it says haplogroup J1, so we're correct. This is your Semitic or the Mediterranean. Man, please, that shit didn't just include North Africa. Just like we said, it's all related to Western Asia. So if
I think you're moving too fast.
Well, what's the different haplogroup? Here we go right here. In the Sudan, about 45% of the Copts have J1 in their Y DNA. So what is the group? What is, well, then you can't tell me which haplogroup you're talking about. So I'm just trying to find it.
I'm not talking about a specific haplogroup.
You said the Coptic marker. Look,
Coptic, it's
DNA.
called the component.
Yeah, the Coptic component. That is the J marker. Because other than that, they're E1B1B.
It's found in the J marker. It's found, that mutation is found
just
in
look
the
at
J marker.
this. 45% of the Copts in the Sudan have the haplogroup J1, which is just the one we just looked at, that's all in West Asia, in their Y DNA, and E1B1B in their next most common. So this is after a mutation after E1B1A. So are you talking about E1B1B? Maybe?
I don't speak that. That you will have to get in gold.
No, we looking right here. The map is showing you both of them.
Well, I don't understand that.
So look, basically
you
it's
might
saying,
be right. Listen, you might be right. Because I don't understand that.
So this is what I'm trying to show you. We're looking for the DNA you cited, Coptic component. So, and we're trying to find out which haplogroup that is to see what area it covers. So I'm gonna go into even the Copts and to see if they start talking about DNA on here. And what it showed is that DNA that you was acting like was a mutation that just happened in their isolation in North Africa. It showed that it could be found.
It didn't.
It didn't happen there?
No, you're saying it didn't?
No, it didn't say it didn't happen there. It just showed its region and its span was all throughout West Asia. It ain't like it's just particular to North Africa, which means it still could be something that came in from there. But none of this is talking about DNA. Let me see if I can pull up DNA. DNA. Hold up, F. You just messed that up, Cheryl. DNA.
No, you reading on the fly, and then you said you're not even talking about. It's not even talking about DNA.
Look, according to the Y-DNA analysis by Hassan et al. 2008, 45% of Copts in the Sudan carry the haplogroup J. The remainder belonging to E1B1B class. So all we're going to do is look at J. Now you see the geographic region of J? So dark is where they get the highest frequency. 50 to 100%. That's why this little circle represents the Copts right there. But what is illustrating is that you're under some false-ism, thinking that this DNA is just particular to that one point of North Africa, when actually we all see it right there on the map spreading all over the place. And its strongest occurrences is in the Arabian Peninsula. Everybody can see the darkest green there. So the other clad that they said they have spreads all over North Africa. It's saying that somebody misled you to believe that there's some DNA that's just right there in Egypt that ain't all over the place. Look.
Okay. Might be right.
I mean, let's see what they say. It
If
says
we figured it out that fast.
well, look, it says it right here. It says both perennial lineages are common amongst the Afro-Asiatic speaking population, the Beja Ethiopian Sudanese Arabs. So there go your Sudanese Arabs, as well as the Nubians, this E1B1B class. And it says it reaches the highest frequency amongst North Africans, Levantine Middle Easterners, and Ethiopia East Africans. The next most common haplogroup born by Copts in the Sudan is the European-linked RB class. So if this is the haplogroup that make them be like, oh, they something, nah, this ain't, we beat the brakes off that, bro. Who misled you to think that you had something?
Pseudo and
Unkin and Gozy.
Hey, he did the whole snitch voice, huh? You know how when you in the hood, it's one voice you do when you telling us somebody. And then goes, you did it good, man. It took me back to my childhood.
I think that was too fast of a read.
All right, well, ask them the question. Is they talking about the J1 marker? And if so, then you know they messed that up. Because it's all in your face right here.
Yeah, but I don't think that we can read it that fast and really get a understanding. I'm not the DNA guy. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's not that hard.
All right, well, I know you can understand this sentence. Listen, because you smart. It says a 2015 study done by Dobin et al. Identified an ancestral autosomal component of Western Eurasian origin. You know what that means, ancestral. That means it was before that, and it's autosomal component, meaning feminine DNA, right? And it says of Western Eurasian origin that is common to many modern Afro-Asiatic speaking populations in Northeast African, known as the Coptic component. So now let me ask you, is the Coptic component of Western Eurasian origin, yes or no?
That's what it just said.
Thank you.
So the Egyptians are not indigenous.
No, hold on, wait a minute. What do you
That's
mean?
what you're saying now.
Oh, now you trying to go even further to live. You had a claim that there was a genetic mutation that
I thought it was the
in
Coptic
Africa
component.
called the Coptic component that would render them indigenous, but no, I said it would render them Africans. But as we go into on this Coptic component, we see that it ain't even.
They're not even African now.
Yeah, it ain't even. It's Western Eurasian. So it says, known as the Coptic component, it peaks amongst Egyptian Copts who settled in the Sudan over the past 2 centuries. Who settled, not indigenous. You'll never get the word indigenous and settled in the same sentence, right? It says, in their analysis, Sudan's Copts formed a separate group in the PCA, a close outlier to other Egyptian, Afro-Asiatic speaking Northeast African and Middle Eastern population. The scientists suggest that this point is a common origin for the general population of Egypt, the Middle East, and the North African populations. So see, they saying that this Western Eurasian origin is a popular. Yeah, y'all messed that up good.
Leave them alone, Smash.
Yeah, they messed that up.
All right, so
good.
let me read it. So it says genetically, Copts are thought to represent a more a more continuous lineage from the ancient Egyptians.
Mm-hmm.
All right. The less influence. What you say?
It says from the Middle Eastern.
What are you talking about?
Says scientists suggest the point of comment.
No, I'm reading something else.
Just keep reading, shit.
Oh, it says genetically, Copts are thought to represent a more continuous lineage from the ancient Egyptians, with less influence from the Arab, African, and other populations that have migrated to Egypt over the centuries. However, modern genetic studies show that Egyptians, including Copts, have a mixed genetic heritage due to Egypt's long history as a crossroads to civilization. The Coptic component in the context of DNA usually refers to genetic markers that are more common
among the Copts and can be traced back to the pre-Islamic, largely indigenous populations of Egypt. These markers may reflect a higher proportion of ancient Egyptian ancestry compared to the general Egyptian population, which has been influenced by various groups over time. Overall, while Copts have a genetic makeup that preserves elements of ancient Egyptian DNA, it is important to note that the Egyptian population as a whole, where am I?
don't know where
As
you
a
at. I'm
whole,
lost.
including Copts, is generally diverse and reflects the complex history of the region. I'm reading from my Chat GPT source.
Oh, okay. I was wondering where the hell I was looking at the screen. You didn't whipped out a whole nother, but yeah, it lets us know at least that DNA claim that you made is kind of like it was elaborate or it was stretched out a bit. Yeah, there is some DNA that you find in the Copts, but that still got West Asian components in it.
Yeah, it's 70%.
What?
Meaning that somebody that was in their ancestry was from West Asia, bro, basically.
That's fine. North Africans, for the most part, represents will have that.
No, an indigenous African got African DNA. An indigenous African got DNA that you can only find on the African continent.
Right. So the North Africans only have DNA that can be found in Africa.
No.
Huh?
That's cap.
Jesus.
I
just showed you the map.
Asian.
Hold on. I just showed him the map. He just doing that on purpose.
60%.
No, it's the West Asian component. We just read it.
Dude, you looked at the map and you seen it, Chef. You doing that on purpose. When we look at
y'all, you know what? Y'all could be right.
Well, look at this real quick. I just want you to say, okay, I see it. I don't want to don't act like you're conceding because we're being too argumentative. Like,
no, it is not, but I'm driving and you know what I mean? I don't want to act like I'm not paying attention. Like, but go ahead.
Because when I watch your show, you're going to have a whole nother take on it. Watch.
You know
you're
I am.
Be like, that's crazy.
I'm a zero in. I'm a zero in on it. You know? I'm a zero in on it. Trust me.
All right, the Coptic component. Look, just zero in on this one sentence, and then this is all you got to trip off on your show. The Coptic component evolved out of a main North African and Middle Eastern ancestral component. Okay, that means not indigenous. That is shared by other Egyptians. Huh?
Read that over again.
The Coptic component evolved out of a main North African and Middle Eastern ancestral component that is shared. Okay.
North African and Middle Eastern. See, that's
so. Let me break this down for you. This component that they're talking about, and I hate to make you sad, is really sub-Saharan. Because when we looked at the other data, they told us that the Middle Eastern was 68% and sub-Saharan was like 30-something. You don't remember? But that was in some more detailed analysis of it. Now they're just saying North African and Middle Eastern. But we seen that data already earlier in the show.
The point is that they are indigenous. That marker.
I'll be back, man. Y'all deal with Chef. I'll be back, man.
If it makes y'all feel better that y'all can say that it was sub-Saharan African, the point remains that it was indigenous African.
Don't you agree that the fact that it's the East Asian is not indigenous?
West Asian. Western Asian is not indigenous. I agree. Western Asian is not indigenous, but it's North Africans.
No. Hold on. Let me finish talking for a second. You just said, was it West Asian? If it's West Asian and North African in the same body, how is that indigenous?
Because the mutation, it happened in North Africa. So if listen,
if there's North
But
African
we
people,
just showed that
right?
that ain't true.
No,
And
no,
there's
it's
West.
West.
Hold
It's
on.
but it's West
If there's
Asian though.
listen, if there's North African and Western Asians mixed, where do they mix at to make
No,
them
it's
North
no, no, no,
African?
no.
They mix.
No,
They mix
no.
in North Africa, and then it mutates in North Africa. So every way that y'all saying it,
You're thinking.
it is African.
No, yes, we agree with the African part, but not indigenous. Do you agree with
Okay.
that part?
Yeah. So at this point, I'm not going to argue with y'all over indigenous no more because y'all don't accept the definition.
You keep saying
that's plain and simple.
No, you're
yes,
not.
Y'all don't accept the definition.
I think you don't understand the definition to say that we don't accept it. Because if you saying that the fact that
could be
it's
true too.
if in North Africa it's indigenous and you're not using the West Asian component also that make it not indigenous, then I think that's what you're just like, you don't want to hear that part.
I'm messing up somewhere. And I could be, this is not my forte. So y'all have to accept that. Yeah, y'all have to accept that this is not your forte either.
It's my forte.
It's not.
I tried
bro.
to help you the other day, and you sitting
No,
up
it's
here
not.
still over here lollygagging and playing. When somebody tell you, and look, you can go look this up right now.
James, I'm not listening to you, bro.
What is the genetic difference between an African and a non-African? When you do that, they're gonna start pulling up percentages. You're gonna see that it says Africans have like some SNPs or whatever the SNPs are going to be like 116 different mutations. And then when you look at when they say non-Africans, it's going to be like 64 for the European and 40 something for the Asian. So their genetic variants are that low. That's almost half, Chef. So they can identify who's been on the continent for the longest. The people with the different genetic, with the most different genetic variation at that 116, which is the most genetic different variation on the planet, those are the Africans. The non-Africans are the ones with the 60 and the 40. It's precise measurement. So now when they start looking at someone's genetics, because I did this because I was looking to try to figure out what's the difference between a non-African and an African. And the genetic diversity, that's how they can tell. So when you go look at the genetic diversity of the people in North Africa today, they are in line with all Eurasians. I can pull it up. If I pull this up, will you concede?
I'm letting y'all know that y'all making a lot of mistakes.
It's simple.
And this not going to age well.
So if somebody got a genetic diversity from they know that these people have been on the continent for 230,000 years. They said they have the highest genetic diversity on the planet, right? They know that the people who left out had a bottleneck situation where they didn't get enough genetic variation to continue on having the same genetic variation as the people on the continent. So when they start to see who is who, they can measure the genetic variation of the people in North Africa. And they have the same genetic variation as the people of Eurasia, all of them. So what are you talking about?
I'm not talking about variation. Man.
We're talking about how do you tell what's an African and a non-African?
You just made that up.
I didn't make it up. Let me just, okay. Y'all talk to Chef. I'm finna pull this up right quick. Which I know this is
said that he says what makes an African is the amount of genetic variation. Yeah. Bro, I've never read that
genetic diversity. Genetic diversity is how they identify who is a indigenous African.
That's not how they
look, watch this. They don't even got nobody else. Everybody else is non-Africans. They only comparing this to only Africans, and then everybody else is non-African. They don't care who you are. They only compare the DNA.
Let me give you a different definition of non-African, right? How you can tell whenever they say what non-African DNA is, to me, from my research, is an African that migrated out of Africa, settled somewhere, mutated, and has a long lineage. that's non-African DNA. They got a specific genetic marker that mutated outside of Africa. That's what they consider a non-African DNA.
Right.
But you did make a compelling point, though, Chef, as far as just like, the back migration, and they come back to Africa, mutate in Africa, then what is that child? You know what I'm saying? Is he indigenous or not? I can't call it, but that's a good ass scenario, and that's a realistic scenario too, because that has happened. What do you call that person? But I can see it both ways. You can say that they are non-African, and you can say, you can say they indigenous, but you can also say they non-indigenous also. So I won't lay my hat on that one. I ain't gonna take no position on that. I just say that that's a good question.
They are African, but they're not indigenous. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, wait, so the mutation happened, and what mutation are you talking about? When we talking about ancient Egyptians, we talking about that ancient. I don't understand what you're saying, Chef. What mutation happened in Africa when West Asians meet North Africa? What do you mean?
Exactly. And Chef trying to get off slick because everything he talking about is about ancient Egyptians and who built Egypt. Well, since I boxed him up, he want to say he talking about some other North Africans. But if somebody can answer the brother question, go right ahead.
That was for sure. I don't know what he meant when he said that, but he said that.
Yeah, like I'm trying to figure out what's the mutation you looking for to spot an ancient Egyptian.
We found it, and it was that Coptic marker he was talking about. And when we looked into it, that shit is all in the Arab Peninsula.
Right. No, yeah, I seen that part. I seen the reading part, but he say if the mutation happens on the continent, which I agree with Dude, that's a compelling argument. So it kind of go back into y'all. How long do you leave somewhere, and where you at? Do it make you indigenous?
Nah. If the mutation happened on the continent, he right. That's an African mutation, but it's not indigenous. The indigenous was the one originally spawned there because a mutation. Put it this way. Well, somebody could say I'm incorrect, but a Russian person and a Chinese person could go to Africa, have a baby, and just so happen that it could be that birth that formed some mutation. Now, we would not call that an indigenous, or some would say, yes, you would, because whatever it became was never on this universe before. But I thought it was just what originally and naturally occurred in that location. But I think we gave a lot of energy to that.
For sure. I wouldn't give too much pushback on that. I can see it both ways. And from the definition that I brought up with ChatGPT, it's not only, how if you was originally there. It's like, so when you take the scenario that Chef gave, if you have that baby and that baby is not necessarily indigenous, but if that baby procreate with people that's indigenous Africans there for 1,000 years, then whatever his offspring after that with indigenous people would then be indigenous to me. I'm not sure if that baby will be indigenous, but if that baby had procreated with an indigenous African, then that baby would be an indigenous African to me. You know what I mean? It get wishy-washy, but I don't know, man. That's just it's kind of sketch, man. It's kind of sketch. That's a crazy scenario.
I don't think it get wishy-washy when we talk about ancient Egyptians, but when they try to make the point of all of the North African and they keep talking about haplogroups and all that stuff, that's when it get wishy-washy. I don't think it's that hard to say that the ancient Egyptian is indigenous African. I don't think that's that hard. But that's just me and how I think about it, because they got to do too much.
Say that again. You don't think what is wishy-washy?
I don't think it's wishy-washy when we talk about the ancient Egyptians. When they talking about people coming, mutating and all that, when they start doing that and try to make those people that they talking about ancient Egyptians, then that's when they get wishy-washy.
Indeed.
Indeed. When they'll say that, well, a couple people say a couple crazy things, but I don't know. I don't listen to them too much. I heard them apologizing and explaining stuff today that they got wrong. But yeah, mutation, that's tricky too. When you talk about mutation, what they talking about? Green eyes, what you talking about? Straight hair, what mutation are you talking about too? That's why I wanted Shepherd to answer that question.
I mean, let me answer the question, because the thing is, if you don't really, you got to really understand that to even be in the conversation to say whether it's wishy-washy or not. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to at least understand that part. You know what I'm saying? So it don't matter what the mutation is. You know what I'm saying? According to the definition, if you mutate outside of Africa, right, then you are not.
About mutation inside of Africa, though. That's what I'm talking about.
It don't. Well, you asking what the mutation is.
But just real quick, the caveat to that is, Sheffrin had mentioned a mutation that happened in Africa, but it was by some people who had left Africa and had another mutation. So I'm like, that's not fair. Yeah, once they had that first mutation, they stopped being indigenous Africans.
There we go.
Yes, sir.
That's why
he said, what do you mean by mutation, and what is it? Like, what type of mutation? It don't matter what it is.
It do matter. It do matter. All mutations don't form no different looking person or no new, like it had to have been a significant one. I mean, I'm not trying to be the one. This is what I learned from listening to y'all over the years. All mutations don't express themselves as soon as they happen either.
That's the point that I was making. That's the point that I'm making. So some people were thinking mutation, it got to be expressed in the appearance. And that's not necessarily the case as far as science is concerned. All the definition says is a genetic mutation outside of Africa, and you have a long line of lineage. It don't say what it got to look like.
No, the long line of lineage would suggest that mutation expressed itself. Like, come on now, they're saying that for a point.
Don't suggest that.
Yes, they do. Why would you even say a long line of lineage? That's to say that after it mutated, it's going to express itself sooner or later in that lineage.
It just said that time matters. You can put whatever on top of that you want, but it just says it has to be for a significant amount of time. You the one putting the aesthetics on the appearance.
Well, when people write stuff, there's a certain amount required for you to understand to even comprehend the writing. If you don't know that mutations don't express themselves instantly, then you won't know why they're talking about a long line of lineage.
Well, it depends on how you mean express, because it might not express in your appearance, but it can express itself internally. So
expression that's a term used in anthropology. It's not like we can define these terms ourselves. When it expressed itself, it is physically notable, or it is notable in the genetics of the new individual.
Exactly, but the question that he asked was it the eye color or something like that? And I was responding to that. You might not be able to see the mutation, but it is expressed internally.
All right, so look. So think about it. Just real quick, y'all ain't never seen the black person where one black person in the family got green eyes?
Yeah.
Well, her parents had that gene too, but it didn't express themselves in her. Now, that wasn't no mutation in the child with a green eye. It was just a dormant gene that didn't express itself in the parent. Because how could it transfer to the child? How is it gonna get to the child? If it got to the child by any other way, it would be an original mutation. This is just shit you don't gotta be no scientist to understand. Some of it is simple like mathematics. I'm not saying it's simple, but think about how that one black child could have green eyes in the family, right? How did that happen? Y'all can tell me.
Hey, I was just saying that because Chef said it.
Here nor there.
I was just that's the only reason I brought it up, because Chef said it. I was wanting him to identify the mutation. That's it is crazy to think of that like macro like that. But I didn't bring this up. I just heard Chef say it. He said it happened on the continent, and that's why I went into, well, what is he talking about? He can obviously identify it though, because that's what he's saying.
He can't. He cannot. That's why I said it don't matter, because whether it's expressed where you can see it or they have it in their genes and you can't see it, you can do a DNA sequence and know that it is expressed. So that's what I was trying to explain to you. Like the aesthetics of it, how it appears, it don't really matter like on the outside, but it is there. That's the point.
Well, hold on. Here's what I was talking about right here, fellas. It's at a point to where science is at a precise measurement at the. So it's kind of crazy for me because I understand it that we even arguing about something that can be precisely measured, right? So it says African DNA differs from non-African DNA in a number of ways, including genetic diversity. African populations have the more genetic diversity than non-African populations, with an average nucleotide diversity of 0.115% compared to 0.061 for Asians and 0.064 for Europeans. So let me stop right there. Do y'all see the genetic difference between Africans and non-Africans right here? Based on pure mathematics. Can you see that?
And do we understand what they're saying? Is they saying the variation in the Asian person's DNA from another Asian person's DNA is going to be the percentage stated?
They're saying that their average genetic diversity is 61%. 0.061%. And they're saying the average genetic diversity of an African is 115%. These are average. This is what they use. They use precise measurement. So so they can look at this, and then when they do a DNA test, when you have this 115, they're gonna say, oh, okay, this person is closely related to an African. But when they see somebody with genetic diversity rate of this, they're gonna say that they're more than likely non-African. Now this can go up, it can fluctuate, this can go down because of maybe having procreation with some of these people, it'll bring your numbers down. But they can tell based on a precise measurement of this diversity if you're African or not. It is no longer any guesswork, y'all. So I don't see why we even arguing about or even having conversations like we confused anymore, right? I yield right there. This says it right here. What is the genetic difference between an African and a non-African? So what it's telling you right here. So would it be any reason to continue arguing once you see something like this?
Can you look up genetic expression?
So what would be the genetic expression of a non-African?
No, can you just look up genetic expression?
Okay, hold on. Just genetic expression. Do you want me to just take the ION off of it?
No, I just said that to see what'll pop up. What popped up?
It says genetic expressions in the process by which the information encoded in a gene is used to direct a assembly of a protein molecule.
Thank you. Broke it down on your ass due diligence. So if it don't assemble these protein molecules, ain't nothing gonna look different, act different. That's when it expresses itself. It can still be there, but until it assembles something different in the new individual, it's just gonna be, I don't want to say dormant, if that's not the word, but it ain't expressing itself yet. And that could go through generations without expressing itself.
And you straight, Layden. I'll let you be right, but it don't say that. I want you to pull something up that say that. You made that shit up.
You just don't understand what it said. Let's read it again, James.
Which one?
I'm gonna let you have that.
Which one? The gene
expression? The one you just read, because he said it didn't say that. Let's let the people decide.
You made that up.
Hold on, gene expression. Well, hold on, here we go. Can y'all see that?
Don't do that, dude.
Yep.
Now, what does it say, dude? Let dude read
it. James,
You read it. My question to you is, does it say what Smash said?
Why don't you just read it and tell us what it
Hold
say,
on,
dude?
Smash.
Tell us what it say.
Yo, you out of control, dude.
Do it say what Smash said, James?
Because I don't right now. I don't remember what Smash said.
You
We
gonna
trying
ask
to get you to
do it
read.
say that, but you ain't gonna ask Smash. Do it say what he said it said?
Okay, but let me ask Smash. Do this say what you said? Let me just do.
Of course it say what I said. Why don't you just read? Just read what it say. Dude don't even understand that.
Listen, I heard what it say, but you gonna have to substantiate what you said because you tried to say that you have to see it in order for it to be a gene expression.
It said expression. It said expression is when the gene forms certain proteins, and you know, and that, and so that the form, huh?
Who won the fight?
So when it ain't forming the proteins, it ain't expressing itself. Forming the proteins is gonna render a different something, whatever that is, in the new individual. Whether those newly formed proteins make them have a bigger nose or slanted eyes or whatever, it's gonna do something. And so that's what they're talking about. When it expresses itself is when it forms these proteins.
Yeah, I ain't gonna argue that because I guess I'm cooked on that point. He just interpolated that whole thing. I'm not gonna argue anything when he just, saying anything. I'm not gonna freestyle back on him, but I'll
Why
just
don't you read it then? Read it then.
bring something up to say something against my position specifically instead of interpolating and conjecture. Then we can go in, but he just made that all up.
Yeah, that explained part would kill it further if you would have left that up, James. Where it said it was a text that explained. Yeah, that would have did it all the way in.
What are you talking about? The one that Smash wanted me to this right here? Because I'm trying to pull up it was something I was trying to
pull it's up. A tab down below that say explain.
Where you
right there.
Explain. Where you see that at? Oh, okay. It said genetic expression explained. Okay. It says genetic regulation is how a cell controls which genes out of the many genes in its genome are turned on, expressed, and then they got it in the parentheses expressed. Thanks to the genome regulation, it says thanks to gene regulation, each cell type in your body has a different set of active genes, despite the fact that almost all the cells of your body contain the exact same DNA.
Yeah, that turned on part is the killer.
Yeah.
Thank you. So it ain't turned on, it ain't turned on.
There you have it, dude. You should come on this quiet as you been all night. What happened?
Yeah, because he be trying to act like he right. Golly. So if the gene ain't turned on, it ain't expressed itself.
You hear Smash, because like a gene can be turned on, but it can be internally. It can be expressed on the inside. So hold on. You gotta let me go. So let's say something like, anything on the inside, like whatever your immunity is, or whatever. Like let's say you got a disease, you got something internal.
Because none of those look.
It don't have to be phenotypical. It can be internally to where you can't see it.
Got a bad argument.
Why you got to
internal? Because you got a horrible argument.
He can't help it.
Let me show you why. Because nothing internal. You use nothing internal to determine race. Nothing. You don't use nothing internal in the DNA to determine somebody's race, bro. You messing up all kind of stuff.
Expressing. You trying to change the motherfucking goalpost again. Smash. Cut it out. Stop it. We just talking
about gene expression. We talking about a people turning to some different people.
Absolutely not. The brother asked what Chef meant. What Chef meant when he said they had a genetic mutation. He said, "What does it mean? Eye color, hair?" That's what he asked. That's the question we going on. You making it something else.
Yeah, but here's the thing. You got to keep the overall conversation in context. You got to understand context. The conversation we're having is were North Africans indigenous or not, right?
Nah.
So these statements inside of, let me finish.
Specific question. Go ahead.
These statements inside of that context let you know what the statements are referring to. So if you have an overall question about were North Africans indigenous or not, and then people start talking about DNA after back migrations that express themselves or not, it has to apply to the overall topic. So what you only could be saying is that there's some way that some people got in North Africa and they're indigenous or not. That's the ultimate goal of the conversation. You know what I'm saying? And so it's easy to just refute what you're saying on that merit that what you're attesting to don't apply to the overall conversation.
That's fine. I'll let you have that. But the brother, what's his name? Like Tut asked a specific conversation as to what Chef meant whenever he said, what does he mean by a mutation? And then he said, is it eye color or something like that?
I know, I just explained that. Look, the only one, dude, I'm not cutting you off.
It don't matter if it's eye color or something like that, because
no, it do matter. The only mutations that are concerned
still matter. It don't have to be the outward appearance.
You messing up
a genetic sequence and still see the internal
The only mutations that matter are the ones that will form a new race of people, because that's our analysis. Like, do you know how to stay within the guardrails? What we're trying to see is if the North African people who they saying is indigenous or not. So then the only mutations, whether somebody just got some green eyes and they were still a black person, that wouldn't be the one we're scrutinizing. We would be scrutinizing the mutations that made somebody turn to a West Asian. Like, I don't even know why you're doing that.
Man, you're really doing it to yourself, because nobody even brought in race into the conversation. It was really an indigenous conversation. You just made that up. Put the spliff down. The question what Chef was saying was, is that person still indigenous, which doesn't imply race. You made it up. It was a genetic conversation in indigenous, not race.
Okay, so when we're talking about Western Asians, what are we talking about? A race, or what are we talking about? Like, you just being evasive. If somebody's talking about your Asian DNA, then let's just not say race. Let's say people from another continent. It doesn't matter. You can't get semantic with it. The overall point is, if somebody had a mutation off the continent and it expressed itself, and then they came back in, they wouldn't necessarily be looking like the indigenous African who left. Like, stop trying to get around that.
You got it. It's getting way too bogged down. I think we doing way too much right now.
Yeah, welcome back, Smash.
It's so much doing that. You got it, bro. That's way too much. Hell no.
I don't even know how you missing that, bro.
Smash, you got it. I don't have the energy for that conversation.
But then you talk about mutations that ain't even racial. Like, oh, somebody hair was curly and now it's straight. I mean, come on, dog. We talking about the ones that made the people look completely different.
Who is we? That ain't the question that he asked. But
no, I want to know the funny part. We is anthropology, because when they put a haplogroup, they talk about different race types. Am I wrong?
Yeah, you absolutely wrong, because haplogroups don't have nothing to do with race.
I would say different ethnic types. I would say different ethnic types.
You're absolutely wrong. It ain't got nothing to do with race.
No. All right, well then I'm trying to change that right now. Do you hear me? Do you hear me rephrasing?
You messed it up.
Stop being childish. I said, okay, if I'm wrong by saying that, I would say,
yeah, you wrong.
I wouldn't even say ethnicities. I just need to say different population groups. How about that? No, that's 100% correct. Different population groups is what genetics define.
Get it right then. Because that
but you ain't never got it right.
Hold on, let me read this.
You ain't never got it right.
Let me read this real quick, dude.
Go ahead.
It says the age of...
And he messing it up. He needed to whip out ChatGPT or something, because he messing it up.
Hold on. Let me just read this. It says the age of Mota means that he should predate the Western Eurasian backflow, which has been dated to around 3,000 years ago. We formally tested this proposition by using an F4 ratio estimated with the Western Eurasian component following the approach adopted by Pickle et al. As expected, we failed to find any Western Eurasian components in Malta, thus providing support for a previous dating of the event. So what they're talking about is this, at this 3,000 year point, they're trying to measure the back migration of Eurasian DNA. Malta don't have it. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes. Yeah, you hear what we don't even know that support what we talking about. God.
That's crazy.
Funny.
That shit didn't apply to nothing that
yes,
we was talking about.
Yes, it do. Yes, it do.
Because that's what they use to measure the back migration of Eurasian DNA.
Who was talking about back migrations?
Huh? They used him as a base source because they knew that he didn't have admixture to.
So look, y'all can't argue that the people was Mediterranean and they was indigenous. Like, think about it. In order for them to be Eurasian, they had to come from Asia. And all of the, not you, dude, but those who argue that, how could they be arguing that they came from Asia and they indigenous?
I absolutely agree with you on that point, and that's an uphill battle. And they do be trying to argue that when you have like 70% West Asian DNA, all that type of shit, and they try to argue that those are indigenous Africans or ancient Africans, I totally disagree.
Okay, but we all on the same page again then. That's all I need to hear. Because I was hoping you wasn't saying that somebody that was 60%, 70% European was indigenous to Africa.
Nah, dude just been practicing debating in the mirror and waiting for a live stream to come on.
He asked me that question specifically, and I gave you my parameter. I said 3%. I never agree with the other bullshit. I gave you my parameter, but y'all be trying to stick me with some other bullshit. I never.
So you saying that? Watch this. This is what you saying. You saying that somebody with 3% Eurasian DNA, you wouldn't say that they was non-African. I would agree.
Right? I would agree too. That's what I said. I said James got 5%, and you look as pure African as Indian. Come on, man. We went over this 10 times.
That's what I'm saying.
I would agree with that. Dude.
Hold on, James. Let me respond. James, did you ask me a question?
No, I was just saying that that's what happened.
That is not what happened. You just changed it because we was talking about indigenous, and you changed it to non-African. That was the question. So you just really just messed it up.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. You got to understand something. African DNA is indigenous.
You got to mess it up again.
No, let me ask you something. Hold on.
Hold on. Do you understand that wasn't even the conversation?
I'm confused again now because
I know because you tried to make it seem like we was talking about what is non-African when we was talking about what is not indigenous. That's a difference.
And that is this one and the same.
Well, there you go.
It was Chef who made that. Chef did that deceivingly. When we boxed him up on what indigenous meaning was, he switched to that they was African. Remember? And I pointed it out like, see, I said, you sharp because you easily switched up and start saying, but they make them African. But it don't make them indigenous Africans. Heck of people African.
But you have indigenous Africans as well.
Damn, you trying to slide out. I ain't even going to put your feet to the fire. It ain't even worth it.
You can't because I just, see, the other thing I'm going to do is pull up the sources. I ain't even going to keep arguing with you. You're going to have to disagree that these people have not used precise measurement to tell who's an African and who's a non-African at this point. And you're not going to be able to do that.
Non-African, that wasn't even the discussion.
Well, okay, now understand this. Okay, now understand this. Who's indigenous? Who's indigenous and who's non-indigenous?
There you go.
That's just a linguistic change of a word, but it's still the same thing. You're still indigenous and you're still a non-indigenous. So, like, that's just playing semantics right there, dude. Cut it out. Non-African and African is the same as indigenous and non-indigenous in the context of African, right? You know that.
Listen, I can't argue for Chef. I can only argue for myself.
Word.
You feel me?
But you did that. Who was that? Magic
my-
Johnson. He dished that pass off like no look.
And you agree with me, James? Because my question was, if somebody interbred with somebody that had non-African DNA, with somebody on the continent of Africa, and then you move like, let's say 500 years into the future, and then the genetics of that person had 3% of that non-African DNA, is that person still indigenous? That was my question. And ChatGPT said yes.
Yes, because he's going to be 97% indigenous. It's going by a percentage at that point. Now, ask ChatGPT the opposite. It's going to say no, because a percentage, it is more non-African than the African. So, like, come on, dude.
I agree, but hold on. Let's agree.
It's precise right now. It's not even hard.
Hold on. But let's agree. When I asked that question originally, y'all was like, y'all turned into some cackling hyena.
Nah, we've been saying this for the last 2 hours, though.
You know what I'm saying? Until I had to prove it. You know what I mean?
No, that's why I reference my DNA to let you know that we understand what you're saying. But on the spectrum of the whole nother thing, when somebody starts to become more genetically non-African, you have to say that they are non-African at that genetic, whatever barrier that we want to say. If somebody is 70% non-African, if you look at them, they're going to look like an Arab.
Didn't I agree to that? That ain't had nothing.
So I'm just saying, we already know the parameters of what we talking about.
Y'all trying to put chef shit on me.
Nah, I'm not putting that on. We just having a conversation now, dude. I mean, that's over with. We on agreement. We in agreement. Chef just came in and muddied the water like Smash.
That was Chef's position, not mine. Y'all keep trying to put
Chef know good and well that when you start putting sources in his face, he gonna act like he can't understand what you're saying. Like if I pulled up a good source right here,
70% non-African DNA in one human being, you know that's not indigenous.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to make it simple for somebody like him. So we ain't even got to be hard, because it's really just that simple. It's going by percentage, and we can measure now. So we don't even have to keep guesstimating, going back and forth. We can pull up precise measurements on who they're saying.
All right, well, let's just be clear on this real quick, just to know the process for people who watching. If the two, if a seed is indigenous, then got this DNA y'all talking about, then mom and dad both had that DNA, right? Mm-hmm. Now, that's not correct. That's what I'm trying to say. How could that not be in y'all theory?
So let me explain.
Dad got different DNA, but dad still, but the seed is still indigenous.
Let me explain it to you, Smash. You said both of them people had to have that DNA. You talking about the non-African DNA?
No, but he's saying one of them is non-African.
Hold on, James.
I'm still asking. I'm asking a question first. I'm asking a question. I'm asking that in the analogy about this indigenous offspring that we're talking about. Are we all under the conclusion that mom and dad had the same DNA?
No, because in the example that I'm giving, the analogy that I'm giving, that let's say the mom came into Africa and was non-African.
See, this is what I'm saying, dude. I'm talking about the original progenitor, the original indigenous one that we all agree is indigenous, not that new mutated one. I'm at the beginning. Just say it's one man on Earth and he in Africa. Him.
Right.
And then he meet a woman, she in Africa. You see what I'm saying? Now, if they was possibly closely related, they would have similar or close DNA. You know what I'm saying? Probably be from the same haplogroup.
Smash. I thought we was going off of my scenario because that's what you asked. You said in this scenario that we talking about, which was my scenario.
Yeah. But
he walking it down, I think.
But you're not. Yeah, exactly. I was trying to walk it down, so I'm going step by step.
That ain't good trying to talk for Smash, James. Can he talk for himself?
Explaining to you what's happening.
God,
you don't even understand what's happening. We ain't even debating.
James, take your cape off, bro. What is
for
you
some
doing?
reason, you acting like this dialogue is a debate.
James, you need to take your cape off. Let that man speak for himself. He got it.
Oh my God.
I don't understand, man. But go ahead.
I was talking about the original indigenous person that we all agree is indigenous. He had to be the product of a mother and a father that was both indigenous. Like, can we agree to that? That first, not the one who went out and had the mutations, but his father. That's
Y
what I'm saying.
chromosome Adam.
Exactly. Like they was both, his parents both had some African DNA. Now there had to, just if it was a son, you still know another woman comes into the picture for them to procreate. Now let's get down to the point where the foreign DNA enters, and this is just a simple question. Is the other person 100% whatever she is? Because that also factors into it. Think about it. If at that point she was already mixed 4 times, because she had one grandparent who was African, one who was European, one who was Asian, and one who was something else, feel me? Then that would affect our question too when we talk about, is this final product an indigenous African? And that's all I'm trying to lay out. That's not even in opposition to you.
You messed it up again.
See, so look, I'm asking you a question that is not in debate. There's nothing that could be messed up about it.
Why don't you let me answer it?
What?
You got the wrong attitude. That's the problem. Go ahead. I'm asking you a question, so how you say I messed it up again? Just show me how I messed it up again.
Let me tell you. Okay. You said the parents, right? We talking about the original Africans. And then you said somebody that come in with the non-African DNA, right?
Mm-hmm.
You said, is that person pure? How can that person be pure if they non-African? Because the only pure is 100% African. So you messed it up right there.
Oh my gosh. Are you seriously saying that? So you telling me a European right now don't got complete European DNA? You can find sub-Saharan African DNA in percentages that you can see in these other people? Like you making things up.
There
So
is no
take a Chinese person, for instance. How much African black person DNA is you gonna find in a Chinese person? Probably like 1%.
Is 100% European DNA.
You said what?
You heard what I said.
What did you say?
You heard what I said.
You said that there's no European with 100% European DNA.
Ain't no such thing as nobody being.
Please don't make me pull it up,
European DNA.
Yo, let me do this, real. This is gonna be amazing.
Ain't no such thing.
Man, he just talking, man. He just talking.
You're gonna be amazed today, then.
Watch. Ain't no such thing as nobody being 100% European
No,
DNA.
you don't know how it works, bro, because some of those, like, when you can overpower some of them old ass genes, bro. You can overpower some of them old ass genes to where they're not gonna be showing up in no high frequencies if all his recent ancestors didn't have that. But James gonna show you.
It ain't no such thing as a human being on earth ever been 100% anything but the African. You can't be no European that's 100%. You feel me? Because they had to mix with different African type DNA. They was African from the beginning. How can they be 100 when a European is a mutated African?
Who's sharing their screen?
I asked you a question, Smash.
How can a comedian
be 100%?
There's a comedian that's 100%. It's through incest.
No, Smash.
No, it ain't even through incest. I mean,
100% when they are mutated African.
Because, dude, you can, like, all right, you ever, I don't know, I'm trying to give you an analogy, but I'm waiting to see if James is just going to pull up a document that'll show it scientifically, so I don't have to give you no guesswork. You feel me?
What I can't, hold on. What I wasn't going to do was put up something like that. I was going to put up this white guy that says reveals his DNA, and it says he's 100% European. Is that good enough?
No, I want you to ask Chat GPT.
Hold up, this white guy got a DNA test to say.
I said no. I don't want to do that because somebody can say anything. I want you to ask.
We're not doing the Chat GPT.
So Chat GPT is better than a DNA test?
So I don't believe the person. You asked me a question. Is that good enough? I said no.
Okay. Well, let me ask the thing. Okay.
So now
Hold
a
on.
DNA test. So now a DNA test is not good enough.
He on his chat
No,
GPT
I'm
hype,
saying
bro.
a DNA test is good enough. I don't believe the person.
I'm gonna
I still have to believe the
send you a
person.
chat GPT video, bro, so you can understand how that works. Like, it ain't like chat GPT is hella smart, bro.
I didn't say that. I just said let's plug it into Chat GPT. Can we do that? You
Chat
sound like you
GPT
scared.
is gonna be giving you text.
You sound like
It's
you
gonna pull
scared.
from text from 2020
You sound
and
like you
before.
scared. Well, then say you scared then.
Yeah, well, based on this, it says you
Ooh,
can't. But hold on, based on what I
stuff
put up,
off
it
the
says you
internet
can't.
and give
Share
you
your screen,
information.
James. Share your screen.
Hold on, let me look. But this is on Reddit, so I don't know if we should use that.
Man, listen, y'all don't
ChatGPT just pull stuff off the internet.
man.
ChatGPT is not real.
Share
It's
your
not.
screen,
It's not
James.
real AI.
Well, I
Y'all are
was telling you that the source was kind of messed up.
y'all are cooked. Share your screen. Quit playing.
All right, hold on. Let me share Reddit then if you want to see that.
No, you can't do Reddit.
Just do what
So
you
you
do.
gonna say? So you gonna say
do what
that
I
you
asked
can't
for.
use ChatGPT, but you gonna use Reddit?
You feel me?
Exactly.
They over here shuffling.
No, he didn't want to show Reddit. He was forcing them to show Reddit. He said he didn't want to show that shit.
Hey, Chef, why you come back on that part? Why that's the part you come back in?
I know, but you could have
Yeah,
came back
right.
on hella parts.
Oh no,
Hey,
I had to get in the house to get settled.
GPT or not.
Hey, can I?
Okay,
Can
Chef,
I say?
Chef, let me ask you a question then. I had a question
No,
for
we're
you.
not gonna move forward off this point. Ain't
Let me
nobody
share
moving
my screen.
nowhere.
Dude,
Man,
you've
nobody
been
care
low,
nothing about
dude.
nobody
You've
care
been
nothing about
low,
no 100%
bro.
European
We
in
ain't
real
moving.
life.
We ain't
Nobody
moving.
care about that.
Ain't don't
You
nobody
and
move.
Chef,
Hey,
you
show
and
your
Chef
screen.
been lost.
Ain't nobody moving. We gon' iron this
You
out.
and Chef already lost your argument.
Why you so argumentative, dude?
Is
Oh
my
no, man,
my
dude,
screen
tripping.
sharing?
Why you
Excuse
on
me,
fire
fellas.
today, dude?
Fellas, is my
Some
screen sharing?
who's sharing?
Yeah,
Somebody
your
sharing.
friend was here trying to come with this
Yeah,
fake
we
point. Come
see it.
on.
We was talking
Y'all
about
can see it.
yeah, but Chef, we was talking about that mutation you was talking about.
Yeah, we see
All right, I was
Bible.
wrong. I was
James,
wrong. I was wrong.
Word.
we ain't talking about that. We talking
So,
about this. James,
all
what the
right,
hell
so
is this?
Hold on,
bro.
Hold on, dude. You doing hella much.
Man, I'm
All
fucking
right,
around. Cut it out, man. You don't want to lose.
all right. Listen, it says Berbers or Berber people, also called by their edonym Amazigh, are a diverse grouping of distinct ethnic groups indigenous to North Africa who predate the arrival.
Nobody ever said the Berbers wasn't indigenous. Keep going.
Man, come on.
I'm done. I'm done. If y'all never said that, I'm
no,
done.
hold on. See, you know,
Yeah, we
Berbers.
a whole other conversation. What's up, James? I thought you was gonna pull a source.
Sheffrin.
Go to sleep
All
then.
Berbers ain't related to those Iberio Maruzas. You know that, right? They got straight black, like me, Berber groups. They got
so
different.
They the only ones
groups.
that's indigenous.
They got different Berber groups. Yeah, that's the ones they will be referring to.
Oh, okay. So the rest of them Berbers, they not indigenous.
Zanata. Look up Zanata, Zanata. It's kind of like a Hyundai Sonata, but it's Zanata. If you look up the Zanata, they're going to look black like us. And those is Berbers too. So there is a Southern Berbers and Northern Berbers. The ones you keep petitioning for is light-skinned looking white, basically.
And they the ones that
got some Eurasian DNA. They got Eurasian DNA.
I agree.
Ain't nothing to disagree about. It's in the book.
Let me show my screen, James.
Well, why you on the Berbers? Why
you can show your screen when you get ready, dude.
Because we were talking about North
Africa. Yeah, go ahead and share it. You can share when you get ready.
You lost that, Chef.
Yeah.
All right, I'll take my L.
Unlike dude.
Unlike dude.
Say what you want to. But
dude don't want to
there's
take
such
his
thing is my screen sharing.
Yeah, we're looking at it right now.
Yeah, do this. So this is what you can't handle. You might can take some cheap shots, but you can't fuck with this, coward. Is there a such thing as 100% European DNA? No, there is no such thing as 100% DNA, at least not in the sense of absolute genetic purity. Human populations have been mixing and migrating for tens of thousands of years. So all human DNA is a mixture of various genetic influence from different populations over time. Yeah. Yeah. You
let me ask you something, dude.
Checkmate.
Let me ask you something. How many haplogroups are on the European continent?
I ain't trying to hear that, bro. Did you heard what ChatGPT? Answer, respond to that. That's what
But
you do.
look, do you know, just like African DNA, European DNA ain't one thing. So a person could have like a little bit of what R1B, a little bit of what J something or whatever, and still have and then have 2% Neanderthal and have all European DNA. Like, I don't get what you're saying.
They could be a little Asian.
Exactly.
You don't get what ChatGPT is saying. We put in what you said, that somebody can be 100% European DNA, and it don't exist, bro. I don't care how you try to wash it out. It ain't no such thing. You are not going to take the genetics of no human on earth and it's going to be 100% of anything. Cut it out. Period. James, that's why you didn't want to show it. Quick, take your cape off.
No, dude, I mean,
take your cape off.
You got people that's talking about, hold up, watch this. What did this say? It's okay to be 100% European. So how the hell is this going on when this man show his DNA? Let's look at this. I'm gonna keep the sound off, and he's gonna show his.
Oh, dude, feeling stupid now.
Now, hold on. Now look at what this say. If you put all the mathematics together, all of this it ain't got nothing to do with Africa. If you look right here over in the white, that is his total genetic makeup. And they saying this is who he's related to. This is a 100% chart. If I pull mine up, it's gonna have some European. He don't have no African DNA. It says it's okay to be 100% European ancestry. So what?
Damn, you feeling dumb? You just got through hooting and hollering and shit, and he put it right on the screen. Hooting and hollering now.
So
let me do my you can type this up, and you'll see that a lot of people have these results, dude. So I mean, I don't know what's going on because it's an anomaly to me too, dude. How is that possible when they say that everybody comes, but they have DNA?
Want to respond?
I'm saying, but they have DNA
it's so far back in their lineage. But that's gonna show up at about 0.1% because they've been intermixing in Europe for so long. That's all he's saying. I agree with your overall premise, but you incorrect because the way these tests run, they're not gonna show us the percentages that show up at 0.7. Because they showing you the popular percentages that make up the majority of your composition. And so, yeah, so you gotta have it somewhere back, just like we all gotta have some monkey DNA or whatever it's called. You know what I'm trying to say? Some damn fish DNA, if that's the case. If you go back that far, but it's not about to show up on no test like that.
So that's the point that I'm making. But from what you said, that for somebody to be 100%, like, so let me explain it to you like this, right?
He just showed you a person that's 100%. Why you still talking, bro?
Why you don't let me explain? You sound like you scared.
Showed you a person because he just showed you somebody that was 100%.
Say you scared,
bruh. He just showed
me explain myself.
Oh my God.
All right, then fall back. So whenever you look at something like this, it would imply whenever you say somebody is 100% something, like they didn't come from African. How can you be 100% European without coming from an African? You can't, man, let me finish what I'm saying.
But you're not listening. All you're doing is talking without listening.
That shit is bogus. You know what I'm saying? Because you have to have some type of percentage, like Smash said, you know what I'm saying, somewhere in it. So all that is saying that for a long ass time that these people bred out, you know what I'm saying, the African. But in reality, they had to have come from an African. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of what the test say or not. Because if you agree with the out of Africa theory, you know everybody came from an African.
You know you arguing with the test right now, right? You know you arguing with the test. You ain't even arguing with me. You arguing with the test.
I'm not arguing with nobody. I'm saying what the facts is.
They have several people with those particular results. You can just look, and then you even have some people that's 100% African. So when I first started looking up into this, I was tripping on that as well, dude. So it was a shock to me. So you ain't the first person to be shocked, because how can somebody be 100% of something?
But he also ain't the first person to be wrong. Because that person is 100%.
You're wrong all night, Smash. Cut it out.
Yeah.
Word.
Oh, but hold on. So let me explain further, since you know, Smash don't want to give me no shine right now. So let me explain further. Even whenever you say somebody is 100% African, that's not saying much, because it's a lot of different ethnicities. You know what I'm saying? Population groups. So you still mix with other different groups.
Talking to the
wall. What the hell is going on?
That would make
it 100%.
Damn, why can't I land my plane? Why can't I land?
Your plane is going in circles,
he's going straight down.
But even then, you would still even be mixed according to the categories that people place upon ourselves. So even 100% African is mixed with different populations, because
let me ask you something, dude. Can I ask you something?
Population groups different names as if they different things, but essentially everybody on the planet is a motherfucking African. You know what I'm saying?
Can I ask you something, please? Or you just trying to talk to Philip?
Because you acting right now.
Look, check this out.
You can't ask me nothing.
Suppose my parents are Nigerian. My dad's side is Nigerian, and my mom's side is Chadic, or from Chad. Right? Am I mixed?
Yes.
Thank you. Well, then shut up. I'm already mixed and I'm in Africa. I ain't even left.
But see, they look at those genetic variations.
You just blew my mind,
they can look at the genetic variation of both your parents and say that they were both African. But if they looked into your DNA and seen that one of your parents had a 116 and then one of them had maybe a 60, they're going to say that one of your parents was non-African. That's how they do it off in genetic testing. So that's what I'm trying to get dude to understand.
Dude don't know what he's talking about.
No, that wasn't an answer to his question.
Okay. He's talking to you right now.
Answer his question, James.
What question would he? He didn't ask me no question.
He's bro.
I
just asked if one of my parents was Nigerian and the other one was Khoisan, am I mixed?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're mixed with two continental Africans.
And I'm still African, and I'm still an indigenous African.
Mm-hmm.
What does that have to do with what I said? You agreeing with me? You just
so when you if you take that scenario, that same scenario, one parent is from the continent of Africa, say a Khoisan, and then one parent is a say an Iranian or a Turkish person, or you indigenous then.
Would I be? I mean, I'm half indigenous.
Yeah, what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
I'm half Iranian.
But then if we keep mixing off inside of Africa, this is dude's question. We mix to the point to where 97% African and 3% Eurasian.
Hold on, Iranian ain't African now?
Yes, you're still, because of majority DNA.
What?
That's how you have to do it at that point.
I'm gonna ask you that question back.
Yeah, you have to do it by mathematical equation once you start to get that type of math.
Let me ask you the question back to you, James.
Okay.
If you are African and you have Iranian, are you an indigenous African? Smash said no. What are you saying?
I'm saying no. At the halfway point, you're mixed.
You mixed. Your dad was an indigenous.
Hold on, last question. I'm gonna get out the way. Is Iran in Africa?
No.
What? Is Iran in Africa? Are you asking these silly questions?
Iran is not in
Africa.
What Iran you talking about?
You saying Iran is in Africa? I know you ain't saying
that. Dude, you saying that, dude?
Where you go, dude?
He had to fall off in order to protect his interests.
What? Yeah, Iran is not in Africa, so they would be mixed. It would be 50-50.
Like he really asked us.
Did I cut out?
Yeah, you cut out. You cut out.
You cut out on purpose. Iran is in Africa, dude?
I tripped out. I meant like, what is it, like Iraq? I definitely tripped out on that one.
Word.
Yeah, I knew something happened. You had to pull the phone out the socket. Sure.
No, I'm right. Listen, I ain't with her. No, I don't have a problem with being wrong. I meant like the other Middle East. Like, what is it like? Is it Iraq that's in Africa? Where the Middle East, or where they say?
No, Iraq is not in Africa. No.
But you messing up hella bad right now. You messing your whole.
What is the other Middle East? What is that?
What is the Middle East that they don't consider Africa? That's what I'm trying to ask.
The other Middle East.
The Middle East, where the Iranians like, cause you can take like Arabia for example, which is still on the continent, and they try to make it seem like that's not in Africa. That is in Africa.
You say Arabia is on the continent?
Yes.
Oh man, you got to go back to basic geography.
Yeah, you got to end the shows, man.
We messed this whole show up. I think it's time to go.
We fatigued, bro. That's what
You just said hella crazy shit. You said Iraq, then you said Iran.
Don't do it, man.
I feel sorry for dude tonight. He fatigued himself.
Yeah, geography is not his strong suit, brother.
We're gonna put you in stone and end the show right there, so people have to, they remember the last thing somebody said, right?
I got a lightweight W. You know what I'm saying?
My God, you sitting in here talking about Iraq and Africa. You said the other Middle East. Did he say the other?
Oh, that's crazy.
You just had it.
This shit.
So, are y'all gonna allow me to explain myself?
No,
we need you. Don't do that.
Is Arabia connected to Africa?
You ain't on YouTube no more. All right,